Welcome back to Dabbling Dads with your host Kyle and Tyler, here to dabble into just about anything. You can find us everywhere using the hashtag Dabbling Dads. Thank you for listening. Hope you enjoy.
What's up, guys?
Oh,
We got TJ with us tonight.
thank y'all for having me.
Welcome, brother.
From
Appreciate
Whiskey
it.
Bros. This is number 20.
Yep. If you've listened to us for any amount of time, you've heard me talk about this guy a bunch. Was Whiskey Bros your brainchild? I can't remember.
It was a little bit of a collaboration actually
okay.
between Levi and myself. So it was great the way it happened. The name, I don't know who came up with the name, but he definitely was the artwork.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Sweet. So I don't know if you how much you want to tell about yourself, but
Yeah.
tell them whatever you want.
So I grew up in the same town.
Yeah.
That you guys have talked about on your previous episodes and everything. And we went to the same school, but I was a little bit older.
Correct. I think you were 01. I was 06.
07.
He was 07.
So I was too old to like give you wedgies and pick on you and stuff.
Yeah.
It would have been.
Yeah, but you were probably like working up at Al's
Yep.
and all that, and we were shopping there while you were working there. Tight deal, yeah. So that was the age differences. You were like a high school worker, and we were like young middle schoolers.
So was Chad just like the natural? Because, I mean, he's brought it up before. I don't know if you wanted to bring it up from the beginning.
Yeah.
But, like, y'all have videos that – because I actually went through them watching y'all's maybe last episode or sometime it popped up on the videos or once you subscribe with your personal one.
Sure.
So, I mean, you have a video that's like 26,000 views.
Right.
Posted
right.
like 2,000 something.
But that was your brainchild.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
that
on
was
the show.
yeah.
You were writing and I know we've talked about it on your podcast.
Sure.
We did, and I sort of mentioned it to Levi.
How do we sound in the chat for those listening? Sorry.
Yeah, just give a thumbs up if it sounds good. But now that you're here, I know that was your doing. Like after just talking to you, you were writing all that stuff.
Yeah, it was. I was writing sketch comedy show, and we were doing this kind of thing, kind of inspired by the Bam Margera CKY video.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we were skateboarding, and I always carried a camera with me, and then we started filming that, and then we started filming. I would write little sketches, little skits, and we would film that, and I would just put it on our video that we'd hand out to our friends.
Yeah.
And this is called The Incredible Display of Good. And then we evolved that when YouTube.
Hold on. I want you to keep going because you're rolling right now. But I need some clarification. The CKY.
Yeah.
Was what inspired Jackass pretty much.
Yeah.
It was Bam Margera and his buddies doing skateboard and crazy stunts and just.
I got you. We already had videos before because I listened to.
YouTube real quick. Just go ahead and have it ready to go. Keep going. You listen to.
You're going to have to wait until I'm not talking. The Bam Margera's. But I listened to the. You're going to have to learn how to do it. And good luck. I was in trouble.
Multitasker, right?
Yeah. So anyway, I used to listen to Steve-O's podcast all the time, and he had Bam on there, and he had another guy on there, and they told stories about these videos that they were already doing, and that's why Bam made a lot more money than all of them anyways. So keep going. So you wrote sketches, so you had... Like, what does that entail? Like, you set up the scene, and you're like, we're going to be standing here, and the dialogue. Like, what is that?
Eventually,
that's what it turned into.
Yeah.
Sure.
Eventually, we would have, cheap like lights we bought at like a yard sale or something, lighting up the scene. It'd be at my house, so you'd see like random kid toys in the background and everything. But we'd be acting out these sketches, and YouTube was kind of a new idea,
early YouTube days.
Pre this, we were looking at videos on things like
E-Bombs World.
E-Bombs World. That's it.
Yeah, I was watching the hell out of that. I was on that site just about every day. So I got the internet.
Same. So. And then YouTube comes along, and it's been out a little while, but I figured out we could start adding and sharing these videos. Yeah. So we just started writing them to that. It was pretty cool. What? And our best video was a fake commercial about...
that was what's about to come out of my mouth. So I was going to be correct because I looked.
Should we pull up the commercial? What is the name of it?
Pull up Troy Walls Out of the Vault is the first one I want you to show. And it'll show you how they originated.
That's from
correct.
I've
done my... I watched these videos back in the day when me and our
From the Vault?
Yeah.
Is this it right here?
Don't start it yet.
Okay, I won't start it.
But anyways, the one you're talking about is called Extreme Energy Enema.
Right. And
according to your brother-in-law, your sister hates this video. So I'm mortified about this video.
All the videos she participated in, honestly.
But the one where you cloned her, did the cloning?
Yeah.
Dude, it's fucking awesome for its time. Let's be honest.
It is amazing. We're going to watch one, right?
Yeah, pull that one up right now. Let's watch it now.
So this is actually footage from the old skate videos the only piece of footage from those videos that made it to YouTube. It's in here.
And one of them, you're doing some crazy shit on here. I'll just let it play.
Yeah.
His is some pretty haggard bushes right there. Brennan's going to show us.
Can they hear us?
They can hear us as well, yes.
Yeah.
That's Chad talking, right?
Pretty bad.
That was Chad, and that's a guy named Brandon. There's me, and that's in Hendersonville. Y'all probably know that spot.
You're pretty fucking high.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hear that thud? All right, on 1 to 10, how bad did that hurt?
Dude, it would hurt. All the things poking me, so it hurt so bad.
Yeah, it was the worst.
Do I need to keep going? Or?
No, that's enough.
Yeah.
Well,
Chad jumps too, I think.
Oh,
In a different position.
Yeah.
I watched it.
it's not that long. It's Jordan.
Yeah.
So. I think there's one other thing.
disgusting.
The pee.
That's hilarious. I love it.
The bush.
That's Chad there. So.
And that's their other co-host. We had Levi on. Obviously, TJ's here tonight with us. Chad's a busy boy. So hopefully we can have him on at some point because I love conversating with him, man. He's sort of black and white, which is how I like people to be. You don't have to question where he stands on something because he's gonna tell you. That's what I love about him. But do we want to see the commercial?
Yeah, let's go. I watched it the other day.
Let's do it.
I watched it the other day.
All
right, let's go. I watched it the other day. What is the name?
Extreme Energy Enema.
What? Extreme? Yes, this is it.
Energy Enema.
Unbelievable.
How many views?
I don't know. I hope I can find it.
Type Troy Walls before it'll definitely pop up.
Okay.
So I was typing in incredible display of show.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't pop up. You used to have the channel because I remember it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. That's when Google bought YouTube. A lot of all my accounts started merging, and I didn't set it up right. I guess I need to go back and fix that. Actually,
Yeah, because it's cool, man. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm glad you kept them up there. It's because at the end of the day, like when we started doing this, I don't know if y'all did the same thing, but part of our thought was like, I've had a couple people ask me, like, so y'all making money? It's like, no, it's never been about that at all. We're not doing this to try to make money. We like people to listen just because I think we talk about some interesting stuff sometimes, but it's not about money or anything like that. We enjoy just conversating, having good conversation, but we also will be able to look back. This is, we started in 2020. It's one of the craziest years of all time.
I know. In hindsight, that's going to be awesome. Though.
Yeah, 10 years from now, we'll be able to look back and see what we were thinking and what we were talking about. And so that was part of it, but you've got all these. You having trouble finding it, Tyler? I can probably see
Well, I just can't scroll down, man.
so you're probably not
Okay.
But that's the only bad part about it. But anyways, we go back to saying how you were writing it. What all details? So, like, what detail is it?
Yeah.
So you're not just shooting a video and you're like, do this, do this. It's like all written out.
Actually, yeah. And so if it were say, we had one where it was it was inspired by a band that had an interesting name. Their name was Black Moth Super Rainbow. And so I wrote a whole story of how a band might arrive at some ridiculous name like that. And it was dialogue and everything.
I'll send it to you, Tyler, so you can spell it exactly.
Oh, perfect.
It is.
I've got
There it
it.
is.
Oh, you found it. Hell yeah.
Here it is.
Hey, what are you doing? I've tried all of these energy drinks.
So you've written all
and I
this?
feel
Yeah.
tired as heck. How are you always so perky? Well, I'm glad you asked. Well, I use the new Extreme Energy Enema.
Are you tired of energy drinks that just don't work?
How many views is like literally like
Do you
20,000?
sometimes go for days without pooping? If this sounds like you, then you need Extreme Energy Enema.
Who's that talking?
Here's how it works. Step 1, remove the plunger from the box.
Is that a true enema y'all bought there?
Yes.
Place the end of the nozzle inside your cornhole.
Inside your cornhole.
Squeeze and wait for the magic to happen.
Look at the hair.
Look at that. You got the space.
I thought it was perfectly okay that you could see the string too.
For more information, visit our website,
That's awesome.
www.
We sort of just wanted to talk about that just to sort of not only introduce you, but sort of just let people know that, like, you've been doing the YouTube game. You've been putting YouTube videos out for a long fucking time, to be honest, like, since the beginning. So, like, it's never about the following. It's about fun. You can go back and watch that and just laugh, and that's what it's all about. That's one part of the reason I want to show that. But just sort of, I think those videos sort of show, your brain and sort of a little bit about you.
I'll tell you what's interesting. We started cutting up clips of the Whiskey Bros podcast that I thought were funny. And some of them I would just share on social media, but then some I would put to YouTube. And, most of them don't do that well, but I saw one like spiking a little bit. And so I was curious about it. And it was the one about something we were talking about vegetables. What vegetable would you put up your ass? Which one would be the best or worst one to do?
Well, was you were talking about Steve-O? Because Steve-O, when he first started his podcast, kept talking about sticking stuff up his ass. Like the first 2 episodes, he kept talking about sticking stuff in his ass. I think that's what spurred
That's what spurred it. That's right.
Conversation.
But what's this noise? Alarm. But what we I ended up saying on there was, like I would probably stick, I had one and it was like a pretty big thing, and I don't know why I thought it would be the best one, but I was able to go through the analytics, and the search terms that were bringing it up were all people thinking they were getting to like gay stuff. So they weren't fans of our podcast or thought it was funny. They were trying to get to gay.
The search engine output was like cornhole, ass.
That's right. So all my stuff was like leading people there looking for gay stuff. So I don't know.
I don't know. You should link all your videos to it.
Embrace it. Embrace that.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Hey, I have something for us here.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
Let's
perfect.
get to it.
But it's kind of like, the term Indian giver is interesting to me, that we always call someone that gives something and then takes it back. I feel like we would be the one.
The pilgrim givers.
Like, we'll give you this reservation to live on. Well, not all of that land. I mean, we'll take some of
we
that.
need part of that to be a landfill.
So, anyways, this is kind of a pilgrim giver type situation, because I don't think you tried it while you brought this bite of the cock on the podcast.
Oh,
so I wanted us to start the show with at least taking a shot of it.
Oh, wow.
Because this is more of a shooting whiskey.
He's trying to end me. I saw your co-host shoot it, brother.
We are fucked.
Yes, let me get the
come on,
Dabbling
put me on
Dads
the
back on here. Yes.
That's
Also, we have merch. Sorry, I'm procrastinating this.
Hang on, let me see here.
We have merch now. You can find our merch following the Linktree link that's on our Twitter.
Tyler, you want something to chase that with, brother?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I sure
Thank you.
sure
That was
as hell
kind.
want something to chase that.
That was kind of you, TJ. I did drink a little bit of it. I will say.
See, I didn't know. I was like,
I drank a sip of it, and I was like, I got to drink that Glenfiddich now.
Yeah, but you were already a little tipsy, and
Oh, Levi looked at me, and he said, he looked at me. He looked at his
you
glass.
Good? I'm good.
TJ,
Yeah, of course you are.
he tapped on his glass. He said, just put it in here. I said, are you sure? Is that allowed? And he was like,
I got you.
Put
put it in right there for me.
Little ginger ale.
Little ginger ale.
Hey, so in my research before I came on, y'all, I brought the little ginger candy,
Yeah.
and I had found
Ginger chews.
ginger and is this bourbon? Is this what this considers?
This is bourbon, yeah.
Yep.
It's a strong bourbon.
Pretty good little mixture. So yeah, it's gonna hurt.
I don't know if that was allowed either, but I did.
First vomit
Hosting.
on Dabbling Dads. Right
It's just one shot. Ain't nothing. Got this.
Sorry, look,
I'm a baby boy,
he's the whiskey bro, so he's gonna have to take like a champ. I'm gonna be called out on
yeah.
YouTube.
Love y'all. Yeah.
All right. I agree with you. That ain't shit.
Let's do another.
That's the way it starts.
Oh man,
Sweet. So where are we gonna start tonight, man? So we have.
Oh yeah, baby.
So of course you've been listening to us, and part of the way we've sort of structured. I hate to say we've stolen from you, but we have. I mean, we sort of
We're borrowing from each other.
Yeah, which is so.
Yeah.
I love that we all grew up around this. Him and Levi grew up as friends. Really, they were acquaintances for sure. Coming up through school.
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm wrong, Tyler, but
No.
They knew each other.
That's cool.
But the rest of us, I mean, lived probably pretty. I don't know where you grew up around here.
Poplar
but-
Woods. So that's subdivision. Did he grow up there?
yeah, I did, man.
Tyler grew up.
Attaboy.
Same. So
Hey.
yeah, I lived on Red Fox Lane. Was the first
did
house
too?
I ever lived in.
Oh,
So
man.
we moved over here back behind where I live when I was in the first
I
grade.
used to
so-
ride my bike to Red Fox all the time. I had a buddy named Tony.
Where did you
Okay,
live?
yeah.
Tony. Do I know a Tony?
I think he went by Anthony to some folks.
I don't want to say his last name.
Yeah.
Me either, but I think I know who we're talking about. But anyway, so where did you live? Back on Winding Way?
No.
Literally, for people who aren't from here, Winding Way is the windiest.
Windiest.
Ton of
Fucking
wrecks.
road,
One of my
yeah.
wrestlers I coached, I won't say his name at all, but got a call right before our region tournament one year, and they're like, so and so wrecked his car into a house. How is that possible? And literally,
One way.
you know, on Winding Way, there's those houses that sort of sit off down the hill. Dude, he went off the hill into the front of one of those homes.
That's some Dukes of Hazzard.
He got lucky that no one was home. He got really, really lucky.
Oh, man.
Very crazy road. It's called Winding Way. So yeah, but cool, dude. We literally grew up very close to each other. So
Oh, you lived in what we've mentioned on here before is the front of the neighborhood.
the Red Fox Lane front? Or
No, the other front. I lived on Greenwood.
Very first street. Did you ever get to go down Winding Way and sled down Yancey?
Yancey is a legendary hill.
Yeah.
Legendary.
Around here.
I never was brave enough to do anything down it other than drive a car.
Yeah. My dad and one of the only car wrecks I've ever been in is at the top of that road.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
A car was turning down and my mom was coming up and it turned too tight and caught us right in the front on the way home from Hendersonville.
That's scary.
Yeah.
What were we talking about before that?
Just where he grew up and lived and that type of stuff. But I said, where are we going to go?
We're gonna go.
You were ready to go?
We had similarities and that type of stuff, but
All right.
part of us going into segments and doing different things was we saw how it sort of broke y'all's down and kept it where it felt at least like y'all were going somewhere and not just rambling. Because if we're being honest with the people that are listening, and people that are listening are probably people that have watched, those beginning episodes, me and Tyler got to rambling.
The Rambling Dads.
The Rambling Dads.
Yeah. Good Lord. Like, let's shorten this down about an hour and 15 and let everybody listen to it and have a good time.
Yeah, we realized really quick.
Let's tighten it up.
Initially, I wanted no structure, just because I don't like structure in real life.
Right. Oh, snap.
Oh, we're going to start with movie quote trivia.
That's right. And tonight,
Oh, dude, I'm in on this. All righty.
I picked two easy ones. I'm awful.
So how are we going to do it tonight? So I think the two people who are not...
I think we should do it like the Whiskey Bros.
should say their name if they know it. Okay? Same way.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you going to keep up with our points? We're going to try and keep points and have a winner tonight?
I don't know if it's can
Everything's
be
made up,
done.
boys, don't
There's
matter.
only 4. We'll just play.
All right.
Or it doesn't matter.
You going to go first? You got one ready for us, Tyler?
Yeah, I'm always
Who do
ready.
we want to let our guest go first, man?
It doesn't matter to me.
So
You go ahead and go first. Show me how it's done.
So I think
Let me
you know
guess.
the rules, but for anyone listening that hasn't been watching, the rules are: when performing the quote, you must do it as close to
The
the original quote as possible. It's usually pretty bad.
God, I'm terrible.
I should have practiced this.
We're gonna have a new rule tonight where me and Tyler will say one of our names when we want to ring in to say the quote. We'll go from there. So,
All right.
All right, everybody go subscribe to Whiskey Bros. All right, so here we go. Let me think. Which one do I want to do first? Sorry, I've got my flow chart up instead of my quote chart up.
Oh, man, got to flip to the right chart, bro.
I thought this was too easy, so I had the long version to make it a little bit harder. I did
So
watch it.
what am I guessing, though?
You're guessing the movie.
The movie is the thing I'm guessing.
yep.
Okay.
Correct. Because sometimes what will even happen happened last week. The hint you're allowed to get is the name of the main actor.
Okay.
Sometimes
Yeah.
the quote isn't
I remember
from that actor.
I remember that.
That's just to let you know because it's all about getting the movie.
Okay.
Correct.
Call your name when you're ready.
All right, I'm ready.
I did watch this one a couple times today.
You watched the quote? That was probably smart to do. Try to get him. I should have done that.
Smart move.
I'm false.
That's brilliant, dude.
Mine's gonna be hard.
Yeah, because I remembered it much different than how I'm about to do it. Come on.
All right.
You gotta keep going. What am I gonna do? Quit? That's not an option. You gotta keep on keeping on. Life is a garden. Dig it. You make it work for you.
Kyle.
Kyle.
Daisy confused.
No. Fuck. You want me to keep going? There is the more.
Yeah.
So if you don't get it, well, I get to guess again. I didn't.
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right.
This is infinite points.
God, I jumped. I know the person talking.
But on our record, like me versus you, that's a fucking miss.
Yeah, that's true.
You never give up, man. That's my philosophy.
TJ.
TJ.
I think this is mullet movie with David Spade. What's that movie called?
Your hint is David Spade is the main character.
Oh, you can't give him a hint. Yeah, I know it.
Oh, my God.
I'm an idiot.
I took my hat off and
I'm an
everything.
idiot.
Oh,
Anyway.
throwing it,
I
George
can't-
Miss
Joe Dirt! Joe Dirt!
Joe Dirt.
Joe Dirt, ding, ding. I don't have a cool sound.
So your voice to me, you were doing a Joe Dirt impersonation, but you sounded like Matthew McConaughey. That's who I thought. So I'm like, oh shit, that's Matthew McConaughey. So immediately I just said something. I should have listened to the whole quote. I fucked
Dude,
up.
I was so focused on the pace of it because I remember it as Life's a Garden, dig it.
Yeah.
He really says it
Really
like
fast.
Life's a Garden, dig it. Like he's just a conversation.
Hey, man. Yeah.
Oh,
Dude.
Joe Dirt. I even took my hat off so y'all can.
I didn't even think that was a
mullet.
segment. I thought you were just
my mullet.
really feeling
All right,
loose.
so I'll go next, and
Okay.
then he can go. So
I don't know if we're too
So here's
loud.
how I feel, Tyler.
We might
you
be
can,
too
you
loud.
can count that one as a loss on mine if you want to. We can do it that way.
No, but if I'd have
Or-
gave you David Spade, you would have got it right.
Very easily. Yes.
Oh, okay.
But
We'll give you
anyways,
that.
what I think is when TJ asks, that should be where our points come in. So that should be our competition for our
Okay.
points. If I miss one, it goes on to my losing. It goes on to my loss column. But if I get it right, I get it. You just don't get anything.
If I get it right, I get it.
You get it right, yeah. But if you don't, the person that doesn't,
I'm just here to
What is the
disruptor. I'm a disruptor.
No, you're here just playing along with us. We never had a live guest before. This is our first live
we didn't think
guest.
this through. We didn't think this.
This game with a three-person game.
We didn't.
Hell, let's take another shot at fighting cock.
We can't.
No, not right now.
Okay.
Let's do it after the quote.
Let's do it right before we get to our another segment later.
Cool. Sweet. You ready?
I'm ready.
So this is a segment from a movie. Yeah, is that okay? Are we allowed to do that?
Hell, we just make the rules up as we go.
Perfect.
A segment from a movie. Because yes, you're trying to guess.
Well, that already eliminates a lot of movies. Probably.
You ever read the Bible, Brett?
TJ, Pulp Fiction.
Holy shit!
That was good. That was good. That was good, baby.
Ding,
Come
ding,
on.
ding, 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 ding.
Oh, a disruptor.
I didn't even get to read it. Can I do the
Go do it. I want to hear it. It was
Go
good.
ahead. It's on my watch list because I've
You
seen it.
ever read the Bible, Brett? Yes. There's a passage that I got memorized. Seems appropriate for this situation. Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset of all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of the charity and goodwill, shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of the lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee. Woo! Woo! Boy.
That is a hell of a Denzel Washington speech, boys. Let me tell you what. That's damn near as good as the football.
Denzel Washington.
Whatever the football.
Who does? You sounded a lot
That's
like
Samuel L.
Samuel L.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman. Yeah.
I'm God.
Which one was it really?
Samuel L. Jackson.
It was the actor Samuel Jackson. I couldn't think of his name. Is that Blade?
Golly, dude.
No, Blade
That
is,
was incredible that all I had to say was, you ever read the Bible, Brett?
What was your impression? The way you enunciated
I've watched that
it was
movie a bunch
perfect.
of times. I should have worn my Pulp Fiction shirt tonight. I got
Blade is
Yeah, speaking of shirts, we need to make some shirts. Mel said we need a shirt that just says merch on it with a U.
merch.
Oh, that's funny.
Merch.
It's funny.
Merch.
I got my speaking of merch, I got my Dabbling Dads shirt in there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Bad boy, I should have brought
I'll
it
throw it in there.
We
I'll
can
throw it
do
in there at some point. I'll bring it up.
We got their Whiskey Bros shirt up. Look at that.
All right, here we go.
All right, so this is your quote now. You've been practicing. All right, this
Say
counts
your
on
name.
ours. I
Yeah,
gotta
this
pick
is
this. I gotta say my
real
name.
little game.
If I'm allowed to say my last name.
It's 2-1 on tonight's standings right now. He's
All
got
right.
2. I've got no. 2-0.
I got both.
I've got I read right there. I'm an idiot.
We gotta get one of these
All right,
guys.
here we
Maybe
go.
I should throw it.
Hey,
Y'all, maybe I should throw it to Kyle in this POV competition so TJ doesn't come on our show and win.
Little Big Brother
You shouldn't do
We
that.
did
reference here.
just dabbling. Everybody go check that out. It'll be linked to this video.
Chad would be talking so much shit to you right now for pitching that right there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I gotta pitch it a little bit.
Fuck you, man.
They even asked me on their shows, like, hey, you gotta pitch. And I was like, we just don't pitch. We just have to say,
You
like,
said-
subscribe, share to your friends.
You should go to Google and
Dabbling
type in
Dads.
Dabbling Dads.
That's all you gotta do.
Boom.
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. You know what hurts the most is the lack of respect. You know, that's what hurts the most. Except for the other thing, that hurts the most. But the lack of respect hurts the second most.
Oh man, this is a movie I've ever seen.
Might be one you never seen. It's
We
one
get
of
it.
my
We
all-time
get it. Do you
favorites.
know who the main actor
Can
is?
we agree on
Yeah.
asking for the main actor?
Yeah.
Say it.
Norm Macdonald.
Oh, fuck.
All right. Read it again.
Hold on. Go again.
So in this scene, he's clear. They're insinuating that he was just raped in prison, and he comes out and he goes, "You know what hurts the most is the lack of respect."
Dirty word.
Dirty word.
You should have never said what when he came out of prison, boy.
I gave it to you.
Well, I had a.
I was trying to set
So I love Norm Macdonald's character in Billy Madison, but then you said main character, so I was like, okay, I know what it is.
There's only a couple movies.
So prison didn't really give it away, but sort of, not really.
I guess it was jail, anyways, not prison.
Yeah,
There you go. That's
What was it? Dirty Work? Was that the name?
Dirty Work.
very underrated comedy.
Comic Book Bob, who I listen to them on Thursday nights. He's part of the wrestling community when they talk about him there. He said Dirty Work.
Boom! Comic Book Bob.
He was on there.
Really good. Nicely done.
If you like wrestling, you should definitely check out their show on Thursday night. I think they do it. Balls Talk. You might have to put it in there, Comic Book Bob. I know there's three of you. I know there's three of you, so just put in there how they can find that wrestling talk, because we got a few people in here who listen to wrestling, and they have a great. I think they're up to 25 viewers chatting this last Thursday. Thanks for being here, man.
I had this toy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean,
cool.
R.I.P. You talk about that?
Yeah, they're dead.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah, it looks good. A lot better.
All right.
2-1. TJ's in the lead.
I have to do my last quote last.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll go next.
We'll reverse it.
I've got to find my shit. We're in trouble.
Here we
Go ahead, TJ. Oh, TJ can do two. I want to do mine last because it's going to segue in how I built the show.
You got it. You got it?
Anyways, you can go to @WhiskeyBrosPod on Twitter, and you can follow my man TJ here with his co-hosts Levi and Chad. I loved coming on y'all's show, dude. It was like
You're fun.
I was hoping I was fun, and I was nervous the whole time. I did all that research for that whiskey.
That quiz was fun.
The quiz,
and I won, because I know so much about everything.
Yeah, I literally though broke it down to that part where I thought it was like, I think TJ made the graphic, so the different proofs might help him.
Oh my God!
Chad, 100% felt like would remember the episodes,
right?
And I thought Levi really goes into just all of it, how it's charred and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, it was, but it's just challenging for me because I just have a terrible memory for everything. Like, I can't remember any of it. So, but let me do my quote.
Yeah, you go ahead and go. You ahead and go. I'm sorry.
All right.
I thought I saved it. I did not.
Kyle's saying he's sorry. It's the second dabble in a row.
This will be an easy one, so y'all going to get it quick probably.
That you fucked up the...
Come on, Chad. Comic Book Bob, you got to get this one before these guys.
All right, hold on. Talking Balls Network. Yes, that's exactly it. You probably would like Talking Balls, but around here, we Gator Chom.
No, not around here. We're in my house.
Gator Chom.
He says around here. By around here, he means about a throne stove that fucking way. Not in this house.
You don't even sit on the Tennessee chair without the
It was about the third or second dabble that I had to break out the Florida Gator flag for my boy Noam as well from That's What They Call. I'm sure he'll be here at some point. He's in Western time. But, yes. Gator Chomp. But Balls Network is fine. They're great, but they do a great wrestling talk. We got a few listeners I know listen to wrestling. Go listen to them. Thank you, Comic Bob, once again.
Oh.
Anyways, keep going. So here we go. Quote. Be focused, Kyle. I'm going to beat
There's
you.
another one.
I'm listening.
Hello, new subscriber. Crime and innocence.
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men just can't read.
Kyle. Hold on.
See if Chad gets it before you.
How much time?
I don't know.
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
That's Chad. Crime and innocence. No, is it Chad? Oh, you said Chad.
I said chat.
Read it one more time.
Now, what we have here is failure to communicate.
Another movie.
Some men just can't reach. So,
Kyle, Cohen Luke.
that's it.
You're correct. I was not going to answer because
you
I
read it, didn't you?
read it. Comic Book Bob nailed it.
Comic Book Bob beat you again, son.
It's all right.
He's pretty good.
It's all right.
He said cool hand Luke, and then he messaged retracted. So it was at least 7 seconds. When I saw it, I was like, man, I could guess. I don't think I've ever seen that movie either, TJ. I'm a young lad.
That is an old
this
movie.
Trio.
That's one of my favorite movies, though. So,
What was it again?
Cool Hand Luke, and you'll see a little.
It's incredible. I watched it in Miss Audubon's class.
What's about who's
at
in
White
it?
House High School.
You got the IMDb pulled up?
So Paul Newman's the main character.
Character.
George Kennedy, a lot of these old dudes. But you'll see it because there's a scene in there where a dude tries to eat 50 hard-boiled eggs in one setting. You'll see references of that in modern culture. Like on Jackass when they took 50 shots of eggnog at one time. That was a reference to it. You'll see other little cultural references to this.
Like whole eggs, boiled eggs?
Yeah. 50 of them in 1 hour.
Wow.
That's gassy, baby. That's a gassy meal, my boys.
Y'all ready?
You ready to do yours?
Yep.
All right. I'm ready.
God, it took me a minute because to find the quote, it's sort of a main quote, but it's in a movie.
Is this the quote?
No.
Okay.
Oh, shit. I was
like, dude. Holy fuck. I don't know this movie.
Anyways,
All
we've done lost our damn 5-minute cussing.
Our goal.
We
I
are
know we're way past
still
5 minutes. But
we are still in movie quotes.
yeah, that's great. That's perfect.
Right?
Yeah. Here we go.
I'm getting dominated
Ready.
per usual.
Man, it's you who is good. You know what else is good? Smoking dope. I ain't gonna rat you out. Puffing the Chiba. Go by the seesaw, smoke a J. You know what I'm talking about? I have a belly button. You have a belly button. Well, we all have belly buttons. You know what? We all love Yoo-hoo. Especially Yoo-hoo with a little rum. What's rum? You don't know what rum is? Rumpelstiltskin? Rumpelstiltskin's a good man. So are you guys. Hey, stay clean. Stay focused. Stay strong. Frankenstein, have fun with your friends.
Tyler, I was going back and forth between Tim Farley and Adam Sandler.
Tim Farley. That's the worst thing you've ever done.
I didn't even realize.
Tim Farley.
Dude, now you fucked up my way of thinking, but I'm going with Big Daddy.
Bing, 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 bing.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh!
So this comes down to,
How did
Tyler
you do
has
that?
1. I have 2.
Yeah.
You have 2.
Down to the wire.
So the reason he remembered it, so I knew it was a hard one, but at the end it says, I was going to do just this part where it says,
Frankenstein gave it to me.
you don't know what rum is? Rumpelstiltskin?
Rumpelstiltskin.
Rumpelstiltskin's a good man. So are you guys. Hey, stay clean, stay focused, stay strong.
Adam Sandler.
Frankenstein. Have fun
That
with
was
your
Adam
friends.
Sandler saying that?
Yeah, so I've done 3 Adam Sandler movies in a row. That's because I knew there was a Halloween Adam Sandler movie coming to Netflix.
Yeah.
I'm not doing a stop scrolling, but it's out there now and you can watch it. I haven't watched it yet,
Yeah.
but it looks fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it
So,
does. It's got
Perfect.
It's got Kevin James in it.
Kevin
as well.
James is also in it. Yeah, it looks good.
Kevin James. That's
Adam
the
Sandler's
queen.
killing the Netflix game. Let's be honest.
For sure. What did you work out like a 20 movie deal with him or something? Good lord.
Right.
It's Dino got Big Daddy, and so did Comic Bob. Comic Bob got them all right. I don't have to
my
give him
brother's
credit.
in here?
Yeah, he is.
Hey, bro, you're supposed to be here. Anyways,
Yeah.
Tyler, last one.
Last
so
one.
here's the deal. You had 1 point, so you're sort of out of it. That adds a point to...
Yeah.
Well, I guess it doesn't. We weren't going 1-on-1 there. So you got 1 on tonight's
I
game.
should have went last.
This is truly the championship round. Though, because
Championship
you
round.
have 2, I have 2 now.
All right,
so,
let's do it.
Perfect. Oh man, and I went.
Hey.
I shouldn't say what
You
song
went to-
it
it's
all good.
was. I don't
Let's
know.
go.
It's all good.
Is this whispering?
Let's go. I wish I had the championship belt still here.
All right. Gotta get into character. Y'all know me. I
Gotta
like
get
to
in character. What about unbuttoning this other button, wearing gold chain?
Ooh.
Oh, hey,
Letting it all out here. That's a
Miami
taco
Vice
meeting
type
hangout.
shit out here.
Taco meeting out.
If you want to bump up the lady subscribers, that's what you do.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Sounds like you're talking about vegetables.
is that the quote?
No, that's what you were saying earlier. Your best highlight video was about
Oh, no.
vegetables and cornholes.
Whiskey Bros has a high
Speaking
homosexual
of
community
cornhole,
of
that's
viewers,
going to
which is
be
great.
cornhole. And
Oh.
when I found that video, all I could think about was just Mortal Kombat fatality of you and Levi.
Oh, is that what's going to happen? So we've got a date. Have you told people that listen to your show?
No, we can't tell the date yet.
We can't tell the date, but it's coming up this month.
Yeah, we're going to play cornhole.
We're playing cornhole this month.
They're in big trouble.
Very big trouble.
So anyway, so y'all ready? I'm going to begin now.
Okay.
The next words that come out from now will be part of the quote.
Okay.
Are you a ghost too? I'm the ghost with the most, babe.
Kyle,
TJ.
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice!
Good job, dude. Congrats.
I thought that was a
win
good
the freaking trivia game for once.
Dude, I thought that was a good quote right
It
there.
was. I knew what it was,
So
too. I
I've
just
been
figured
known
it
for
out.
a long time to be pretty good at trivia. Like, my dad's really good.
Yeah.
My dad loves the game Trivial Pursuit, but my mom, like, refuses to play with him because he's hard to fucking beat.
Uh,
But, like, I had this game called Seen It, which was on my Xbox.
Okay.
And it came with 4, like, buzzers.
That's cool.
So it had different games where you had to choose between either the, like, A, B, X, or Y, but it also had, like, your buzzer where you had to buzz in
That's
to
pretty
the
cool.
thing on your Xbox. I wish they had it for the new one, but they don't. And I was, like, dominant on that game. I was real good at it. So we start, like, doing this shit here, and we're doing this, not even when we're
And you
live. And
won.
mine just brain fart every time, but I don't know
Oh, no.
why. But
Comic Book Bob also
y'all
got...
did movies I love tonight, though. So good
That was
job,
cool,
boys.
man.
Yeah, good job, boys.
Was that fun?
That was fun.
So fun.
Beetlejuice.
Don't do it.
Don't do it, right? But anyway, so that brings me right
2020,
into it.
anything can fucking happen.
So we're all dads, so I wanted to go last for this reason because what is your thinking? Because he's also a dad,
Yep.
which we haven't brought up from the beginning or whatever.
Yeah, we should.
But I want to talk about Halloween costumes. Do you try to match everybody up? What do you remember as your best family costume when you were a kid? These are things that I want to talk about right now.
All right, I'll go ahead just off the top of my head.
Yeah,
So I already know. Me and Ryan. I'm sorry, Mom, for listening to this, but like,
Oh, no.
we were really involved with church. My mom worked at the church, and there was just this lady that came and got involved with the church that was just like anti-Halloween, like Power Rangers. Let me just tell this story because it's hilarious. No one knows this lady. I mean, if you went to church with me or listened to this as a kid, you may know. Like, my mom wanted us to stop watching Power Rangers because, they're like, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yeah. She had convinced these people at the church that they were saying Mighty Morphine Power Rangers.
They're getting your kid. Put the morphine.
Put the word morphine in the brain. Whatever, it's ridiculous. The same church that we went to around the same time is where we were at. But this one I was a young child before it was the massive place it is now. But like that. And I went trick-or-treating for the last time when I was in the first grade, bro.
First grade?
As sad as that sounds.
That's early to quit.
I quit. The last time I ever quit was in the first grade. That's why I said my mom's listening to this. I have no hard feelings, Mom. I don't give a fuck, to be honest. Like, I have fun with my kids now. I dressed up as Sully from
the
Monsters Inc. And when I just had Cannon, he was like little Mike Wazowski. It was fucking perfect
awesome,
one year.
dude.
But my best one when me and my brother were kids was probably when we were Ernie and Bert.
That's the best one. You got pictures of this?
Yeah, I wish I had it on there. Ron, if you were still here listening, send me the Ernie and Bert.
Ernie and Bert. So that's how old were y'all when you did Ernie and Bert?
So I would have probably been 3 and Ron probably would have been 5.
Sesame Street was my jam.
So we did that, and then I can remember because we didn't do that many, but when we were little kids, I can't remember. Ron was like an inmate one time, and I think I was maybe a police officer. I can't remember, but we were also Tin Man and Scarecrow one year also, which that was the old school. You remember the costumes I'm talking about? They were like the nylon. Like if you went near a flame, that mother
you're in trouble.
Plastic mask.
Watch the puppet.
Plastic mask.
It was hard. Like a little string.
That's what I'm talking about. I hope my brother finds that.
He says he doesn't have it.
Oh no.
So
text your mama.
That was your most
text your mama.
So what about you, TJ?
So I'll tell you worst Halloween costume ever. And I don't know, Mom, you know all offense you should take on this one. This is ridiculous. Her goal was to dress me up as a punk rocker, but I was wearing a pink skirt and a white sweatshirt and a pink wig. I just looked like a girl.
That was appropriate back then, though, to dress up as a girl.
What was that show? You look like a character from Sailor Moon, probably.
Legit. But, so punk rock people would do crap like that, But they would also have a guitar and, some leather and stuff and look
tattoos.
It wasn't just a little kid in a skirt and a white top like that. So I remember going to houses and them saying, get this little girl some candy, and it mortifying me. Hey, I'm down. Yeah, it sucks, man.
Did you do kids and youth theme?
So,
are you on that or not?
What
that was your
other
going
question.
as this year? What are your kids going as this year? We're gonna come back to this, Colin. You know what you're going as in a minute.
So I'm not
going as anything. My kids are.
Yeah, they're going this year. Well, I've actually got a child that's old enough where she's no longer wants to trick or treat. I have a 15-year-old that has her driving permit and everything. So
free candy? She don't want free candy? Shit, I'll take free anything.
She's like, I can buy candy. I don't have to knock on a bunch of doors,
Yeah, it's almost not cool anymore.
Once you get 15, but I would do it. Hey, I want all my kids to trick or treat so I can get the candy. Yeah, honestly, I got to test some of this stuff.
Test all of it.
But in the past, we've done some themed ones, and my favorite ones. There's 2 that really stand out to me in my mind. One, we went as Clue characters. So
that's pretty cool.
It was the wife was Mrs. Whichever one's kind of a maid outfit. Miss White or whatever.
I wish I would have played the game recently.
You put the wife in the maid outfit.
No, I've got the memory.
I was like Professor Mustard.
Finding Nemo.
But yeah, so we were all the different characters, and we had the weapons. And then another year we did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when there was 4 of us.
Incredible.
So we were all different turtles, and I had to be whichever one the kids did more.
We were going to do that this year. We were going to do that this year, but my son is obsessed with Mario Odyssey and was not taking no for an answer on Mario. So
that'd be a good one.
They're Mario and Luigi.
Yeah.
I've had a freaking debacle going on.
I think y'all doing the same thing, right?
Debacle. It's a debacle. It's a debacle.
Wow. Let's talk
because Lake is the baby. His outfit is not cute enough as Toad.
So it's a debacle with your wife.
So she said,
yeah, he's not cute enough.
All right.
We had a legitimate Bowser, Mario, Luigi,
We weren't
Princess
doing all that.
Peach, Yoshi, and Toad.
Yeah.
Full
You know, should have got the
six
cars and done
cast.
Mario Kart, is what y'all should have.
We should have done. Hell yeah. Full cast. But Toad's
Not cute enough.
not cute enough. It looks like Aladdin with a toad hat.
Is the whole idea getting
So
scrapped?
now I think I've been going as Daddy Shark. I have gone from badass Bowser kidnapping a sexy Princess Peach to a Daddy Shark, Mommy Shark, Baby Shark situation.
This is ridiculous. So, for anybody out there that wants to buy some Mario costumes, hit the number in the comments. We'll sell you those.
I'm sorry, Tyler, that's happening.
I was so excited, but I did get sent a few nice costumes where she could be like a female Darth Vader.
Oh, I think she should be Slave Leia, personally.
Me too. Yvette.
For you, not for me, you know.
Yvette is the maiden clue. Comic Book Bob is on fire. He said Yvette.
Comic
is
Book
the
Bob, we
maiden
need
clue.
you to come and move to our town and be our Jamie in here, pal.
Just let him call in.
This be everything.
We'll stream yard him in there.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's on fire. It's right up his alley.
Shit.
You probably would love your dad. You
So,
should go
yeah.
watch our
So
Batman.
Kaysen has his Luigi costume, and like it's
Is it
like
legit?
a nice Luigi.
Yeah.
I was showering yesterday after wrestling, 2 days ago after work, maybe 2 days ago after work, and yeah, Eric was like, "You still in the shower?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I hear Kaysen come in the room, so you know I was done, so I turned the shower off, pull it back, and there he was in his
Luigi?
Oh, so cute.
Oh, that's cool, man.
It's too.
I think so. We're going to give them an option, but I think that they're going to
But-
pair up.
Well, see, they screwed.
Okay.
They screwed us though, because my oldest son refused to be Luigi. He had to be Mario. Yeah, because he had to be
He's
Mario.
playing one,
He plays Mario. Yeah, he
Playing
had to
one,
be
baby.
Mario. But the visual would have looked better if Kaysen was Mario and my older son was Luigi, because Luigi was always taller than Mario.
that's
So
right,
the
it's
visual
true.
would have just been better. But
It's true.
oh well, they'll be cute as hell.
Did y'all play any of the weird
what-
games like Luigi's Mansion and stuff? Or?
I didn't. I wish I would have.
GameCube was my end of Nintendo.
Of Nintendo.
But
So
Luigi
you did play
Mansion was
Luigi's
kind of
Mansion, the first one.
if it wasn't on GameCube.
It was. That was the
No, I
first
never
release
played.
game.
I played the GameCube, never owned the GameCube.
Oh,
so that was the
so
end
gotcha,
for me of
gotcha.
Nintendo.
Gotcha.
Up until the Switch.
Yeah.
Y'all should get a Switch. It's great.
What were you on after that? I don't want to dabble too far in
What do you
another
mean?
direction, but did you go
PlayStation.
PlayStation?
We're video
Xbox.
game. We're video game talkers. Podcast also.
So
Yeah,
I went PlayStation and stayed with that after Nintendo. So I went Super Nintendo, PlayStation, and never went back.
See, I went Super Nintendo, no N64, and also had a PlayStation. But I also had a Dreamcast, which was like the beginning
Yeah,
of
Sega.
the in
That was-
between.
Yeah, did
that
you
was
get
the
the-
end of Sega? Is what that was.
Did you get the fish game, the fish man that you could talk to, Seaman?
No, but I played the Sonic game a lot. I played
so.
Man, you gotta be
I think it was called Seaman.
When I was on your show, I kept hearing about semen the whole time too when you ate your cow balls.
Listen, man.
But yes, I don't remember where I was. Halloween. So
Yeah.
my most memorable that I had, besides the time that we had to go fetch someone who got caught where smashing pumpkins in Poplar Ridge, 30 large people smashing pumpkins.
Oh,
so
Lord.
every pumpkin was getting smashed, and one kid got caught. And me and one of my buddies, you probably knew his older brother Chase.
Yeah.
Is his older brother.
Yeah.
And we had to go back and get this kid from this guy's house who yanked him up.
He got caught by the homeowner?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to go back and get it.
I thought you meant by police. No, this is way worse.
Had to go all the way back to the back of the neighborhood and go get him.
Way worse. All right, so
But I want one more question about Halloween before.
well, hold on. You were telling what were you dressed as?
Oh, my favorite one ever. And this goes back to why I wondered if you do a
And then
thing
tell what
with
your kids are going to do.
now.
The duels after this. Don't forget to say that either. You had said they're going to pair up. Tell us what they're going to be.
Yeah. So, anyways, my favorite one that I was, and it's been up here for the last 4 or 5 dabbles. I was Peter Pan, but my dad was Captain Hook, and my mom was Tinkerbell.
Oh, incredible!
So it was like a full.
Was it
Like
right
a
after that
family
movie had probably come out?
Oh no, it was right when we moved into
You know what year that
living
was?
here, which was I was
I think
5.
Hook was 94.
So 93 or 94. So right when that movie was coming out Christmas.
Bang.
Guarantee it.
Bangarang,
What
actually.
about Bango Rain?
Right.
I always thought when they threw the food, it looked like Superman ice cream, and that's why I ate Superman ice cream.
Oh, I love
Because
that.
of the
One of the
movie.
best, the buffet scene or the feast scene is one of the best ever. The food fight scene.
I'm still trying to pitch Mario and Luigi for
This year?
Mason and Liam.
You think you can do it?
I don't know. Now Emily wants to be Jon Snow and the Dragon Queen and make
That could be
Lake,
fun.
Let all the kids be dragons.
make Lake be a dragon.
That could be fun, dude.
Actually, let Lake be Tyrion Lannister. You put the scar across his face. He already small like a little person. He could be Tyrion Lannister.
So
Perfect.
before we move on, I'll tell y'all. I had all these last year. I thought my sister and Levi, they always do these real sentimental gifts to my parents, and they beat me at Christmas, and I was like, I want to come up with this is Halloween related, but I want to come up with something. So I found all these old tapes, and I had them converted to DVDs for them.
Did you use that thing that came on Shark Tank or something? It's like
I did the
legacy
guy
box.
I did the guy in White House. Been doing it for years.
I didn't know that was available.
Yeah, there's a guy. So I took some of these and had them converted, and I'm watching one, and there's a Halloween that I do not remember comes up on here. I don't remember it.
You must have got some X in your candy that year.
Dude, I don't know. but I'll just say it right now. I was in blackface, guys.
No.
Blackface.
Who were you?
But
Who were you being?
I was
a black guy.
a generic Jamaican. I had like a Rastafarian hat and dreads, and I was in blackface.
And this is Jamaican. I'm like, in 2020, you'd be all over YouTube.
Oh, yeah. I was like, I don't know how old I was.
Hey, we got another drink right here.
Oh lordy.
Yeah, let's do one more.
But anyway,
Sorry.
I can't run for president.
Before we move on.
But we're still going to stick with Halloween because I got another thing that I just wanted to ask y'all too.
Okay, sweet.
Because I thought it'd be perfect time to do Halloween with TJ here, so we had 3 people.
Well, let's talk about this before we take the shot, and this will sort of I don't know if it'll be
Another
involved or not.
shot of fighting cock.
Another one.
So it's Juice Box 6, y'all. Which we
Oh,
all know. Jonathan.
yeah.
He did
I
his.
used to skateboard with that dude.
That's crazy that you told us that. Like I start talking about hey, I don't know if y'all know this guy. They're like, hell yeah, we know him. Of course. It's like that's crazy. But he did a top horror film bracket last night. So maybe after we're done with this week, or maybe towards the end we can do top horror because this is Halloween. I don't know if you want to wait till later on to do that with you. But
Let's just do like a bracket of 8, and I'll come with 4 movies, and you come with 4 movies.
well, I think we should just tell what our favorite is
Or do our top 3.
today.
No.
Oh, later on.
Later
Okay,
on.
yeah.
Today I just wanted to ask y'all 2 things. If you are a kid now in your adult brain,
Yeah.
and you come up to, because now it's COVID time, so there's going to be a lot of buckets out there. One, you can go ahead and say if you're a dumper or not. But these are king size. You've come to the glory of all houses.
I don't know what we're talking about.
King size candy.
Okay.
It says take 1. You're only going to take 1.
Oh, it's a bucket with no hands off.
No hands off, so you get to pick whatever you want.
Yeah.
Treat
King
yourself.
size. And then the other question, you answer both of them. The other question is, now that you're a parent, what are the little bite size, or what are you looking for to pick out?
What
of
are we
their
doing
package?
when we come up to the king size? You're not.
Hey, you're asking if we
I'm
take
asking
all
like
of
in
them
your
at
adult
once.
playground. No, all of you are one. You can share if
Which
you want.
one
But
are we picking?
I want what candy bar comes to your mind if you had any choice of any candy bar on Halloween that makes you think of Halloween that's your favorite to eat on Halloween.
Butterfinger.
King size Butterfinger right there.
Butterfinger.
Ooh, Butterfinger. Butterfinger?
Butterfinger Blizzard's still my favorite up at Dairy Queen too. Which a Dairy Queen, like the new one's nice, but like the OG Dairy Queen just hit different in my
You
opinion.
talking about that? You talking about that? Dennis the Menace Dairy
It
Queen,
just hit
baby.
different, dude.
Woo!
Hit a little different. Let's take these shots real quick.
Cheers.
So we'll answer. You answer your candy after this.
Yeah.
I'm taking this. Ready?
I'm
Tyler,
not
you want to
ready.
take it? All right, you sit yours there. Maybe we'll take it. Like,
Sorry, dude. I'm doing so much at once right now. Y'all killing me.
Cheers, brother. We're not killing you. You're not doing it. Hey, brother, come on, man.
Sorry,
There we
brother.
go.
I got the wrong thing up on the screen. There we go.
Woo! Yeah.
You heard that?
I feel strong,
I
baby.
wish I didn't just hear that, but I just heard that. Anyways, name that movie.
I don't know what that is.
I do.
Comic
What is
Book
it?
Bob.
Say it one more time.
I just heard
CDB.
that. I wish I didn't just hear that, but I
heard
just
that.
heard
Wish I
that.
didn't hear that, but I just heard that. God, I can see it right now in my brain. Who's the actor?
The main actor in the movie is Seth Rogen.
Pineapple. Oh, I know who character you're
You
being.
just nailed it.
Pineapple
Yeah, Pineapple
Express.
Express,
You're
that's
being,
it.
yes.
The teacher.
Yeah.
Can I help you? Can I help you, sir?
Yeah.
That's it.
Right.
This is my boyfriend. I just heard that. I didn't just hear that, but I
Alright,
just heard that.
So what's your king size?
Oh, my king size probably is going to be Snickers.
Yeah.
I just think it's just a winning candy bar. Like I'm never going to be disappointed.
No, it's good every time.
All right, so mine has changed over time. God, right now in my own brain, when I'm just sitting here thinking, it's a Reese's King size every single time.
Reese's
Reese's. Okay.
Cups.
Reese's Cups.
So I'm thinking
Cups.
candy bars in my head. I wasn't even thinking Reese's Cups, man. That's a hard decision between Butterfinger and Reese's Cups.
Reese's Cups.
I love a Butterfinger, but I'll fuck up some Reese's
When
Cups.
I was that age, though, I liked Payday for some reason.
Oh,
I love
Paydays
Paydays
too.
today.
Yeah.
I was in Walmart looking
So
for
good.
one yesterday, and none of them had anything but king size. And I was like, I just want
Hey,
a
but that's a
normal
good pick
Payday.
deal. I'm telling you, if you're ever hungry, you eat one of those, dude. It gets your energy up. Like, I don't know if it's what the combination is in that thing, but it gets you up.
In the chat, we got Mel from Cold Truth said Milky Way.
Okay.
Dude, I cannot eat a king size Milky Way.
It's a lot of
Milky
Milky
Way,
Way.
going back to the next question to y'all, a Milky Way, I actually like to pick out as the little square
The
out of
dark
their
chocolate
bag.
ones are too fucking good because they got like a marshmallow cream
I don't
inside
know if I
of
can
them.
eat a
The
king
dark
size.
chocolate. Tell me if I'm wrong, Mel. The Midnight, I think their Milky Ways have like a dark chocolate outer, but instead of the nougat, it's like a white, like marshmallow nougat in there. And
Hollow.
It's good.
Snickers Almonds
boy.
got something white in it too.
Okay.
I like white shit.
Oh,
inside.
that's weird.
I'm just fucking with y'all.
Hey, Tyler, just because I'm noticing, I don't know if you can see yourself there, but I hate to say this loud, and I feel like you need to scoot your chair towards me. Or
Sorry.
a little bit. Yeah,
Oh,
Sorry,
you can
everyone.
see it more.
You're good,
You
you're
can
good,
actually see it more with the chest.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I always end up with anything dark chocolate. The kids never want to eat it. They're always like, take any of this dark
Are
chocolate.
you a fan of it?
I learned to just like it, but I would prefer, I think, milk chocolate most of the time.
I'm saying.
But I like that cookies and cream Hershey's bar too.
Ooh, that's Corbin's favorite and my
That's very
favorite.
good.
I'll be fighting Corbin for that thing. I mean,
King size white chocolate.
Where do y'all
Hershey's.
stand? Where do y'all stand on black licorice?
Awful.
I mean, I'm not like saying it's all. It's not like candy. Like I would have to want black licorice. I wouldn't be like, I want candy. Which one do I want? Strawberry or this? Like
I'm picking strawberry every time.
Have y'all heard of Good and Plenty? It is doesn't look like it's licorice, but it is.
It tastes like licorice?
Straight licorice.
Yeah.
Good and
Thank
Plenty.
God I've
The
never
little-
eaten it.
Look like little.
Oh, from the movie theater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Straight
know
licorice.
an old dude who loves
Gross.
those things though.
My dad likes black licorice.
Y'all remember these when they
Weird,
first
dude.
came out? These were
Like jelly beans, same thing.
bad motherfuckers, and I picked them out of my kid's bag, even to
Warheads?
this day. Warheads.
Black cherry.
Fucking nailed it. The black bag was the
black
Warheads
cherry
when they
is
first
fucked
came
up.
out. It was Halloween. I swear it had to be Halloween because I remember that.
Warheads are so exciting.
You know me, I'm like Tyler knows me. I'm like a real sweet guy. So when you were asking if I would dump the whole king size thing in my bag, as a child, like when we went trick or treating, we were going to like people we went to churches with.
Yeah,
So we were going to people's house we knew.
No,
Like, my mom was in panic mode, but
One time I hit every
But as a
fucking.
But if I lived in y'all's like neighborhood, like trick or treating, just my mom let me go out with my buddies. Oh, that's my brother Ryan. When I would have been dumping candy, he would say, "Absolutely, yes." 'Cause I was that kid. Oh, there's no one watching. This is my candy now.
That's
I
hilarious.
was that kid. I hate to say that, but I was that kid.
You're competitive.
I was
though.
a
That's
shit.
natural.
I wanted it all. I
Yeah.
was selfish as fuck.
We used to take pillowcases. One time I hit every house in Poplar Ridge
Pillowcases. Oh,
full of fucking candy, dump it out in my playroom with the rolly carpet,
Yeah.
play video games
Did
for
y'all ever have any
hours.
silver teeth in your life?
Lots of
Did y'all ever
them.
get any cats?
I'm missing a fucking so.
So I had to get them. My mom hid my candy one day because I was addicted to sugar. I still am. I mean, my grandmother would hide it in my house, and I would I would find it every
You're
time.
like in heavyweights. Got into
Literally like heavyweights.
bedposts and stuff.
Literally. Chipmunks! Down low! Yeah, same shit. But my mom thought she had my candy hidden one year, and she didn't. I'd get home from school, and I'd go get my candy and eat it, and then I'd shove it. My dresser had like a really low to the ground, so I'd shove my candy wrappers under there. Well,
That's incredible.
my mom had no idea my teeth are fucked. Taking me to the dentist one time. They're like, he's got a lot of cavities. And I came out with all kinds of silver teeth, but
That's
my mom
crazy,
about
dude.
killed me. She cried the whole way home.
So, dude, if you was to chew on some tinfoil, it would like
Oh,
rob you.
yeah. I don't have silver teeth no more, but if I did that now, I don't want to.
Years ago, what's that Disney movie where they're like,
I'm a dipper. I'm hoping
takes
by the
their
time my
powers
teeth, I dip, so I'm hoping
Remember
by
that
the
movie?
time. Say it one more time.
The movie where the aluminum foil takes their powers away. It used to be like one of them. Remember when?
Oh,
Disney
it's called
came
Up,
out?
Up, and Away.
Up and away. He's on fire.
It's
in
a
the
amazing
background.
movie.
He's
would
heating
know-
up.
You were you would not have been watching it.
Okay.
If you were watching it, you would have been way too old to be
Okay, I was like, I don't know that.
No, you wouldn't have been on. You were a skater. You're definitely not watching Up, Up, and Away.
Dude, I watched that shit.
What about the movie Brink? The
Did you watch
Disney.
that?
You ever heard of the movie Brink?
No.
Have you heard of the movie Airborne? I bring it up every fucking show.
No.
No, you're admittedly though you're not a movie guy.
No, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I really dug like Chris Farley movies and like certain styles back in the day, but no.
Hey,
No, I don't watch a ton of movies. Here's the thing. I'll say, like, I don't want to commit to the length of time it would take to watch a movie. But I'll watch that many, like, small episodes of something or YouTube fucking videos easy. So it's crazy.
All right, so thinking about this, so you how much time is a movie? Now they're like 2 hours.
Say 2
most
hours.
are 2 hours now.
Say 2 hours.
Compare that to another interest I know of yours, and I know he has like not a secret interest of this as well,
Uh-oh.
but music.
Oh, yeah.
So, but you could listen to a whole album. How long is an album?
Yeah, I mean, they're
33
totally different.
to 45 minutes long.
Yeah, right. I do that.
Sure.
I listen to music way more than I watch anything. Or if I'm watching something, I'll put it on YouTube and play a concert of someone all the time. It's
Yes.
like,
Well, let's go there
let's go there. So when you listen to an album, and you can bring up vinyl and all that. So when you're listening to an album, I just now really started. I used to just be like, oh, I heard this song, it was popular, I listened to it. It's like number 7.
right.
So when you listen to an album, and especially the music that y'all necessarily know, I don't necessarily not like it.
Right.
I just don't listen to it all the time.
Sure.
So when you listen to an album, there is some kind of story, and you've already shared your creativeness of this story they're telling through a poem or music, just like when I read the Iliad or something like that.
Yeah.
The albums can technically be built that way, and I understand and respect that. I just haven't fallen in the pattern of dabbling into it. But I feel like
dabble there.
I really want you to speak on it because like I put these out here just because he was coming.
Yeah.
And I didn't. I know you like Tyler Childers and
Sturgill
Sturgill too, but I put these two just because they're my favorites. So I
love those guys. Though.
I have probably 50. This guy has like 600 vinyls. So I'm going to let him speak on it. But I just wanted to say, so Tyler, yeah, some people do write. Back in the day, especially, they would write their album like that, where it would go from one song to the other, and you never knew it changed songs. It's like a story from beginning to end.
Well, that's what a poem is, or Shakespearean poem.
Sgt. Pepper's.
Iliad,
Have you ever heard of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles?
Yeah, it's an album by the Beatles. They created a whole alter egos and everything for everyone.
Yeah, but the whole album strings together.
Even modern artists, you'll see Kendrick Lamar. He does this on a lot of his albums. So it'll be like you take Good Kid, Mad City. It follows one person's journey through their experience of being raised in the hood.
It has the song "Humble."
What is the album name? What is the album name?
Good Kid, Mad City.
It has the song "Humble" by Kendrick Lamar.
See, I know the song, but see, I would like to actually listen to that whole story.
You take that album. It's the one. It's the one that has swimming pools. And a lot of
those are the songs that I love on there.
Yeah.
So go ahead and continue on. So they tell a story. What is the story?
Well, the whole thing is just a story. So, and then you'll go back to like Willie Nelson's Redheaded Stranger album. It's all a whole story, from start to.
Is that the song that's On the Road Again? Is that on that?
No.
Oh shit! I don't know. You know a lot more about than I do.
Yeah, let him just.
So, Redheaded Stranger is the album. It's not like any of the songs are going to be like, whoa, that's one of Willie's greatest songs. But when you take it from start to finish on that journey, you appreciate every little track, every little nuance. So just the sound of his guitar, which I don't know if you know this about Willie Nelson, but he's been playing the same guitar since Trigger since like the 70s. The same guitar. And when you see him in concert, they'll set this guitar out before anybody else comes on the stage, and people start rushing down and take pictures.
Because it's a part of the show too. Yeah.
Is it tuned? Can he play it? Does he play it?
He plays the guitar constantly.
It's got holes. Willie Nelson talks about Trigger on YouTube.
It's got holes in it. It's been signed by people he respects. He'll let somebody sign his guitar and everything.
Yeah, it's cool. So while you're pulling that up, Tyler, I'll say this. So you're talking about beginning to end.
What's it called? Trigger?
Yeah.
Say Willie Nelson talks Trigger. And one of your podcasts, you were talking about YouTube, Joshua Tree, being one of the best albums ever. So just in my brain, like I never really listened to YouTube or my parents listen to 92.9 around here, so they play YouTube. But me going out and seeking YouTube music never was a thing for me. So when the movie Get Into the Greek came out, I thought they were like sort of making fun of Bono, and I thought that's sort of what they were doing. That's what it felt like to me, but. I went and listened to it beginning to end after you said it on y'all's podcast, man.
How would you think?
It's a great album, dude. Joshua Tree by YouTube.
Yeah.
You should start it at song 1 and listen to it through the end because it is incredible.
And it's weird that I've become, in my personal life, this person that has to take up for U2. because I hated them growing up. I was a Rage Against the Machine fan, and U2 was kind of like, felt like, even though they may have had the same mission, the way they went about it, it just felt really douchey.
Polar opposite.
Yeah. And I did not like U2. But then at some point, I just, at some point, I just appreciated
Yeah, Willie and Trigger.
their music. It was
U2?
Yeah, and it was just,
See,
it's a band that like
Bono,
everyone
the
hates.
singer.
I know who U2 is, but see, it feels like to me, I have missed the culture
Yeah,
of the music. I get culture of music of genres.
right.
I can respect individual songs. You know this more than anyone. I can tell when someone is doing good music,
Right.
but I miss. I am the hit listener.
Yeah,
I am.
but I believe.
But I like the story
Go
shit.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I love the story shit. Like I think
Yeah.
that shit would interest me more. Instead of listening to a podcast for an hour,
Yeah.
I should listen to an album that actually has some kind of depth
know.
and reasoning to it. And I feel like I just mean it every now and then.
Every now and then. Yeah.
Knowing what I know about you and just the way you were raised by your mom and your dad, like they weren't. Like my dad constantly had music playing somewhere. There's music playing all the daggum time, all
Same.
kinds of different
Same.
stuff. But like your dad Tyler was teaching you how to be like a cerebral athlete, how to be a student, and he was raised by two teachers.
Okay,
And,
that makes
his
sense.
dad was an administrator, and your mom was a teacher.
That wasn't part of your
time.
upbringing.
So like a lot of
Yeah.
his upbringing was his making him a good, and that's why he is, man. That's why he's a studier and that's just from my outer
Yeah, I mean,
looking in.
Yeah.
That is why the music is like you listen to the hits because you would listen to the radio riding in the car wherever you're going, and that's all they played was the hits. So you love the hits. You love that.
that same pattern, whatever it is.
There's people on YouTube that are incredible at it. They will play like 4 chords and play every hit song ever fucking made on those 4 chords, and it sounds all the same.
Connor Maynard, those people. I love watching those YouTube videos where they
that's
change
like ingrained in
songs.
your brain. So my dad was playing stuff from. I got stuff on my phone. Like if someone went and just started playing right on my phone, I'd be like, what the fuck is this guy listening to?
What was your dad's favorite band?
He was really Journey was his. Journey. He loved Steve Perry, the lead singer of Journey, man. Like he saw them multiple times at Municipal. No, he's alive. Steve Perry's alive. He left the band. He left the band. He had a lot of throat issues.
Yeah.
The way he would hit those registers that no one else was fucking hitting way up there, and he destroyed his vocal cords. But he did some good single stuff by himself. But my dad, Journey, I would say, and then after that would probably be Boston. He was really into that style.
Probably like Foreigner and things like that too.
That style music was. He graduated in 1980. I think with your uncle.
Yep.
I think graduated the same year with him. So
Yeah, my dad was 81.
Yeah,
It's crazy the way the town intertwines.
it's so
like
weird.
that.
And they went to the same high school we went to. That's the craziest
I
part
know.
about it.
I saw my
building.
uncle's picture in the
Same
trophy
building.
case.
So your uncle now, I don't want to dive into this. But I don't know if you've seen this guy's uncle, but my dad told me his name, and I went looked him up, and this dude's fucking right arm versus his left arm.
Well, he was number 1 for his weight class.
One of his arms are fucking huge. One of them's bigger than the other. For sure.
Well, right's a little
massive.
bigger,
His right forearm is one of the
Yeah.
biggest things I've ever fucking seen.
Oh, Lordy.
It's like a
Miss Jones.
What, number 1?
Yeah, he was number 1 for the 184 or whatever the weight class was for arm wrestling in the state of Tennessee. For both arms.
Incredible.
That's so funny. I'm trying to work out with him a few
Did he
times.
ride around like Sylvester on Over the Top in his car? Freaking
Dude, that was one of my favorite movies, man.
Really?
And I watched that. And his house on time. He had that.
Of course.
Always there.
Of course he did.
Y'all are wild. I like the Tabula Blanca, whatever.
But yeah, I put vinyls out here today just because I know you're super
cool,
into
man.
that. And so Tyler, yes, they tell a story, but the sound that these make are the way I think music was meant to be listened to. Just in general. Don't get me wrong. Like when I put my beats, I got those studio beats. I got the real nice studio beats, and they don't get me wrong. Like a really clean cut, like So I don't know if you know who Harry Styles is. This is sort of out there. Yeah. Incredible artist. He's part of One Direction. But this dude is like unreal artist, writer, musician, everything. He did a cover of the song Sledgehammer on Howard Stern by Peter Gabriel. You should watch it if you haven't seen it. He does it on Howard Stern, and they do an incredible cover of that song. And they asked him, like, why do you love this song? And he's like, dude, it's like one of the best mixed songs ever made. That's cool. So I went and started listening to it on my Peter Gabriel's version on my beats, man. And it's just like the way it goes from ear to ear, and It's like they figured out how to touch this part of your inner ear that also touches like your soul a little bit. I know that sounds weird, but I'm being dead serious. Like the way they mix those songs, it sounds crazy. Incredible. But like
sounds like it touches my pee-pee.
you make my pee make your tune.
You make my pee-pee make
Different things hit you differently, you know.
No, I love it though. Sometimes you just
we can check it out one time, but I'll let y'all throw them on. Like
I love it.
The way they put that surround, the way they make the different parts of the song go to each ear and mix perfectly is unbelievable.
That's cool.
Unbelievable.
Well, so I know there's a lot of people that talk about vinyl and how it sounds more warmer
Question.
and crisper.
Okay, so I don't mean to interrupt you,
Yep,
TJ.
do it.
I just want to make sure. Vinyl. So, like, when I think of vinyl, I see these things right here, but those are 40.
Or like your shirt.
Those are 45s.
No, these are 33s. So this size.
See,
So
I don't know. What are the small ones?
Those are 45.
So those are the ones that my grandfather has.
But I'll tell you
Right
this.
there.
Yeah, so this I don't mean to. Am I messing it
No,
up?
that
looks like
you're good. I got it.
That looks like a tampon there to me.
Maxi
Maxi pad.
Yeah, sort of does.
Ooh, the wives are in the chat, I've heard, and I heard Maxi Pad, and it makes me want to say things I shouldn't say.
Yeah, please don't. For us all.
I don't know what those things are, but I like it.
Yeah,
But that is right. So this is a 33.
Yeah, so it's actually 33 and a half because it's all about the rotation speed. So the
you have
number
one at your house, obviously.
for sure, but the number is how fast it has to rotate to play the music with the needle point.
So it's like a hertz.
So this has to be 33 and a
Hertz
half
number.
rotations per minute.
It's a hertz
RPM.
number, right?
RPMs.
That's a hertz number.
I don't know what the hertz number is, but
Yeah, how long it
RPM.
takes to go around. So 45 is
yeah.
a higher number because it's smaller. It's an
It's 45.
inverse relationship. Now we're talking science.
here we go. Now we're in.
Here we go now. No, you
Right.
teach me. I make
no,
sense.
you're right though. The 45 though goes faster because it's smaller, so it's that inverse.
I know we've gotten off, which I'm glad. I'm sort of am glad.
What kind of on would I want to
but,
be on?
but maybe you can explain to me why my Ed Sheeran Multiply album will
That-
not play. Dude, I've got to play each song at like a different fucking
I
speed.
can tell you that. That's because Ed Sheeran decided to make, even though that album is a 33 and a half size,
Yeah.
it's designed with a groove pattern to be played at 45. So if you played at 45, it would be perfect.
Dude, it fucks at Erica's like, this ain't true. And I'm like, no, something's up.
So
So
that's to
that's
get the sounds that he wants.
I think it was just a novelty.
So I don't know what you know about Ed Sheeran, but he mixes all of it. He plays every bit of the song. So the beats and a lot of that stuff is him playing on his guitar and looping it all
wow.
together. Me and Eric have seen him live like
Yeah.
3 times.
That's cool.
So
He's
he
a
looks,
talented dude.
So there's literal grooves, right? And
Yeah.
it's vibrating, creating a
sound wave.
longitudinal wave from just vibrations, pretty much. Go ahead. So go ahead. So
No,
explain
basically
so-
that's it.
Yeah.
But
So-
yeah, he just did his different. But you take a guy like Jack White, he does weird things like that too. So on Jack White released an album where one side you would play it from the inside and the out the way the groove pattern was, and the other one side of the album you would play from the outside in.
Weird.
Yeah.
So where do you
set it on the
research
inside.
this? So how many vinyls do you have?
600 or so. Plus.
600.
But
600.
I also inherited.
I don't have
I inherited
600.
some from family members that passed.
Views.
You probably got 600 Pokemon cards.
I'm not a big
I know.
collector because I don't like to be like
That's a
cluttered.
collector, bro. You're a collector.
I wound up being, yeah.
So-
But
so-
I've been collecting vinyl for a long time, though. I know it's really cool right now, but I took my dad's when I was a kid and have always been playing them. I had a Fisher Price record player when I was
I remember those
extremely
things.
little.
Yeah. Would it play an actual vinyl on that thing?
It would. It would play
Oh,
45.
yeah,
I would
45
play,
would
I would
fit on
play
it for
like
sure.
the Jackson 5, and I would play Queen's Another One Bites the Dust and stuff like that.
That's
As
pretty
a
fucking
little
cool.
kid, I've been playing vinyl nonstop the whole time. So even in high school, I had a
So this ain't a new trend to this guy. This guy started the trend.
Well, I don't
He
know.
did. He's got the stamps. I need to come see these 600 vinyls. I still didn't shit in the bidet. I need my asshole washed.
Hold on. You are not truly a Whiskey Bros guest if you do not sit on the
I'm
bidet.
literally gonna drive up there one day and
Come
knock on
on,
the
bro.
door. Can you unlock it with your ring?
So I have been open. I've been holding this for about 2 hours, bro. Hurry up and get over.
No. But I want to go back to vinyls for real.
Well, before we do, you mentioned
600.
bidet. I've got a bidet for anyone that doesn't watch the Whiskey Bros.
Save your shit.
And we had a guy, one guest try it, one guest wanted to try it and didn't do it.
But I didn't hashtag save a shit. I just did it for sheer the experience.
I would have done it
See
if
what it
I
felt
would.
like. It was very cool.
I wanted it to actually see what the functional value.
To
of
see if
it
it got the shit off your
Oh,
ass.
it does. It does.
I even shaved and shit a week prior, so it would have nothing going against it.
Like, you don't even need to.
Clean.
You spray, hose her down, I kind of move around a little bit to make sure I'm getting all the edges. And then one wipe to dry things off, and you're golden, baby. Out the door. Hit the road. Cleanest a-hole in 3 counties, my brother.
That's got to build your confidence. I love it when my asshole smells good.
Dude, I feel good about my day.
You smelling your asshole.
Sometimes at the end of a sweaty day, man, it'd be long.
All right, I gotta be honest with y'all. So yeah, I smell. I like laying around all day, so I'm off on Fridays. I stayed up till like 3 a.m. last night trying to find me and stop scrolling.
Oh yeah,
literally. So really, I was playing too much Xbox. We're not there yet, but eventually we'll be at stop scrolling. I was trying to find something last night, a good one. I did find a good one, but
I got the flow.
Perfect.
Keep going.
Done lost all track of my. Well, anyway,
You were smelling.
I'll come back because I want to come back to the
So I
Bible.
was like, I get home from wrestling. I know wrestling's an sport. I didn't. You saw me. I didn't touch anybody. Didn't demonstrate anything last night, so I wasn't all next. But I get home from wrestling, end up passing out on the couch in here about 3 a.m. So I wake up, help Erica get the boys out the door. Really just put them in their car seats. All I really do. I lay there like, I wish they would shut up so I go back to sleep. That all was up for like 2.5 hours by the time they wake up and get ready for school and stuff.
Just get on to the story.
But anyways.
Good morning. You done forgot the story.
No. I laid around all day after that, and then like I sat up, and one point was like, "Oh fuck, I need to take a shower." Man. Like, and most of the time I don't put off body odor. I know that sounds weird, but like my wife's like, "Did you shower today?" And it's like, "No, I didn't shower today." She's like, "You didn't shower yesterday?" It's like, "Erica, smell armpit." She's like, "Oh, I guess you don't stink." It's like, "No, I really don't put off body odor a lot."
You wear deodorant,
but this morning I fucking stank. I had to get a shower.
You wear deodorant?
Yeah, I do. And
Here we go. He
and
was
I
talking
first
about it on the
all
one
spicy
whiskey, bro.
deodorant.
I do wear deodorant.
You do?
And I
wear anti-perspirant.
Kind of get right now.
No, don't
talk about it. But listen now. I'll tell you.
How do we go from fucking? That's only on the Dabbling Dads. We done gone from talking vinyl. I'm learning all kinds of shit over here, playing records backwards, 600 vinyl. Now we're talking about antiperspirant deodorant.
But I want to tell you this. I'm going on record saying that I don't require deodorant or anything because I just don't stink. But that has changed within the last year. I have started smelling myself on a fairly consistent basis, so much so that I've switched even the deodorant that I do use when I do use it.
All right, I got to ask you a question now.
Ask. Come on, throw it.
How old is your youngest child?
My youngest child is 7.
All right, I literally before this was going to say, I should have said it before he said that question because he couldn't have changed his answer. But there was once a book written by a female, and it said the healthiest a male could ever be is a new mate and a new child every 7 years. So what happens is your brain, your biological pheromones
knock somebody up.
Correct.
Damn.
You are giving off a very powerful. Trust me, I know this. I got 4 fucking kids. You're
my co-host Tyler here has that scent. I'm sorry.
I've been offered $30,000 for my testicle.
What did they say that?
Sorry. This brings me to our first ad, TJ.
No, that hot yoga teacher. He said, ladies would pay me $1 million for a drip of my semen.
I didn't bring this up when they were talking about saggy balls on your podcast, but let me tell you what. Mine's a 30,000 piece of gold. It's a guarantee.
You're guaranteed you knock anybody up.
No, not anybody. Just, when it happens.
Oh.
That's live. My wife's going to kill me. She's on here. Anyways, she knows. It don't take but one try. That's why she's always like.
You should, honestly, though, you're being really selfish if you don't donate your sperm to a sperm bank, I think. I think you're being selfish.
So you're looking at it from that view now. We done gone from vinyl to sperm bank.
Don't give it to the sperm bank. At least keep it for yourself, just so down the road, maybe I want to have one more kid. It's like, all right, baby, let's go get in the freezer over here.
Let me repeat what I said. $30,000 on the Brazilian black market.
Well, when are you going to get your fucking testicle removed?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm waiting for his co-host, and we're all going to do it together. And he's going to make
y'all going to hold hands and shit?
Whatever's the cheapest.
What y'all should try to do is be one of the first persons to have full ejaculation while having a vasectomy.
That already been done.
No, I was already told if you have an erection, it's not possible to do the surgery. That most nurses will thump the.
That brings us to our first sponsor, Blue Chew. Blue Chew will get you as hard as all
Have you tried Blue Chew? I'm curious about it.
The hell no.
We're off the rails.
Sorry.
Hang on, What
You're
are we
right.
talking about? That?
Sorry, I want to finish bottles because he really is a bottle expert.
You
My
want to go
bad.
back to mine?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Yes.
That's a good question.
I don't remember what the question was, but go ahead.
That's called dabbling.
Welcome to our podcast where we fuck everything
God,
up.
everyone just left the chat. They'll be back in a minute. We're going to be going to NFL Pick'ems here in a minute, so come back.
NFL Pick'ems. I'm ready
Not
to
yet.
pick
That's
my
where we're going
NFL.
back. We're going to break it up because
Okay.
there's a few things. Anyways, what were we talking about?
Vinyl.
Vinyl. So,
vinyl.
one played backwards, you have 600 vinyls. So, do you just choose one, I want to listen to them today, or do you buy new ones? Do you have a certain spot you'd like to call out for people that are local that read it, like something like that? Because I did do my research. I did ask your co-host this, that, and the other, and I did hear that you stop at various places. So, I didn't know if there was one favorite place that you wanted to just give a shout out to.
The place I'd give a shout out to, though, is Disco Joe's in Goodlettsville, Tennessee. 'Cause Disco Joe is a little shop that only sells used out records. You're not going to get the new stuff there, but it's spectacular. Everything's been cleaned. It's reasonably priced, and he's a good dude. He'll even give you a beer if you'll sit and talk music with him, so it's fun.
Sweet.
Great selection,
Disco
like,
Joe's.
is it alphabetical or
Where at
genre?
in Goulston?
It's in Goodlettsville, like in where the antique store is and all that.
I know exactly what you're
Right,
talking
that
about. Okay.
Dickerson Pike area,
Yeah.
right through there. So it's not. They're alphabetized and then genre in alphabetical order. So it's pretty great. But that's my number one. You know, obviously Grimey's is a great place to go for new records.
What's Grimey's? You said that immediately.
So Grimey's is a place in Nashville, and they had two locations. They consolidated it all to one, but they're like known in Nashville as being a great place to get new records. So you'll see people like
People
Margot
will do their-
Price will go in there and even do a concert. Or
I got to see Marcus King live there
That's cool.
this
Marcus
year.
King's awesome.
Yeah, it was badass.
Hey.
Right before Corona got crazy, me and two of my good friends that just got married here recently, I went with them and we got to see Marcus King.
So I don't know anybody
Like
else
five-
that knows Marcus King.
Yeah, he's bad,
They're all
dude.
friends.
He's
That's
like
cool.
24, 25 years old.
Yeah, youngster.
Real cold
How many
musician.
bottles do you have? I mean, this is like a connection when
I've only
asked
got like 50. So my granddad's got a lot of
I
stuff
didn't
that
know
I went through, but it's just not stuff I listen to, man.
Right.
Like, I will look at mine here later, but
You have movie scores, right? Like,
I have like the
That's
Star Wars movie scores. I have those. Yeah, John Williams is the best. I would buy more, but they're pricey, man. Like to buy them like how I would like to have them because I like to listen to them like they're brand fucking new. I know the old ones are probably worth more money. The original, were
Yeah, if they're in good enough shape, but if they're not in good
my
shape,
granddad
so
has a original print Hank Williams Senior. I'm talking about this record is like this fucking thick, dude. It's
Wow.
like heavy. The only problem is
they
he
made it out
does-
of a different material.
he
wasn't
doesn't
it?
have the sleeve.
Oh,
He does. The problem is it's in like a Ziploc bag. It's not the
Really?
sleeve. So I don't know what happened to the sleeve, but it's like an original release.
Well, they didn't
Hank
on
Williams
those.
Senior.
So is it a different size? Is it in between the 45 and the 35?
Yeah. And
So
it's
they didn't make a lot of the outer stuff for those.
Oh, okay.
So it just slipped into a little brown sleeve, most likely, and it's made of a like a more like an epoxy.
Well,
type
I'm
thing.
gonna try and
It's
get
actually
that off
played
again.
at a different rotation than 33 or 45. It's played at 78 RPMs.
I think I had
So it
that
goes
option
really
on
fast.
my- I had that
Yeah.
option on my player. Man.
Yeah,
and is
that's
that almost like the hertz of like an MP3 in which you're hearing come out? Because like if we technically took our sound right now and we ran it, it'd be down really fast and really high
Yeah.
pitched. So like so it somehow sets the grooves to where it goes to your ear. There's so much physics and science behind it, so it's made by
You're probably smarter than me on that. I just know
Well,
that it rotates at a different speed.
Yeah, it's just it's
You know what
smaller
the
or larger.
originals- The original ones looked like that. Had the big ass speaker that came off the top of it.
Yeah.
So that was using the horn. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was doing the same thing. They would take that needle and put it on there, and it was just emitting what was coming off of that vibration.
Yeah, so you
So-
can take your record on the turntable and have the needle on it and not have your speakers turned on, and you can actually still hear the music, but it's real low. And that's what that horn would do, would amplify that.
Yeah, it
the
just
sounds
goes
you
from
can hear
large,
naturally.
small sound to large sound, but
Yeah.
keeps the same. I understand like the sound of it. I just want to get more into the creative, understanding those parts
Of
of it.
music.
And I gotta ask this because I drive by it all the time. Have you ever been to the place that's like on like Old Portland
Yeah, yes.
Road or whatever? Like, is it actually
yeah.
You
a
know
place
the
to
one.
select, or I mean,
What's
you can
that?
share them if you want.
JTB's Record Shop, or Groovy Record Shop is what that's
Groovy
called.
Record
On Portland Road.
Yeah, that's it.
He apparently gets some like foreign stuff. He gets some like prints, but I've heard some of his stuff is just not in great shape.
Yeah,
Not to bash him, but
he's a nice guy, and I like going there because I like talking with the guy. It basically, for anyone that doesn't live around here, it's something you buy at Lowe's, like a shed thing turned into a record shop behind his house, which is really cool. But yeah, he'll sell a lot of stuff that's not necessarily in the cleanest of conditions like that. But he has some really good stuff too.
He gets some cool, rare shit in there, though. He really does.
And on record store day, he always makes sure to get some really cool stuff in there.
Yeah.
And I think he's connected to Joan Jett in some ways. There's like a lot of pictures of him with Joan Jett everywhere in that place, which is kind of
Interesting.
Cool. So, yeah.
So,
He's banging her.
oh lordy, Miss Georgie.
I don't know about that.
Probably brought her over from Jim Varney's land.
Jim Barney, baby. That was a good episode y'all did with my dad.
Everyone has said that. We got to get him on here again.
Yeah, we do.
Again. That's when he wanted to do it. So,
The last thing I wanted to ask is, because you brought it up earlier, but y'all didn't really go into it.
Okay.
So, like, what is the price range? If you just want a vinyl of something you've already heard, that's just something that's like, oh, I want to listen to this vinyl instead of listening to a CD.
Right.
What would it cost? And then what are we talking about? Like, what's your best? There might be priceless pieces since you said you inherited them from your dad, but obviously they all have a monetized amount. What number? Because I have literally no fucking clue. I have thousands of Pokemon cards. Thousands.
Yeah. Dang.
I have some legitimate ones. I don't have like the rare tournament Pikachu, that's the word, but I have like a lot of Charizards and things like that. So I understand that it all wavers. You know, I have a million energy that
it's
are
like
still
that Gary Barnachek over here. The Pokemon
so I want to know.
baby.
So I want to know, like, if I just want to go and buy like a new age, what do they call it, Vitriolas or whatever, that still play it, and I want to buy a new album of someone that's played it. What does that cost? And then what are we talking about as far as finding? You're in that shop; those people know it, but
big time.
I mean, it's got to be pretty a lot. I would think.
I would not spend less than $100 on a turntable if you wanted to get into this game. I wouldn't spend less, because if you spend less, you're gonna potentially damage your records and things like that too, with the needle and everything like that. So go in a cheap way.
So over 100 for
I would
what
at
you're
least
playing
on your turntable, and then for new albums, you'll spend anywhere from, you might find some decent stuff at like that $13 price point, but all the way up to that $40 price point is the range. And like, I just saw the new Run the Jewels album in a store recently, and it was, I think, $33.99. So that's kind of a good.
This is pretty new, Tyler. It was like $17.99.
Yeah, so
only $17.99. See, when I look at that, it's like, damn, I'm getting this big, nice artwork. Even
that's what I love about it. And I wanted to go there a minute ago, and I know we're about to move on from this, but like, what's cool about these vinyls is not only do you get to listen to it in sort of a cool kind of way, but it comes with the artwork inside. Something people have worked really hard on. Like, grab Sturgill right there and pull this. That's got a cool. That's
right. The Legion of Doom over here.
Yeah, he's already been knocked over this year.
Oh, damn! Way too fucking soon. Sorry. Hey, we got somebody else down here. Who else we got down here? Oh shit, we got.
He fell off.
Who is this dude? I don't even know this dude.
That was not. That's the Legion of Doom guy. He just says.
Oh, that was Spangled. I don't even recognize him. Okay.
Yeah, Tyler. They all have some sort of artwork or something.
I mean, that's a pretty good price now that I'm really thinking about it. You know what I mean? I'll dabble into all kinds of
like
shit.
Brand new, like Walmart, believe it or not, has a good selection of new stuff that's out.
Really?
But they're high dollar. You're going to pay about $30.
So
it might be hard to get to stand back up here.
Okay. I was trying to say this earlier. I just enjoy the experience of so much of when we used to go get a CD.
Media play. We've talked about it on this one before. But
Open that bad boy up. Look at the magazine. Just like have that content. I get to do that again with records, and I enjoy that.
Yeah.
And so I listen to Spotify subscription. I listen to a shit ton of music that way. But sometimes it's just nice to live with that.
Do they have the lyrics in these albums when you open them up? Because I remember when I had CDs back in the day, fucking we bought CDs.
Yeah.
There were lyrics in there back then. Like, that's just...
Yeah. It's up to the artist however they want to design it. So it's kind of cool. You know?
So does a machine... How do you... I don't know if you know...
Lyrics.
All the lyrics on there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this much, and if you don't, you can just be like, I don't fucking know. I might just be asking too deep. But, like, when they first made these vinyls... Was it a machine, like a printing press that made these, or was it like their first ones were like hand? Like, you know that, or?
Well, I don't know about the first ones, but I've seen videos of some of these old 78s being made where they would have like an orchestra.
78 would be a small thing?
78 was the in-between, and it spins really fast, 78 RPMs. But I saw these being made and then having an orchestra playing live, and it would be a machine cutting this out. Oh, that's beautiful. I love
Look at that art.
I love the
That's
art.
what I'm saying. For how much? $17?
And Tyler Childers,
$17.99.
he uses a guy like Colonel something to do all of his artwork.
Yeah, it's all pretty similar.
I can
So how do they make them?
But I mean, it was a machine. It was digging these grooves in as the vibrational waves was being captured. It was putting that onto a heated up soft polyurethane.
So it was just vibrating, like resonance almost, just vibrating, and it gets hot.
And it would make a key, like a mold, and they would make the other records off of that mold. So they would make one, and then they'd make all the copies. So I don't know.
So they would just like use it as a cast.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
After the first time.
And if you would like a free copy of this Tyler Childers Country Squire album, I just found the free MP3 download.
We're done giving out free fucking songs on Dabbling Dads.
Sponsor, Tyler Childers.
Dude, Tyler Childers just dropped, with no hype behind it, just dropped a bluegrass album. A bluegrass instrumental album. Just no hype and just dropped it randomly.
I loved it. A lot of people bitched about it, but I loved it.
Yeah.
What has he made? Different albums or different genres?
No, you're thinking of Sturgill Simpson.
I'll start the other person.
Sturgill is this guy right here. So his first album ever was like true bluegrass. And I'm going to go into this for a second because we're talking music and this is his lane. So that's where we would really like to stay because he's here. Anyways, this guy here, his first album ever was straight bluegrass. Like hardcore bluegrass. One of the best you've ever heard, in my opinion.
I got to pee.
This is his third, second or third?
I think it's his third, yeah.
Yeah, so his second was the one with the mountains. I can't remember what
you know Sturgill a little bit better than me.
So his first two were sort of bluegrassy country. This one is literally like a
rock almost.
It's sort of like rock, but it's like I don't know what to call it. It's very different. It's not a country album. It's not. It's really good,
but it's not rock. Yeah, you're right.
It's not. So he's done all kinds of. So he just did
like
anime
psychedelic.
Did you watch the anime film?
No. Oh yeah.
The album
for the new album. Yeah,
it was interesting. I wasn't a huge fan of it,
but the music though it got harder. What's interesting, he did that, and then we know where he's going now with his.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Did you watch him do the Ryman live show? And he announced he's taking all of his. I'm pretty sure he said his entire catalog. And recording them how they were written as bluegrass songs.
That's gonna be
I cannot freaking wait.
Yeah.
Like, I am super excited about that. But these two guys Sturgill's been around a little longer. Sturgill was actually the guy who found Tyler pretty much, I'm pretty sure.
And he produced this album.
Yeah. Produced all of his albums so far, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure his drummer played on the Purgatory album.
Yep, that's right.
Which
is how the first time I heard Tyler Childers.
So good, that Purgatory album. Yeah. I listen to it every day.
Yeah, I remember first hearing the Featherhead Indian song.
Feathered Indians.
Feathered Indians. Yeah. And then I was in New Mexico and I heard that song and I was like, "What is this?"
Yeah,
dude, this is something new and different. It's amazing.
It's really good. It's country, but it's like what country has become now is just pop music with. They like put the twang on the guitar. Right. That's the only thing country.
And I like some of that, but
some of it's catchy.
Like I like a Morgan Wallen type guy.
Yeah, their songs are super catchy.
This is real.
That's country music. Real. If you want to listen to country music, Tyler Childers, Sturgill Simpson,
and I put Jason Isbell in that. He's an Americana artist, but I really like him as well.
He's up there. But Morgan Wallen's cover of his
Cover Me Up.
Boy, I'm telling you, that one definitely makes my PP maker tingle. So,
hell yeah. Brad Paisley, Kenny Chesney, Keith Urban, them motherfuckers sing the shit out of some country music.
See, me and Tyler started listening to country around the same time, which is when those dudes were huge on like pop radio.
Dude, Keith Urban can play the guitar. Brad Paisley can play the guitar.
I don't doubt their ability to be musicians. It's just their songwriting has become so cookie cutter in that industry. I can't hardly listen to it, man. It's like you're singing about shit that in my brain I truly feel you don't know anything about. Tyler Childers, this guy right here is singing about shit that's real fucking life.
Yeah. And we live super close to where like the Florida Georgia line guys live.
Yeah.
And I've heard nothing but good things about them personally. But that's
I think he finally sold that place, by the way.
Okay.
I think he's finally gone. Yeah.
But
he did live there for a while.
Feels like it's void of a little bit of soul a little bit. Yeah,
realness.
And I don't think it's realness, and I don't think it's bad music. I enjoy this. I enjoy it, but it would not be comparable to a Tyler Childers.
To me, I agree. I'm 100% on that.
So I'm just trying to understand. So I get what you're saying. There's no soul in that. Are there? Go back to vinyl just a little bit. Earlier you said Kid Cudi. Can you listen to Kid Cudi on vinyl?
You could.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have Jay-Z.
Absolutely. And Kid Cudi would be a great artist to listen to him by. Because it is a type of music that you need to set with.
The Black Album, Jay-Z I have in there. It plays sick on vinyl, dude. I got it. I've got it. It plays real good.
Well,
it got given to me for free.
Well, really a
That's
recommendation podcast now that I'm thinking.
Hey, we got to talk about AC/DC dropped a new track this
Did the track come out?
this week. They dropped a new
I
single.
didn't hear it.
Really?
And my review, it sounds like an AC/DC song. So it's exactly what you'd expect.
Give me an AC/DC song.
Back in Black,
that.
Thunderstruck.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Thunder
Hell's
Chief.
Bells.
Is Hell's Bells.
He can probably name
Yeah, no.
1,000
Okay,
more.
wait, name us a few.
Well, Back in Black is the one most people think of first.
Back.
Or Shook Me All Night Long.
I do like the idea of those bands where they made their own, like Kings of Leon. I love Kings of Leon, but they just make their own.
Tennessee Boys.
It's not that they don't make their own music, because I still think the other is creative.
Yeah.
The other, you're making your own beats. You're taking those sounds and meshing them together in a way. But to actually play the instrument,
Right.
I've seen you try to learn the ukulele. Do you play an instrument?
Not well.
I mean, I've seen instruments try to be learned to be played.
Yeah.
Unless you have a knack,
Yeah.
or you're
So
willing
very
to
hard to
spend
do.
hours. If you don't have a knack and you're not willing to spend hours, instruments don't work.
Right.
Well, Sturgill Simpson could sit with a guitar by himself in front of probably 30,000 people, and they would be entertained.
I think so
Probably
too.
because he can play
I
the
love it.
shit out of
Hey,
it.
I have a thing. I don't want to go.
No, do it.
No.
Do it. No, do it.
No, dude, I know we're talking about music, but that was one of the things. Like, I have a list of
Well,
things.
since
that
we're
I
in
think
music,
like-
though,
yeah, let's do it.
And this week we had Eddie Van Halen, R.I.P., passed away.
I was gonna bring that.
I have I pulled up what Rolling Stone considered the top 10 guitarist of all time.
Ooh.
And this was not just Rolling Stone magazine, like a couple of editors. They had a lot of people in the business
Okay.
vote.
All right.
And the top 10, I wrote down right here. And I'm just curious if you could, how we want to do this. Would you like to try to guess a few that you
Yeah,
think
let's
might
try to
be in
guess.
there?
Let's try and guess.
Okay.
I'm just going to go one that I feel
I'll just
like
take
probably
it if you're
obvious
in
is Slash.
Slash would be my
Not
one.
in the
Yes.
top 10.
John Mayer.
John Mayer, not top 10.
All right, that list is fucking horseshit. In my opinion.
Hey, so what is
John Mayer's the best guitarist
so
in
we
my
could be
opinion,
any genre of music.
Yeah, just
All
guitar
right,
players.
Eddie Van Halen.
Eddie Van Halen's definitely on here. He's number
Okay.
8.
Okay.
Sammy Hagar, did he play the guitar?
Sammy
B.B.
Hagar's
King.
not. B.B. King is on here. B.B. King's number 6.
Who's the black guy who played it all wildly?
Is it what?
Ralph Macchio. Ralph Macchio from Crossroads.
I love that movie.
The black guy who plays it wildly.
I know who you're talking about, but you're talking about Jimi Hendrix?
Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, he's number 1.
Holy shit, give me the points.
Nicely done.
Yes,
They got
number
him as the
1.
number one guitar.
Brad Paisley.
Not on there.
No. Hold on.
How many do we got so far?
Neil Sean.
You got like 4. What'd you
No,
say?
no, Sean ain't gonna be on. He's one of my favorites.
Well, I'll say
We
Angus
need
Young not even on there. We know
Can I name the band and
Sure.
that count? Okay.
Well, I can just go through from
Yeah, go
10,
through it.
10 to
I'll let you
1.
do it.
So number 10 was Pete Townsend
Who's that?
of The Who.
Is Chuck Berry on there?
He is, absolutely.
Give me the two African Americans, baby!
Number 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I love Chuck Berry. My
Me
dad
too.
introduced me
St.
to Chuck
Louis.
Berry. You like that?
Which I don't want to bring this up and get too far off, but Back to the Future. If you remember Back to the Future, what is Back to the
Yeah.
Future?
Yeah.
It's your cousin. Something Berry. I'm trying to remember what the actual
They're
quote
putting
was.
Johnny B. Good on there.
Johnny B. Good, Brown Eyed Girl, School Days. I know a lot of Chuck Berry.
That's like his dad's era.
R.I.P. Chuck Berry. But
Yeah.
now listen, when I see this here, I thought you guys put this here because of Eddie Van Halen passing. Because if you'll know, when he puts the headphones on his dad, I guess, or mom, who's he put the headphones on? Michael J. Fox, and he plays the track.
His dad.
He's making him think he's an alien.
Oh, yeah, that's his dad.
So he plays Eruption, which is just a guitar solo.
Oh,
from Eddie Van Halen. Yeah, so R.I.P. There it is.
My dad told me a thing today on the original Beat It cut. The solo on the original Beat It cut is Eddie Van Halen.
Really? I didn't know that.
Never
That's
fucking
cool.
knew that.
Y'all always be blowing my mind.
Yeah, my dad told me that this week, but yeah. I never
that's
realized
like-
he was playing Eruption right there.
And that just shows you dabblers out there. Everybody dabbles into something. He's a dabbling
Music.
expert in music. And we
Music
do that.
dabbler.
Let me run through this real quick.
Run through
Go
it.
ahead. So one, start it.
Pete Townsend was 10 at The Who. Dwayne Allman from the Allman Brothers was number 9. Eddie Van Halen, they had an 8.
Is there a Beatles on there? A Beatle?
No.
No, of course not.
Chuck Berry was 7.
Played their guitar girl.
B.B. King was 6. Jeff Beck from the Yardbirds, and he played for Rod Stewart some too, was number 5. Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones, number 4. Number 3 was Jimmy Page from Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Number 2, Eric Clapton.
Oh,
And
They
number
didn't
1,
even have your boy?
Jimmy Andrews. They didn't have Angus.
No.
Or Jack White.
Your other boy.
Or Tom Morello.
Didn't have Morello on
Didn't have
there.
Morello. He might have been 11 or 12.
He's a Guitar Hero legend.
Legends.
Anyways,
I love Guitar Hero. I used to.
It's just different. So guitar styles are so different. And so
Right.
that's awesome.
So that's kind of fun.
Yeah. So
I also was curious to ask y'all what your first CD you remember spending your money on. You remember this?
mine was not a CD.
I do.
Mine was. I can remember the
I gotta look up
first
the name. I know
cassette
the
tape?
artist.
music I've ever bought on my own, and it was the Lion King soundtrack, and it was on VHS at Toys R Us in Rivergate.
It was on VHS?
Or VHS, Jesus fucking Christ. Cassette tape.
Cassette tape, okay.
Yeah, I'm
Do
sorry.
you remember the first CD you bought though?
Um,
Lion King soundtrack's good with that. A lot of Elton John tracks.
I think the first one I ever bought was Casey and JoJo, whatever
Woo!
the All My Life, whatever album that
yeah.
was on. And that
I
might
used
be
to
what
be
the
dancing
album
like
was.
this with that motherfucker.
That was the first CD I ever bought.
Ooh, you look good, girl.
Creed was one of my early ones. We
Yeah.
talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
The band Creed, Bullets was the name of the album. It was dude, that thing went hard. I'm
That
sorry.
was
I
the
won't
one
carry
with
that.
18. I mean,
Yeah, I had those. I don't remember.
What If on it and everything.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember the headphones, but they like went around your ears, but they like cupped your ear and went around the back of your head. I had me a pair of those. I'd lay in my bed and thought I was just
Badass.
too hard listening to Creed in there, you know.
What was your first CD, dude?
Hold on. I want to look it up because I want to get it right. I know
I'll tell you
the
mine
artist.
this.
Go ahead.
The Mighty Mighty Ball Stones, the first CD I remember buying from Disco Round in Rivergate. You could go and listen.
No idea what that is.
You could go and listen to stuff too. It'd be like used CDs. Pick it out. You could take it up there and say, "I want to listen to this." They would set you up with the
Over
headphones.
by the Old Country Buffet?
Exactly where it's at.
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
And I bought the Mighty Mighty Ball Stones album was my first. A ska band, man. So
Tell me a
yeah.
song.
They did The Impression That I Get.
Don't know any of that.
Lost.
The Impression That I Get.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Pull it up.
There you go.
Pull it up.
Hold on. Let me hear it. What is it?
The Mighty Mighty Ball Stones, Impression That I Get. You know this track. Come on, boys.
Impression that I get.
There it
Mighty
is.
Mighty Boston.
There it is.
Go,
Let's hear it.
boys.
Let's hear it.
Tyler Myers
Shit.
gonna be mad as shit for us.
This
for not knowing
dude,
this.
we just missed all this music with Tyler Myers.
You
He's
think
probably
Myers
mad.
listen to this?
It's
Ska
Myers
music?
in here, man.
We're having an ad from Chevrolet Ford.
Ooh.
Chevrolet Ford.
Oh, it's from a video game. Okay.
Oh, it's fucking turning off. Turn it off. Probably. Look, turn it off.
No, this is on a movie I want to look at. Is it on Clueless?
I swear it's on there.
I think you're probably right. That or American Pie, one of the two.
It could be American Pie.
Ever been close to tragedy?
Yeah, I know this song for sure.
This is fucking Clueless.
First CD you ever owned.
This is the first CD I
Oh,
ever.
yeah. Clueless, I think.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Look,
I had cassette tapes before that, but now I can say.
Soon it comes down on We're getting a fucking copyright. All right, Kyle, did you already say your first CD?
He said his first piece of music.
My first thing I ever knew I bought with my own money was like birthday money, and I bought the cassette tape of the Lion King soundtrack when I was in the first grade. I remember taking it to school thinking I was cool, and then my buddy Tyrone showed up with Shaq's first cassette tape he ever put out the rap on. And I felt like a little bitch out there on the playground with my Lion King cassette tape.
Dude, you were super young when that sound
shit.
came out.
I was in the first grade.
Dude.
He came out with two. His first one came out when I was in the first grade, and my buddy Tyrone had it, which I think was actually his brother Derek's, who you probably went to school with.
Okay. Do
Yeah.
you remember the game Shaq Fu?
I do. I had it on Sega Genesis.
We ain't got Shaq. Where's Shaq?
Terrible video game.
Where's Shaq?
Sort of like Shaq's right there, buddy.
Where is he at?
Behind the
Oh,
Jordan
there.
bird game.
Yeah,
I was on like a little stand, but
Oh,
I'm a huge
dude.
Shaq fan, man. I got a Shaq jersey. My first basketball jersey of someone else's I ever owned was a 34 Lakers Shaquille O'Neal jersey.
Dang,
Yeah.
dude.
So, yeah,
I remember when he was breaking backboards.
I remember when he did the
Magic.
movie
Yeah.
Steel.
Me too.
Do you remember the movie Steel?
Yeah, the Superman thing on there.
It still was an old comic book
I
about
remember
like an
Kazam.
ex-military guy who gets hurt in like a military experiment.
Yeah.
And then he,
You want me to pull it up?
are you going to pull up the...
Well, I got my album pulled up if you want me to.
Oh,
do
yeah.
that.
Yeah, play it.
Play it. Let's see what you
Right,
got.
so my first album was actually Bare Naked Ladies. That
Oh!
I was actually
Yeah, let's hear it.
buying. 1 week. 1 week. I don't know if it's playing or not. Oh, I got the mute on.
I'm angry. 5 days since you left, you made me sing. Get back together, come back and see me. 3 days since the living room.
And I love this song, man. I love it.
Like getting all the lyrics.
Today's till I say I'm sorry. Hold it now, I want to hoodwink. Does it make you stop think? You think
We'll
you're
talk
looking
about
at
Chad.
man.
That is the
Selling
third
fish to
whiskey
the
brother.
dish.
We're gonna have to
Like
go on
a
to
like
that.
a sushi cause there's never touch a fire
Daddy
pan.
Bud,
Like wasabi when I bust rhymes. Big like Leanne rhymes. Because
gonna
I'm all
have
about
him.
value. 30
He does,
for got mad hits. You try to match wits. You try to hold me but a bust through. Can I make a break and take a picker like a stinking Nick and shake it like vanilla? It's the finest of the flavors. Can I see the sugars and you know the
Tyler
flavor? Always
being
gonna
here,
go
tell
cause
us
it's so
the
dangerous. You'll have to sign a
Blues Traveler
waiver.
song I
Can't I help it if I think you're funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile though I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral. Can't understand what I mean well you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of taking off my shirt and spending 1 week since
Pretty sure that's the oldest one that I remember.
Remember the singles? So we had like Chumpawumba Tum
Thumpin', yeah.
We had
$1 million.
Men in Black by Will Smith, Wild Wild West by Will Smith.
Yeah.
That was like the age group I grew up in. But
The
we had all
first
those things. Hampton Umbop,
Yes.
Believe It.
Bop. I don't know. I can't sing a lyric.
Thank you.
But
for
let me
not-
say, sorry,
Just kidding, dude.
I did, dude. I'm terrible. You know that. My first parental advisory.
Oh,
I remember
shit.
those
That's a
because
good
I
one.
remember I bought it at the mall. They
Yeah.
didn't have the time on there. We have no idea how long they're going. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Oh,
It
Sometimes
doesn't
you get
matter.
lost.
Oh my
Dude,
God.
sometimes you get lost in the garage. TJ will be out here for hours.
Good, I like it.
Chadrick said music's too loud. Can't hear y'all talking.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Chadrick. Sorry, bud.
Chadrick?
I don't.
Is that his real
I
name?
didn't
I
think
think
about
it's Chad. I think it's Chad.
Oh.
Chad.
Oh,
he,
Chad.
said, "Where's the whiskey?" Chad, you
We
may
had
have
it. We
missed
were
this,
doing
bud,
fighting
but
cock
we've been doing
shots.
shots of fighting cock, but you have to go back and watch the beginning.
As I said before, Chad's coming in trying to be all demonstrative.
I love it.
He's right about. He's already
Don't use
attacked.
words I don't know on this podcast.
He's done attacked me for my audio editing, which we all know I ain't got a fucking clue. This is a $50 podcast, pretty much. Me,
Damn, dude, I think it's a good setup over here.
And then he attacks you for bringing whiskey. He done Indian gave the fighting cock, and we're taking shots over here.
Pilgrim Giver.
Pilgrim Giver. That's gonna be the name of this podcast. It'll probably get a lot of
TJ's a Pilgrim Giver.
TJ, the Pilgrim Giver.
Well, I knew you guys don't even really drink a lot of whiskey,
No,
so I was
not
like,
at all.
I don't know if they're going to want me to bring much whiskey, so maybe we'll take a shot or two.
I drink Miller Lite. I mean, we got some rum. I'm Puerto Rican a little bit. I don't know that my dad's half Puerto Rican. My granddad actually lives in Puerto Rico, like right now. Still lives in. Oh, dude, Ultimate Warrior. You know, he's resilient.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Till he died.
Puerto Rican.
But anyways, my granddad's Puerto Rican, so we drink. I like rum and I like vodka. I usually don't like darker liquors, but you know,
Right.
since I've tried them with y'all and whatnot, they're growing
You
on
started
me.
growing?
I've shot that twice, and both
Let's
times
do it.
it's like, fuck.
Is there enough for another one?
Yeah,
Let's do another round, boys.
Your brother said run around, but y'all heard it as another round. Y'all are
Run Around
fucking
is,
me up.
Ryan, you are correct. Run Around is
It's
a
a Blues
Blues
Traveler
Traveler song, but
Hook is the one
Hook
we're-
has the, God dang, I wish I could remember it. The hook brings you back.
Yeah.
But I don't remember what he says real fast. I can't remember. But if you listen to that song, it's actually a song about songs being about nothing. But if you have a good hook, it always brings the people back. So they'll listen to it over and over.
That's
If you
cool.
truly listen to the
Kinda
lyrics of that
brilliant. Which
song,
song?
it's called Hook by Blues Traveler. And if you know the Blues Travelers, you do. He was at the end of what's the movie? Kingpin.
Yeah, John Popper.
They're the Amish band
John
playing. They're the Amish band at the end of Kingpin, and he's playing the harmonica. Incredible. By the way,
Great movie.
By the way, TJ,
Or Chatty.
Chad, the whiskey was here, but it is now gone. So that's where the whiskey went, bud.
Pilgrim gave my ass.
Well, I didn't think he tried it, actually. He said
No,
he
we're
didn't
gonna let you not drink water for about a month and then piss in this. It'll look just like
Hell
it'll
yeah.
just look like some whiskey.
I'm still putting that up behind us.
That just shows me you didn't even like that fighting cock out of Rashi now, TJ.
You're crazy.
you done hurt my feelings. You're not invited to my birthday party.
Well, you brought that other shit that's so good. How can I compare? Yeah.
Hey, I will say this. I've listened to all of y'all's. It was the first time that y'all took a sip and immediately were like, that's fucking good. Like, I think I think when y'all realized it was a Scotch in y'all's brains, maybe y'all thought like, "Oh, this is gonna taste like fucking shit."
Well, I thought it was gonna be different. Yeah.
And then immediately we're like, "Oh, that's actually fucking good."
That was awesome.
I did a lot of research on that, dude. The bourbon finish for the 3 years gave y'all what y'all wanted, but I needed it to be
That little Scotchy
a little
Scotch.
fruity. I needed it to be a little bit fruity.
Yeah.
So are we done with music?
We are. I think we are. That was cool though. I
That
mean,
was fun.
I would like to actually. Come
You
up
never
and
told
sort
me
of look at
though.
what
What
you
is
got
the
in
most expensive? Like, go into that
In my
price range
collection?
real quick.
that you
Not
ever
necessarily
bought?
your collection, but what? I don't mean like the rarest, like $10,000 thing. But what is something that you'd be willing to spend money on?
I mean, I'm different than most people. So there's folks that would, certainly you take like a Ledbetter or some jazz stuff that they didn't make many of. It's really important. They would spend a lot of money on. But for me, the coolest record I would think about as far as value and everything is someone in Levi's family was, toward the end of their life, and they had a record collection that he let me go through, see if there was anything I wanted to have. And
Awesome.
And I took an album out. Most of them were not in greatest shape because they'd been water damaged and stuff. But I took a record out because I knew that Townes Van Zandt had written Willie Nelson and Merle Haggard's Poncho and Lefty song. And I said, well, I don't really know much about him. I'll take this out. And this is a live performance. And it was a decently rare album. So, I think it's not crazy value. It's probably worth a decent amount of money. Say it'd be worth $100 or something. Say like that. But this record is just like introduced me to a new artist that I just love.
What was the artist again?
Townes Van Zandt. Someone I should have known my whole life.
Hold on.
He wrote the song Poncho and Lefty.
No,
not from Lynyrd
TJ.
Skynyrd.
I swear,
okay.
I think.
Okay.
Oh, he's not from Lynyrd Skynyrd because my mom used to work
Yeah.
at in Hendersonville, and
Yeah.
one of those neighborhoods. She worked at the pool, and there was a cousin of Van Zandt. I'm pretty sure that lived in that neighborhood.
Yeah, so Ronnie Van Zant and those guys, Johnny Van Zant and all those were some of the people in Lynyrd Skynyrd. It's just coincidence, I guess.
That they
This
got
is a
the
guy
same
from
name.
Texas.
It's weird.
And Lynyrd
Very
Skynyrd's from
strange.
Florida, but he wrote the song Poncho and Lefty that Willie Nelson and Merle Haggard did, and he's just an incredible artist. And so I found that in that mix of albums that someone in his family had.
Well, I'll say this, Tyler, just to give you perspective real quick. I'm not going to go into detail, but you just said Jimi Hendrix was the number one guitarist ever on the list. Andrew, me and him went up there to Tennessee Flea one day.
Oh, yeah.
And someone was up there. It might have been the JTB guy. I'm
Sure.
not sure, but he had in great condition, live Jimi Hendrix. I wish I remembered what it was, like 70 something. But it was like $120, and
$120.
Andrew bought it. It was in great. I mean, this
That's
thing
cool.
looked brand freaking new, but it was original cut, original release. Like Andrew's
Yeah.
got it at his
Hendrix
house
got
right
in like 69, so it would have been pre.
which
it would've been
Leah,
pre-
our friend Andrew, his they're big Deadheads. They're really big.
Grateful
into
Dead guys?
Yeah, so he's got some original cut Grateful Dead stuff that's pretty cool too. But yeah,
Are we ready? Just real quick to wrap up the chat. Chad said, I'm pretty sure most of the songs y'all just named were on the album Now One.
that's right. You're probably right, Chad. Let's be honest. You're probably
Now
right.
One. What do
Now
they have
that's
now?
what I call music.
I think it's like now 60 something. I really do believe it's that
Holy
far.
shit. I owned a few Nows. I think I owned
I
Now
did too.
7.
I did too.
When I remember that.
I used to get the Christian ones.
Now that's what I call
Lonnie.
Jesus.
Now, that's
Show
what
him
I
your
call
calf. Show him your calf. Show him your calf there.
What's he got on his
Cross.
calf?
I got
Oh, okay.
Otherwise,
I'm just
Chad said he listened to Hook about Sorry.
You're good.
Chad said he listened to Hook about 1,000 times to learn the fast part. I don't know what he's fucking talking about because I'm lost.
Hook,
That's what
the
we were
Blues
talking about.
Traveler song.
Oh, I got you.
The song is called Hook. The main chorus is the hook brings them back, which means the hook of songs. As long as the hook is good and people listen to it, it's pretty much what the song is about.
It's not wrong.
And it's a great fucking song. That's what it really is by him.
And he told you to save that bottle, but it is now time.
Yeah, we'll talk about. Oh no!
NFL!
Hey, tell us, Chad, real quick. Music too loud right
Pick
now.
'em!
Can you hear us right now, Chad?
I'm going to cut us way down.
Cut us way down.
I'm going to cut the music way
Okay,
down.
perfect. We're doing
Chad.
this live thing, so if you're listening to this and you're listening to it a couple of days from now, if it sounds all over the place, this is literally our first live guest.
Baby.
Our third live.
We're trying
recording ever.
sounds. We're doing some crazy shit tonight. But I got NFL pick'ems.
So bear with us.
Is there anything you just want to talk about NFL-wise? And then after NFL, I figured we talk a little bit of sports.
So I sort of want to just talk about the Titans. You know, I'm a massive Titans fan, obviously, with McNair and George right there behind Tyler's head there.
I hope y'all can still hear the music in the background.
Casey, got Bonkers, the freak right here. But they are the first team to get multiple COVID positive tests.
Damn, dude.
So they're playing Tuesday night, as long as they don't get another positive test. Their game that was supposed to be played last Sunday has been moved to October 25th. And if I was them, I would get everyone COVID at this point. It's like, who wants to get COVID right before the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Right before the playoffs.
Just have everybody go like
Everybody get it. That way we know we're not going to fail again. We can do whatever the fuck we want.
That's true.
Go ahead and just let everyone get it. I don't want to steal that. Clay Travis was the first person I saw say that, and our buddy Derek shared it, so I don't want to steal his ball. He was the first one to say that. But I 100% agree with it. So,
I met Clay Travis at the Titans practice facility. Good dude.
I've got a picture of him from Sports Fest in like 2009. Me and him when he was still on 3HL when I loved him. He's gone way too political for me now. I love Clay Travis just because.
3HL Clay Travis is the era I met him too.
Fucking awesome dude, man.
Dude,
like one of the best guys on radio for sure in the nation, in my opinion.
He still is. I listen though because I have SXM.
It's too political for me now, man.
He's a lot political. I used to listen every morning. Now I do not. I only listen to fantasy sports, and other than that, I listen to my fucking Gators.
Embarrassing.
I can't wait till we. Oh, hell yeah, TJ!
That around me.
Hell yeah, TJ! But I will admit, so the Titans game better fucking happen on Tuesday because I'm making a move right now in one of my
making moves,
making a move in one of my fantasy leagues, and I need Josh Allen's ass to play, and I need him to spank the Titans. Besides the Titans winning on the final scoreboard.
Chad said, just real quick, not to cut you off.
What'd he say, man?
The song is about that poster behind TJ, which is a hook poster.
Oh,
he nailed it. He nailed it. That's true.
Audio is good, perfect. So we're talking right over NFL sound.
So let's do it. Let's do our.
Yeah, let's do it.
So did you research, or you're just going to go off top of the head like me?
I'm just going to go off top of the head.
So I don't research either. I only watch the Titans. I'm a diehard football fan, but I'm a diehard University of Tennessee and Tennessee Titans fan. I don't give a shit. I do love the Packers just because I was a huge Brett Favre fan. Don't get me wrong. So they're like if the Titans ever lose, I don't make the playoffs.
You can't see
him. Yeah, you can't see him. But if the Packers ever make it and the Titans aren't playing, I will cheer for the Packers. But I'm a Titans fan through and through.
So I watched a shit ton of football growing up, and until about 5 years ago, and I just decided to stop. Before we had the Titans, I was a Cowboys fan, and then I became a Titans fan as soon as we got the Titans for sure. And then I haven't watched, but I watched a lot of MMA. But I'm gonna go based on what I've just absorbed through culture.
Perfect. I love that. I love that. Sounds great. Now I'd like to just transition to all sports right now during this time, whether we go to other things or UFC.
Because there's NBA. You probably don't watch NBA at all. Probably never have.
I have watched NBA.
I do want to talk a little MMA too.
But we'll go to MMA.
I'm going NBA.
The NBA championship could be one tonight, by the way.
But right now, this is the motherfucking NFL pick'ems.
Yeah, where do we stand as far as the people who have voted?
So there's some things going on right now. So I've calculated week 4. Calculated. Yeah, and I got 34 wins. I'm getting rid of the tie.
Yeah.
I hope no one gives a damn about the tie because I'm eliminating that shit.
What do you mean? We
all have a tie. Yeah. It'll only help the do happen. Correct. But I am 34-12 on the year, just picking the winner.
Nice.
You are 33-13.
Damn it, boy! Man, you were fucking around.
Yeah, killing.
What's Elkins? Oh shit! I'm sorry, Chance. God dang!
We texted him all day.
I did not want to say your last name, but I say it every time because that's.
We're gonna have him on here sooner than later.
Yeah, we are.
Chance, 31-15. Cold Truth, her first week, 8-7.
Cold Truth.
Cold Truth was 8-7. I didn't do the percentages. Sorry, I failed everyone. But we have some newcomers as well that have come, so I've got to call them out.
All right,
we have Chance. We have TJ, who is now a newcomer. We'll just call them the Whiskey Bros, and that one of them got to send their picks every weekend from this point forward.
We'll let Levi do it most of the time.
Yeah, just let Levi send them in for Whiskey Bros. I wish Levi was in here as Whiskey Bros right now. So anyway, we have Chance, we have TJ, or the Whiskey Bros column, because Levi will always send them in from now on. We got Mel from Cold Truth. Go check out Cold Truth Podcast. That she talks about true crime, but it's cold cases only.
Okay.
And we have Gnome from our buddies over at Dads on Dayquil.
Dads on Dayquil.
Dads on Dayquil. I don't know if you listened or not.
That Twitter game.
One of
That's
the
right.
funniest part of y'all's podcast was when Tyler was getting on a rant about dads on Dayquil. And you're like, I'm all about dads and dads on Dayquil, but you need to answer the question.
Gnome. Yeah, you fucking. But Gnome, he's my boy on Twitter. I don't know if he's in here tonight or not. He's on that Western time zone. They're having a horror contest right now. What he does is he randomizes the seeds and makes new pairings every round.
Okay.
Of horror movies. So it's like the best movies are left.
I've been paying attention to that. They had House of a Thousand Corpses going against like something like Insidious or something like that. It was a tough thing to do.
So you listen to Little Dads on Dayquil.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
They're audio only.
Damn good.
But they're funny. They always tell a dad story at the beginning and dad jokes, but I call them out many times.
Great concept right there.
Dude.
Dads on Dayquil. Thank y'all for your support. I'll be honest, I haven't listened, but now that you're talking about it, sounds like something I would thoroughly enjoy.
Dude, it's like usually an hour long straight up.
I listen to audiobooks, so I dig into audiobooks. And it's hard for me to get back on podcasts.
Smart as hell over here.
But right now we're on the fucking NFL pick'ems.
All right, give me it.
So Dads on Dayquil, Cold Truth. We'll call you on every single episode as long as the NFL's going on, which could be in question.
Yeah.
You want to talk about that for a second?
Well, I mean, if COVID got too bad, I feel like once it gets to the point that close to half of the teams maybe have positive, maybe then the NFL puts the brakes. But as long as it's like one team and maybe another team that's like one or two, they're going to keep their regular schedule, I believe, and just start moving games. But you got to understand, these people who pay these ad fees want the NFL on TV because that's where they probably get their most. This is like, dude, fuck it. If it's on Wednesday night, get them on TV. We're the ones paying the money. Fuck the rerun of Friends. Get that shit out of here.
Yeah.
Let's put the NFL live on there.
Right.
People will watch it any night of the week, I believe.
Yeah.
So I think as long as it's not like half the league, they'll continue to play football.
You anything to say? But I'm telling you, dude, straight, we're going to find out. The first Tuesday night game is going to happen this week.
Yeah.
The Titans will play on Tuesday. I don't know if you know or not. If you're listening live or whatever, we were informed by Chance. He said that the Thursday night game also includes the Bills, which you're going to have to pick tonight.
Tuesday night or Thursday night?
The Thursday night game is also a Bills fucking game.
Oh, wow.
Bills versus Chiefs game. A big fucking
Tuesday
game.
night and turn around and play Thursday night?
No, they have moved that game to Sunday.
Oh, that's right.
So now we're getting a Tuesday night game, no Thursday night game. So you're not going to get any football besides SEC. Go Gators!
Anyway, stop saying that shit.
He ain't going to fuck me up in the middle of this fucking. We'll probably wrestle later, which we'll get to.
No part of that.
But I don't want any part of it. But it is the NFL pick'em, and I'm trying to keep the music fucking going. We've been going forever.
That's fine.
But we do now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players, which is good. We've increased by one player every week.
Perfect.
Whiskey Bros, y'all have to send me a pick every week.
All right, I'll make sure Levi does it.
We got Chance. We got Mail from Culture. I do not have Chance's filled out here. I had to actually work a little bit today.
Yeah.
So I got Cold Truth and Dabs on Dayquil's picks.
But Elkins, keep up with yours and text it to us, please. Thank you.
Hey, let me go first because I don't want to be influenced by you.
Yeah. You definitely go first.
All right, here we go. Jags. Hold on a second. Got my Bible pen right here. We ain't talked about the Bible in a while. I'm about to be back to reading. I'm skipping the whole Bible to
So from Genesis to Revelation?
Skip it ahead so I can do.
Let's just see how it starts. Let's see how it ends, by God.
About how I read them fucking books we used to read for AR points. Give me the first chapter and the last chapter.
Accelerated reader, baby.
Hey, dude, I had the shirt still somewhere at my mom's house, 100-pointer.
Oh, 100-pointer.
Motherfucker, I still got my $2 bill from the awards you used to get from them motherfuckers. Oh,
Anyway.
You know, me and Chad we got honored at Honors Day in high school, but for the worst award, we looked out of place. All these smart ass people, and we got perfect attendance our junior year. It's the only shit we got
every day.
Yeah, we were there. We were there.
We're playing ads over here. All right, here we go.
All right, what we got?
Jaguars at Texans.
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 Same. Bengals at Ravens.
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 Same. Panthers at Falcons.
Falcons, baby. A-Town.
I'm gonna go with Panthers in that game.
That's probably a smart decision. I'm just kidding. Raiders.
The Raiders.
Hey, I don't want to bring it up yet because it's my stop trouble.
All right, don't do it.
I won't do it. We're bad dabbling fucking off on the tangents. Raiders at the Chiefs.
Chiefs.
He was ready for the NFL pick'ems. Cardinals at Jets.
Jets, baby.
Cardinals.
I hope, for Lord's sake, because that's my survivor pick. I always do my survivor pick.
Okay.
I always try to play for future odds on the survivor pick. I still have the Chiefs, 49ers, Seahawks,
Got
Cowboys.
Cards too.
No, I got the Cards too, and I still got the Ravens as well. Everyone's picking the Cowboys this week for their survivor pick because they're playing
Well, you've done messed up a future pick in this thing now.
No, the Cowboys are playing the Giants, and I think the Cowboys are a great pick, but I think they're a really...
Is that the next game we're doing?
No.
What are we doing
We
right
can.
now?
Okay, we can. What is the Cowboys?
Jets and we're doing Jets.
Giants. You already did the Jets. Cardinals and
Who
Jets.
did you pick? Jets.
We didn't hear you
Cardinals.
pick.
I picked Cardinals also.
Yeah, he
I
did.
picked
Yeah,
Jets.
and I think the Cardinals are going to win that game.
Yeah, he picked the Jets.
But the Cardinals are my survivor pick
Okay.
Okay.
because the Cowboys are the most popular pick, which is the Giants at the Cowboys.
Giants.
Holy fucking shit.
I gotta go Cowboys now. You done told me that information. Shit.
Levi, once you listen to this or watch this, you're going to be like, what the fuck is TJ doing for the Whiskey Bros? Hey, I hope TJ's right.
Hey, the Bucks screwed me last night. So.
I promise you this. If TJ's right, I will be in the final 3 or 4 of my survivor pool to win $500 as long as he's wrong about the fucking
Come on,
Jets.
TJ. We don't give a shit about it.
No, we hope the Jets are wrong.
All right.
Eagles at Steelers.
Eagles, baby.
I'm gonna go Steelers.
Okay.
Levi is like, I really got to pick after this guy.
What did you pick? Steelers also?
Steelers.
Of course.
Everyone picked Steelers. Everyone picked Cards.
You might be right though.
Everyone picked Cards. Everyone picked Cowboys.
All right. Next.
Okay. What we got?
Doesn't care. Actually, though, Mel from Cold Truth has the Falcons this week. Give her some credit. She's a Colts fan, so I don't know how much credit we're allowed to give her.
Well, we're allowed to give her enough credit. She's been voting.
Maybe she will come on. She hasn't agreed yet. I would like a first female guest on the Dabbling
We
Dads
probably lost her
podcast.
when we start talking about vasectomies and whatnot. That's all right.
Would you guys do a remote guest like that?
We can now.
That's
What
cool.
I would do is I would just do a Zoom and I would make
And our
her.
first one would probably be our buddy Tyler, which also his
Yeah.
wife Alicia would probably be our first one if I could think
that'd
of
be
what
awesome.
we would do. So.
Yeah. What we'd
She
have to
has
do is
her own
I would do
She
a
does Queen Bee podcast.
Yeah.
Queen Bee podcast. I listen to it Tuesdays
We
when it
haven't
comes
talked
out.
about it in a while. But
Yeah, you used to talk about it in all the early
I
episodes.
listen to every single one of them, dude. I'm a follower all the way through. I don't even listen to mainstream media podcasts anymore except for Theo Vaughn.
Hey, we got to get through NFL though. 'Cause
Theo, baby.
Buddy Boy's got the bladder of a 2-year-old right
You got
now.
me?
About to pee.
Rams at the Washington football team.
The Washington football team, baby.
Rams. What'd
Levi,
you
he's
pick?
putting you in a fucking hole.
No, it may not be.
Rams.
All right.
Dolphins at 49ers.
49ers.
I love that TJ's just saying it right away.
Same.
Me too. Colts. Cold Truth. Colts at Browns.
The Browns.
I'm going with the Browns also.
Everyone has the Browns, but
Fuck.
Cold Truth.
I love you, Culture. Thanks for your support. Fuck the Colts.
Yeah, I don't like the Colts.
I hate your quarterback worse than I hated anyone you've ever had before.
Damn.
Anyways, here we go now. Next game.
You're one of your most favorite players of all time, Peyton Manning. You play for the Colts.
I hate
And that
it.
tells
I
you,
play for the Colts.
to be honest with you, as a Titans fan and someone who just likes football, I really do like football. Y'all know this. I fucking love football. I
I
love
know that
studying
about you.
football. I love studying. I didn't play football. I love studying football.
Yeah, he's got a how old's Corbin now?
7.
He's got a 7-year-old that's gonna be real good at it.
Yeah, he is. The Colts should have went and got Teddy Bridgewater if they wanted to fucking make an actual playoff
Yeah, I
run.
agree.
Because Phillip Rivers, he fucking sucks when the pressure is
He
on.
can't win the games he has to win.
Trust me, it'll happen. You'll see it.
No. You're thinking of Phillip Rivers was at Vanderbilt. He was
Oh.
UCLA, right?
That's right.
UCLA.
You're
I'm
thinking
thinking
of
of, what's his name?
Jay Cutler.
Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
Also a douche.
Yeah.
Huge douche.
Huge douche. And I'll have to call this out on the Queen Bee podcast. They kept saying, like, why are they getting divorced? Because Jay Cutler is an asshole.
Yeah, him and Chrissy Camilleri.
He is a fucking
That's why I used to
fucking-
love that girl, Laguna Beach.
Another player from where we live, Golden Tate, still plays. But supposedly,
I heard Golden Tate got in a fist fight after their game.
Jalen Ramsey, also
Who
from
was dating
Nashville.
his sister,
So,
apparently.
I don't know if it's from his sister or
Damn.
not, but Golden Tate and Jalen Ramsey are both from Nashville.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all they
John Paul and
Coach John Paul and Ravenwood.
Riverdale.
No, Ravenwood.
Ravenwood.
He was the quarterback for Ravenwood.
Yeah.
Jalen Ramsey was.
Yeah.
So all they said in the national media was they got in a fist fight after the game. Jalen Ramsey was waiting for Golden Tate outside. Golden Tate outplayed
Jalen Ramsey? I thought it was Jalen.
Jalen Ramsey, not
So
Jalen
Jalen
Hurd.
Hurd played at UT, but Jalen Ramsey is a Nashville kid that was on the Jaguars.
Okay, I'm
but
sorry.
now plays for the Rams.
I didn't know this. I'm sorry.
Played at Tennessee,
Played
Okay.
at Tennessee. No,
Florida State. Sorry.
Ramsey played.
Florida State.
Yeah.
Cornerback at Florida State.
Okay.
He was a huge Tennessee recruit that didn't end up
Quarterback.
going there.
Okay.
Quarterback, went to Florida State, played a cornerback. He is a mouth-talking cornerback.
I'll catch up.
So he dated Golden Tate, which Golden and Wesley Tate are both from Pope John
Yeah,
Paul.
right.
Yeah, so on the national media, all they said it was, so now that you said that he dated her sister, makes this fucking crazy because on the national news media,
Yeah.
all they said it was a dispute over a baby
False.
mama.
Oh, shit.
So the sister must be pregnant.
So last year, last football season, Jalen Ramsey cheated on Golden Tate's sister. And Golden Tate tweeted on Twitter, he knows he's going to have to see me at some point. And then Ramsey waited on him last week out of his locker room. Was like, yeah, but
Really?
I am going to see you, and I'm going to wait
Right
on you.
now.
Remind me of the story you told me. We're not going to get into it. But you don't want to fuck with TJ from the Whiskey Bros.
This motherfucker is a licensed. Let's finish. Hold on. Let's finish. We're going to pull up the fucking video in a second. I hope
One
you
of
know
his
the name.
names?
No,
He will hate that. He will hate that.
Oh, okay, we won't do that.
Anyway,
Well, he does.
let's do NFL.
Vikings. I let the music play out. That was fucking deep conversation because that's
fun.
like national news knowing
Yeah.
because you just know those
Yeah,
people.
Yeah.
He's friends. Golden Tate, I played against in basketball. Quick as a cat. Motherfucker can't dribble with his right hand.
Yeah.
He's left-handed, in case you were wondering. He cannot
Dunked on
dribble.
it,
Drove left every time.
I didn't dunk on him, but he cannot dribble with his right hand. I had to guard him. But he was one of the best. People don't know this. He played baseball at Notre Dame as well.
Yeah.
One of the best center fielders in all of high school baseball of all fucking time.
Yeah.
I knew someone that
Real
played with him and
Got
said
drafted first round right out of high school.
it was a tournament. It was a district tournament or something like that, and he came over to the left field. Or
Kenny
he
Carver.
Said, Kenny Carver,
Oh,
yeah.
God, I said his
Kenny.
last name.
He went
My
up to him
friend
and
Kenny.
he technically, supposedly said, "Hey, bro, don't worry, I'm catching everything out here."
Yeah. Like our buddy Ken was waiting under the ball, and Golden Tate came out of nowhere and caught the ball.
I said, "Don't worry,
Yeah, I got this.
I'm gonna go ahead and catch all of them tonight."
Well, I think the story was he had scouts there that night and was trying to really show his.
Okay.
But I beat his ass at basketball. That's fucking damn true.
I like it.
He might have blown by me a few times. His brother was a very good football player, played at Vanderbilt.
Wesley, yeah.
Wesley Tate. They're famous, so we can talk about them.
Yeah, of course.
Vikings at Seahawks.
I'm going to go with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, same.
Same.
Vikings suck.
Broncos at Patriots.
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 Me too. Chargers at the Saints.
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 Who that going to beat them Saints?
The Aints. That's my team. They hurt Brett Favre his last year when he could have won a Super Bowl. So, on purpose. Got called, got fined big time for it.
He now
Greg Williams.
defensive
It's called-
coach of the
It's
Jets.
called Bounty Gate, if you didn't know. They were paying players to try and hurt the best player on the other team.
Let me give you a few $1,000 here to fucking try to tackle him.
Brett Favre was on a tear that year with the Vikings. Should have won a Super Bowl that year. Would have beat the Saints that year in the Super Bowl. Didn't get a chance.
One of the greatest passes I've ever seen when he
That's
threw.
still-
I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I'm bummed
Shit.
about it. I sat in my father-in-law's living room in a children's recliner, and the only reason they had it in there, I was just messing around sitting in it. And then Brett, if you remember that game, Vikings Saints, the first half, Brett Favre was on a tear.
Yeah.
Could not miss a pass. Like, shoo, 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 shoo. So I'm sitting in this baby recliner, sitting there the whole game because I refused to move. And then they lose to the Saints because they break his ankle and he throws a pick his last pass.
Dude, real Brett Favre fans, it's crazy though. Like he literally went to their rival team. But who did he go
And I
to
went
before?
and watched him.
Jets is who he
Jets.
played for before, right?
Look down here. Look down here. I've got some new additions down here.
I'll show
I
you
got
that.
Brett in the Jets jersey and Brett in the Vikings jersey down here. Of course,
Jets.
Of course course I do. I own both of those jerseys in there in my closet. Also, I was a true.
I broke this one.
Just put it in that hole or lay it down. Who gives a fuck? Probably
Bro,
can't
see it anyway.
Next game.
Tuesday night. Bills at the Titans.
Titans. I think the Bills can win that game, but I'm picking the Titans because I said I would until they got beat.
That's right.
I got the Bills.
Yeah, you should. That's a smart bet.
How do you feel about that?
I'm playing in a.
It's truly a smart game because the Bills are pretty good. They beat our fucking ass in that.
The picks that I use is actually the picks that I send into something that I'm gambling on.
Fair enough.
So that is it. I want the Titans to win.
The Bills are the favorite in the game, I believe.
They are.
Yeah.
Noam from Dabbling, from Dads on Dayquil said when he sent me the picks, he said Bills. ... Sorry.
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, we get
it. No.
And then the Thursday night game, because we always pick the next week's game.
Yeah,
because we normally record Thursday or Friday. Sunday. It'll be Sunday, supposedly, Kansas City Chiefs at the Bills.
I'll say Bills on that one.
Oh, shit.
The Bills are going to be feeling bad about their loss to the Titans.
Oh, shit. Chiefs.
It doesn't matter who the Chiefs play.
It doesn't matter.
I got the Chiefs. Noam has the Bills. So a couple things we need to touch on sports, man. You got the hat on.
I got to pee. Talk UFC.
Talk UFC, motherfucker. You're the one that's supposed to know about UFC.
No, TJ can talk about it for sure.
Yeah, so anyways, the next big fight, UFC, TJ, let me turn off NFL. I know that you've actually been, and I brought it up on y'all's podcast as well. Mm-hmm. You've actually been in 2 sanctioned fights?
Well, I was in 2 fights in the same night. It was one of those tournaments where you fight in the same night. And I had very little training. I had a couple months of training. And
I'm sorry, I just want to ask, because I really want to know.
Yeah.
Because there's people, I know you listen to Theo Vaughn. He doesn't listen to Theo Vaughn a lot. I listen to Theo Vaughn a lot. He's moved to Nashville now. He's actually at the MMA gym. It's something that it seems like it's something that he really wants to.
Yeah, he's training at Nashville MMA, which is Michael Chandler's gym, which was training camp, combined with Nashville MMA, which was already a gym, and they're all in one.
Who's before?
So it was just Nashville MMA was the thing, and then Michael Chandler came to town and created this gym called.
Who's Michael Chandler?
Michael Chandler was a champion of the Bellator organization.
Okay, Bellator.
And he just came to the UFC. He just signed a contract with the UFC. He hasn't fought his first UFC fight yet.
Is he like a top contender immediately, or is he more?
Immediately.
Because sometimes UFC goes into they find those other places, and you're like, who the fuck is this guy? And then he's a contender, and it's like, oh.
Yeah,
it's this guy.
Yeah, Michael Chandler's one of those guys that's immediately could potentially fight for a title because he's that good. He's one of the best pound for pound fighters in mixed martial arts, and he happened to be in a smaller organization and then champion of Bellator. But he's beaten.
What's the weight class?
155 pounds.
Which is lightweight.
Yeah.
See, I love that you're on here because I ask Kyle all the time, and he's always like, dude, quit asking me fucking like when we're probably.
Well, sometimes lighter than lightweight, it starts to get confusing. With featherweight and flyweight, I get confused about that stuff too because it wasn't a part of the UFC in the early days when we started watching. It was added later, so it gets a little confusing about that. So I'm with him on that.
In original UFC, there was no weight classes.
No, there wasn't. Yeah. And then we had to slowly take them in. And
so what do you think about...
so we were just talking about... he was just talking about...
Not yet.
Oh,
we were talking about Theo Vaughn, and I didn't know that Chandler was with where Theo Vaughn goes.
He used to own it. He actually does not own it anymore. It used to be called Training Camp.
And it combined with Nashville MMA.
And he sold out his part of it to Nashville MMA.
So do you think Theo Vaughn knows him? Do you know that story at all?
Yeah, Theo Vaughn said in one of his first posts in Nashville is... I hit up Michael Chandler and he got me into some MMA classes. So yeah, he definitely knows.
That's how we're gonna.
I don't mean to do this right now. But I think you do listen to this past weekend.
Yeah, sometimes not every episode, but
but I just wanted to tell everyone this because I am someone who is very flamboyant, this, that, and the other. And Theo Vaughn is kind of a flamboyant guy.
Yeah,
but he is raw as shit on that show. And he talks about just not necessarily addiction. I don't think that I've ever messed with that kind of addiction. Maybe some other kind of addiction than drugs or something like that. But just like not doing what you need to do because of something else. He was a cokehead, this, that, and the other. But he is so open about it and lets you know it is something that I just had to stop and say. Like, he is a must listen if you are
So he's
anybody
hilarious above everything else.
He's one of the greatest comedians around right now. He also was formerly on the Road Rules, so you might have seen him back in the day on the Road Rules.
Against The Miz.
I mean, like 04, I think.
Yeah, back in the day.
Him and The Miz from wrestling had some in the challenge.
Well, The Miz was on Real World.
Yeah.
Theo Vaughn was on Road Rules, and then they were on the same season, one of the early seasons of the challenge, which was it's called Real World Road Rules Challenge.
Yes. Yeah,
now that show still comes on.
And Theo is moved to Nashville now, and yeah, he's a good dude. Now, I like how he even talks about, like, you know, he's a man who doesn't want to, like, masturbate, and so he'll talk about openly, like, I'm resisting the urge to look at porn. I put blockers on my phone, and, like, you know, if sex addiction in any way is something that somebody has, it's kind of cool to be open about it, because it's an embarrassing thing to be open about.
Yeah, because there might be someone out there who, you know, maybe completely embarrassed by the fact that, golly, I watch porn every single day, but then they listen to this guy's podcast, it's like, oh, this is super famous, he's talking about it.
He's struggling with it.
I just need to stop what I'm doing. You know, it might be very important to somebody out there who's listening. So, yeah, that is cool that he does that. I love him. He is one of the funniest guys out there. I was very jealous of you about when you sent me that picture of you and Levi and Chad in line to go see Joey Coco at Zany's here in Nashville.
Theo's been going live lately, and I would love for we need to all just try to find tickets, and that would be just like a fun guys' night. I think just
go
to
see
go down there.
Yeah, I'm definitely down.
I would see it for sure.
But Joey, I think Joey's one of the top in the game. I mean,
he was great.
Rogan calls him the GOAT. Rogan thinks he's the best comedian to ever live. I don't know that I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to beat Dave Chappelle.
I'm literally
hard to beat Dave Chappelle.
Our age group, around our era, I know you're a little earlier than us, but your era probably to ours, maybe Tyler, probably maybe a year or two past him. Dave Chappelle was the greatest comedian in our lifetime, for sure.
I was too young to get those 13 to 16-year-old jokes that were also for 18 to 24-year-olds.
Right.
So you were probably like 15 or something when Dave Chappelle came out. I was 13.
The Chappelle Show, I was a sophomore in high school.
So I was a freshman or an 8th grader, and I might not have got that kind of comedy quite yet when really it was right in your alley of Chappelle. I was kind of too young to probably be allowed to watch it.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? So I caught replays of it. It's like, damn, this motherfucker's funny. But in your time, like, you probably were just learning about that stuff, and you were like,
our buddy Tyler was the one who sort of got me into it.
You still had to know, like, Clayton Bigsby, I was a freaking blind KKK member.
Me and CJ are on the same page tonight.
Yeah.
That was the best he ever did, in my opinion.
Dude.
That was part of what got him to run away, is because that was he wrote that.
That's
well,
so
the Comedy Central people wanted to start writing that same type of stuff. And he's like, no, I can write it, but, like, I'm not doing the stuff that y'all are writing. I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's when he disappeared and they tried to paint him as a psychopath. It was he got away because they had too much control over him and he was done with it. So there's a podcast, there's a big I wish I could remember what it's called. It's on Apple Podcasts and it's called something with Hollywood, but it goes into these stories like it talks about Judy Garland as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, how she was treated, and like her diet was literally like coffee and cigarettes because they didn't want her to be too fat to play Dorothy type deal. Like it's in Hollywood. It's about Hollywood. I will find it after this and tell you guys for sure. Maybe we'll share the link.
That's a good diet.
That's crazy.
It's so weird, but same type stuff. Hollywood started pushing on Dave Chappelle, and he said, "No. I'm the reason I'm as big as I am. I will make my own decision." And that's when he took off to Jamaica or wherever he went, or Africa, and was like, I'm out of here.
He was one of the first that started the outdoor comedy shows, and he had them 6 foot apart.
In Ohio,
Ohio, so
him and Joe were on that tour. They were going to do a full tour together.
They were going to come to Nashville,
I had like 4 friends that were going. Like, you got tickets. I tried to get tickets, could not, obviously, but...
I hate that bot.
It's bullshit, man. It fucked me with Tyler.
Real quick, and then I want you to go back. We're going to go back to fighting real quick because we're in sports section right now, and we just dabbled off. But we have 6 viewers right now, so smash that like button.
Smash that like button!
I gotta do it. I'm sorry, man.
Please do.
I got you. Smash the like button. Share it on your Twitter.
And if you have something you want to talk about in the sports world or something,
go talk about football. I gotta pee.
Please comment. Yeah, go pee.
Don't go MMA yet.
I should probably cover this up. I don't know.
It doesn't matter, but it's whatever. You can put the Titans over it, but it doesn't really matter. I was gonna put the Whiskey Bros shirt on that in case he got up. But, dude, Titans, are they fucking up this testing and practicing since he's not in here and he's not retiring? But, like you said, are they just trying to get herd immunity? Like, is that just a play of it? Or are they
part
really
of it is the competitiveness of their coach. The fact that Mike Vrabel is so early removed from his competitive career, I think he still has that competitive drive in him that he's like, no, we're not willing to. We're undefeated right now. We are not about to skip any kind of. We're going to have some sort of continuity with this team as far as quarterback with receivers and the defense knowing where each other are going to be and that type of stuff. Like when you have to miss a whole week of football and you can't meet it all, that really ruins the NFL football team. I mean, if you watch any kind of what's the HBO show? Hard Knocks. If you watch any kind of Hard Knocks, you got to be with the team, man. Like this most recent season, they covered the Chargers and the Rams because they're both in LA now, and they did them at the same time, which was pretty cool. Are you signed into HBO?
I am, but I'm going to start watching Hard Knocks.
Go watch it. Well, it's over now. Hard Knocks is over now. They only do the preseason.
Yeah.
But it was way different. A lot of Zoom calls. So what happened is the local school here called NDA allowed some Titans players to come and throw passes, and one of those players apparently tested positive, which was breaking the rule. They were told apparently last month. Apparently October 1st is what they were trying to pitch. Well, the first time we were told was October 1st, but I think they were lying because I think they were told in September, like, hey, you've got a positive test. Y'all cannot be together for however many days. I think they've changed it. It was 14 days at the beginning, but I think it's 5 days, 2 negative tests, no symptoms, and you can come back and practice football. I think it's NFL's rules.
And playing Tuesday would be fine for the Titans, but if they have to sit out another week, that's like a 2-week bye.
The season's over.
They've talked about forfeiting the game, which is on some of the fantasy networks. They talk about forfeiting the game if the Titans were to forfeit. You lose the fantasy points from everyone, but there's also talk.
Vegas is probably who that would mainly affect. You think
they're taking games off?
Okay.
Vegas is taking games off on that. Taking it off of the betting.
Sorry, that chair is actually from our wife's work, and I forgot to put that on there before he said that's when he got up. I was like, I gotta cover that. It don't matter. It don't matter. But
so anyways, UFC. So you were talking about Theo Vaughn and that gym. So that gym got combined together from what was the guy's name again?
Well, it was Michael Chandler's gym training camp
from Bellator.
MMA.
Bellator was his
Bellator
was
where he was
a guy at work, man, and I could not bring Bellator to the front of my mind.
So one of my favorite fights in MMA history is Michael Chandler versus Eddie Alvarez. They fought multiple times.
Yeah.
Their first fight, Bellator, was something
which
legendary.
you would know Eddie Alvarez from his Conor fight, probably.
Yeah, he fought Conor and lost in the second round.
Got his ass beat after talking all that shit.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, so it was a great fight. But right now you've got the biggest kind of things on the horizon is obviously we've got Justin Gaethje and Khabib Nurmagomedov.
What do you think about the Halloween fight? Have you seen the Halloween fight?
Which one are you talking about?
Spider Silva versus Uriah Hall.
No, I haven't seen that. That's scary.
Uriah Hall's going to hurt him.
Hall puts him in a hospital, man.
I know. Well, here's the thing about the Anderson. I said the Spider. His name's Anderson Silva. You know what I'm talking about. Legendary. Probably top 3 in my opinion. All-time fighters
100%.
ever.
100%.
Real quick, that is on Fight Night on October 31st.
Halloween.
Is what's UFC Fight Night. So it's in between.
I didn't know they were fighting. I heard this.
It's in between UFC 254 and 255.
Uriah Hall has one of the ugliest knockouts of all time, and it happened in his win into the house, the Ultimate Fighter fight. Like, it happened in the fight for him to get into the house on the reality show.
Yeah, so same fight.
He hits it like a spinning heel kick and knocks this dude. I mean, this dude lays on his back for over 5 minutes, I think. It's ugly. It's not good. It fucking got really bad.
Ambulance at the Ultimate Fighter house like 3 times.
It's a must show on here.
What is it?
Uriah Hall TUF knockout is what you need to type in.
All right, keep talking.
They had to pull the ambulance in for like his first 3 fights in the Ultimate Fighter.
He was hurting people.
What is the knockout?
He's the one that hit that.
The Ultimate Fighter.
TUF. Type in URIAH. HALL.
Here it again.
Should be that one right there. Yes, sir.
All right, here we
Pull it
go.
up. Oh, sorry. We got ads because we're not paying for premium.
It's all good.
Hey, if you would like to send us some money, I'll be starting a GoFundMe soon for 2 broke dads doing a podcast.
All right, here we go.
This
doesn't
Watch
look like
this.
it, does it?
Yeah, this is it. 100%.
Okay.
He's about to hit it.
Oh, yes.
Is this show a replay?
Watch him hit to the Hayukin. Hayukin! Yeah!
Oh, that dude is dead.
Oh, he lays there for a minute, dude. It's not good. Uriah's like, him and Dana are both severely concerned during this time period right here. I've watched this knockout over and over. It's one of the nasty. I watched it live. I watched this. When I lived in Hendersonville, I watched this happen live by myself. Happen. And I thought the dude may be dead. Legitimately, when you heard
incredible.
when you heard the contact the first time, I don't know if they can hear the contact good on the video, but if you go watch that and can hear the contact, I mean, it's one of the hardest connections I've ever heard.
Uriah Hall is a powerful guy, and Anderson Silva's way past his prime, but Anderson is more skillful.
I agree.
So I don't necessarily think Anderson's going to get demolished in there necessarily.
If you saw he could get knocked out,
but he's not cocky anymore. You saw him in there against Israel Adesanya. I mean,
hell of a fight. Actually,
he did all right. He was down against one of the best fighters.
There's a couple of times where he was doing his little arm deal, and telling Israel to come on, and you can actually see Israel Adesanya, who's the light heavy champ.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. No, he's not the light heavy. He's the
middleweight champ. You can see him telling Anderson nah, cut that shit out, bro. I'm not falling for it. It don't work no more. So that was a pretty cool.
And that's big news now too. Izzy and John Jones every single day are talking smack on Twitter.
They're gonna fight.
Israel Adesanya and John Jones are gonna fight.
I would have to make John come to light heavy. Like, hey, I know you've already given up your title, bud, but I'm not coming all the way.
Yeah, he can't fight that.
He would get fucked.
Right.
I love Israel. I think he's a dynamic fighter. The fight he won the championship, this last fight he won the championship that we watched together, was his 100th fight.
That's insane.
Just in general, his 100th sanctioned fight. Israel, the last style bender, Adesanya, one of the coldest African fighters besides.
From who's the heavyweight Nigerian guy? I never talked about
the other champion.
What's his name? Do you know his name?
Yeah, I do know his name.
He's from Nigeria, right? He was on.
Come on, chat. If you're in here,
his face right now. He's the 170-pound champion. He's Kamaru Usman.
Kamaru Usman. Correct.
Yes.
Those two right there are cold-blooded, man. They grew up close to each other, I believe.
I know, it's
not
crazy.
far from each other in Africa, actually.
And Ghana's in that camp too. Of those African dudes that are coming
up.
up.
The hardest hitters of all time. Yeah. But anyways, we, as you know,
no,
TJ,
I want to talk about the fight though. The Gaethje Khabib fight. So, like, real quick, before I gotta go pee because it unfortunately happened. It broke the seal for me.
Broke the seal, bro.
Of us two going?
Just going. I went already once, and I gotta go again. But I wanted to bring up Gaethje was one of the. I listened to that whole podcast with Joe.
Yep.
With Gaethje and the guy who makes the gloves.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you what I'm.
And he was doing those. I'm gonna let y'all talk.
Yeah.
But he is the one that really started this move towards the low kick. As far as from what I understood from
that front leg.
Damaging the front leg, which was shown in the Alisana fight in the last UFC, because you told me you can maybe look up the guys. The front leg was worn out. But y'all talk Gaethje and Khabib real quick. I'll be back and we'll move on.
I wouldn't say that Gaethje was the person that originated that.
No, but
he utilizes it very well. I will say that. What I will say is I think that Justin Gaethje is the top 2 wrestler in the world right now, behind Khabib Nurmagomedov. So I think they're probably the top 2. I think number 3 is probably Michael Chandler.
Yeah.
So those 3 being in the same weight class right now in the UFC is super exciting for me, man. Like, over the top exciting.
But Gaethje uses the low leg kick.
He's hitting
so
here.
Powerful.
He's from ankle to lower calf is where he's hitting.
It's so powerful.
Yeah. He's nasty.
It's relentless. But yeah, you're right. The wrestling game is strong, but Gaethje claims that his strength is not in offensive wrestling, but in defensive wrestling. Which is interesting.
Him a lot.
Yeah, which is really interesting in this fight. Well, and I don't know how true it is, but that's what he claims.
Well, I will say, you good?
I'll take a beer.
So what I will say about their wrestling style and just what I know about wrestling in general is that Nurmagomedov is an incredible offensive wrestler.
Right.
When he gets on top of you, good luck.
Not getting up.
Good luck. The thing about Justin Gaethje is he's a very incredible defensive wrestler, which is going to cause problems right off the bat.
Right.
But the same thing about him is when he goes on the offense, he doesn't just take you down to take you down. He tries to take you down and then immediately ground it. His ground and pound straight after the takedown is better than Khabib's, in my opinion.
Really?
Because Khabib tries to take them down and control them and then punish them.
Habib does that takedown.
Gaethje does it all at one time.
Wrist control, yeah.
Gaethje is trying to pound you as we're going to the ground. So, I don't know. I can't wait to watch it. I hope we're going to watch it together.
Oh, absolutely.
I really do.
I mean,
what is the date again? I have it right here.
24th.
Yeah, the 24th. Yes, that would be awesome. The last thing I want to bring up about UFC is I've been just noticing on Twitter that the guy who fought Floyd Mayweather,
Conor McGregor,
Is he starting his own fighting
He's got his
program?
own
What is he
promotion
doing,
company.
TJ? Have you been
He's
researching?
got his own promotion company for sure. But he was sort of touting he wanted to fight Dustin Poirier in a charity event in Ireland. But really, it was more strategic, I think, to get the UFC to pay attention. These two guys want to fight because the UFC now offers
Their first fight was great.
No, they did offer him a
You've never
contract.
seen it.
Yeah.
Is it going to
First fight
happen
was
on
great.
UFC or is it going to happen
It's going to
with
happen
Conor
UFC.
McGregor?
Yeah.
UFC has
So it
a
happened
contract.
once back in the day, and
Conor was on his
Conor
rise.
KO'd him. But it was a good fight up to that point. It was competitive.
Yeah, very good.
And I think they're both different fighters at this point. It'll be a great fight, I think. So they're going to do it. It's just when are they going to do it? They're going to do it January, December, or November. That's
I hope before the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Just because I love those type of fights.
I also saw that he wants to box Pacquiao.
Yeah.
Did y'all see that? Is
I
that
saw
going to
that
happen or not?
I think now that he's back in UFC, that may happen, but it's going to be down the road.
Yeah. He has to have UFC sign off on it. He can't just go do a boxing match without the UFC being okay with it and having a piece of that pie. And if they're got him booked for a pay-per-view event against Dustin Poirier, they're going to table that discussion.
Yep, I agree. Hit it.
Boom. Are we good on UFC?
We're good, man.
I think we're
I
good.
think we're good on sports in general. Yeah.
All right, so anything, just hit Just Dabbling in the chat, and we'll come back to it later, but it's time.
Crank it.
It's cranked.
I believe we're on it. I believe you. Tinfoil hat.
Yeah, I've heard this.
I don't know if you have anything crazy. I don't know if you looked up anything or have anything that might fall into this. I know y'all do. Tales of the Guano. But which is similar to our tinfoil hat. It's just, you do crazy stories, wild stories in the media type stuff.
Right.
So what I found, I screenshotted. I'm going to find it real quick. Tyler, did you actually look up something that you've researched?
No, I just listened lately. I listen to Curly Conspiracies. I also listen to Tinfoil Hat.
Sam Tripoli?
Sam Tripoli. You listen to Sam Tripoli song?
I know him. Yep.
I know that you like the occult and things like that.
No, I like the calls.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or not the occult, but you like, kind of like us, we like talking about it or listening about it.
Heck yeah. Everything.
But one of the last things I listened to was just about incubuses, which is like possession.
The album?
The album.
band?
I like Incubus. Drive. Once again, I only know the songs. I don't know the actual album.
Me in outer space. You know that song for sure from Guitar Hero, I hope.
Oh yeah, I know.
Stellar,
Stellar.
one of my favorite songs by them. So anyways, go back and watch your
Sorry.
I hate to cut you off.
No,
derailed you. I'm sorry, bro.
I was just talking about, I've been listening a lot just about possession and basically these demons, they're actually people who have passed, but their souls, their energy, their whatever hasn't quite moved on, and they really attacked addicts and things like that. And when they truly overtake, like one was Dahmer. And a guy,
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer. And a guy who survived Jeffrey Dahmer said that he was sitting on the couch. He didn't drink the drink that he was given him, or whatever. That basically like a date rape drug.
Right.
But like he was caught out in his backyard, grinding up their bone dust and dissipating it around the yard, which is
He called Dahmer doing that?
Dahmer had been said from his neighbors in doing that.
Okay.
Bone dust.
Which is a ritual of these ancient society people. I can't think of the name of them right now. I have to look it up in a second because I'm going no notes right now. 'Cause I know you have something you want to talk about.
Yeah.
But it was just interesting to me, just like, do you believe in like ghosts, or do you think that, or like, do you believe like you can be possessed? And like Jeffrey Dahmer, supposedly this guy who survived, said that he was sitting out on the couch talking in a language that he did not understand.
Interesting.
Dahmer was. So the memories actually changed. So they attack these people who are addicts or Ouija board or open, and they let them in, and they actually, the memories and the way the brain works is it like sometimes it's expressing the memories of the ancient person, or it's expressing the memories of the real person. And I was going to use this as my stop scrolling last week, but the American killer, that guy who killed his Colorado family and he killed his daughters and all that, it's like, was he someone else during this time? And Jeffrey Dahmer, when they were explaining this about it, like, he talked this different language, and like he was representing different memories, and sometimes, and like it all goes back to biblical times, as always, as I bring up this conspirituality, it comes back to the spiritual times.
I thought he needs his own podcast and call it Spirituality and take these conspiracies and show them how they all round back to spirituality. Because they always do. They always do. Come back to spirituality every
time they come back to some higher consciousness or some kind of spiritual thing. But this guy was writing to the Bible.
Yeah.
Because he was an exorcist, and there was another person on there who was an exorcist, and they had different ways of burning sage and all this. But I just thought it was so interesting that these ghosts or whatever can manipulate or cause you to act in this certain way. I've heard of Leviathan affects communication in households. It's like you could say something, but your significant other
here's something
completely different that you don't even say. And that is a demon. That is a dark, low frequency, if you want to think of it that way, if you've heard me before. That is
something. Be crazy places right now.
It happens. And there's people who expel that, and there's people that believe in that. So I guess just to start out.
The Leviathan is a part of that?
Leviathan is the demon of communication and relationships.
Interesting.
And so it can cause where you've been saying something and they hear it totally different, and then eventually when you actually have a good, strong relationship where you have something strong, you get to communicating and talking about it, and it's like, that's not what I meant at all.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That could literally
I know we do a podcast, but I'm a horrible communicator. Like we've talked about it. Part of us doing this is like, man, I need to work on my communication. I coach kids.
Yeah.
Like I'm great at talking to them and coaching them and teaching them. But when it comes to all their parents are sitting in front of me and I got to have this conversation.
Does this make you better doing this, you think?
I truly think it has made me a better communicator. We're still bad about talking over each other just because we drink together often and sort of just talk and get excited, yes. But yeah, I think this has helped me be a better communicator. Even in my relationship, Erica may say different. I don't know. I'm still not great.
Have her on the show.
Yeah, I'm not great about it. But you're talking about memories, Tyler, which takes me right to where I wanted to go with this anyways, which is what I had. Which, are you done sort of where you were going with
I just wanted to get TJ's thoughts on what he thought about just ghosts or demons or you see that they can be present in people's lives. And what was awesome about that podcast, real quick, just to go on, is that they have psychopathic tendencies. And what they actually wanted to do is just like all other gods or whatever, they want to impregnate women. That is what they like to do. They like to fuck.
Damn.
Demons like to fuck, but they want to actually have stillborns and dead-born children, and they can appear as your husband, all kinds of things, and they're not real, but it becomes physical. And there were people in the 1800s, 1700s who came around who were exorcism, and they were taking semen samples and found that they were different than the husbands.
Yeah.
So it was like a spiritual, physical.
So it's like going back all the way back to Jesus and Mary.
Exactly.
Weird. But go back to memories to get away from that. Not too biblical. You know who Alex Gray is?
Yeah, of course.
Alex Gray.
Yeah,
you know Alex Gray,
the artist. Yeah.
Let him finish though, real quick, Kyle. Before you go to Alex Gray, do you think demons or something like that? Do you think there's some kind of effect from some other realm or higher frequency? Yeah. Do they affect our realm that we live in?
I'm no expert to talk on it, but I grew up really believing in that ghosts were fake and demons are real, but that was because of the heavy spiritual influence growing up in this community, this culture, and everything like that. So, kind of where I've settled on now is I'm unsure if I believe that either exists. However, I do. It does feel like when you go into an old building, like there's the presence of something that's absorbed into the building.
Know what you're saying?
But I don't necessarily know that I believe.
Yeah, and I've always said I come from a very religious, strict family, which is perfectly fine. I think there's some great things that come out of religion and that type of stuff. But I feel like you cannot believe in angels if you don't believe in demons.
Right.
So where you're going, Tyler, with that is I 100% believe in demons. I think demons, if you allow them, can take control of whatever you want to let them take control of. The same way as if you are to a point of spirituality where these people who have been close to death and realize they're close to death and they see these things in the room with them, or they elevated to a higher consciousness and they come back to life. I think so. There's some truth to that. I think there's also stories of I read one time and I wish I could remember what it was called, but it was written from a child's point of view by his father. And it came out that a lot of it was BS.
Yeah,
his dad had used it for
The Shack is what that was.
Was that what it was called?
Wasn't that what it was called?
No, I don't think so.
The boy who had a near-death experience. Is that
There's a boy who had a near-death experience. Maybe the Shack. I know what you're talking about. The movie had Ben
might be
Affleck's brother in
confusing
it.
something, yeah.
Maybe I can't remember what this is called. It was a religious book that came out, but it was about a boy who died, came back, that type of deal. Knew what heaven was like. That type of stuff.
Oh, heaven is real.
Heaven is
That's
for real.
what
Heaven is
it
for
was.
real.
Yeah,
Heaven is for real. Is the name of the book. I read the
Exactly
whole thing.
what it was.
I read the whole book. It came out later that the dad made a lot of it up.
Oh shit,
It's
dude.
BS. It makes me mad because it's like, dude, what an incredible story. That it sort of touched me, and then I found out that the dad used it for financial gain. It's like, man, you were the reason that people have a hard time
That
grasping
sucks.
onto any kind of belief in a higher power. Where I stand is if you believe in demons and ghosts or whatever you want to call them, you know, if you're believing in angels, you got to believe in both of them because they exist in the same realm. In my
You go and you know, some people say, are we in the lowest level of heaven and the highest level of hell right now? Like through my just
Little bit of
research and stuff, it's like Jesus is like a 5-dimensional being. He's a little bit higher frequency consciousness, but there's another level below Jesus, and they are who we talk to a lot.
Yeah,
and affects our choices.
Yeah, is that what feels like what you would call like maybe your internal voice that some people maybe hear?
Conscience,
I think that the internal voice that we want to hear is love. I think love is very powerful, and sometimes when your love is hurt, you mask it with what you think is a powerful emotion as anger. Anger, we feel powerful. We feel like we're unstoppable. Really, love is unstoppable, which is a higher frequency than anger. But in our realm, we feel like when we're angry, we can accomplish a lot more than when truly, if you love, you can accomplish infinity. Yeah. Which is what, you know, a lot of religions try to skip you past that part. And a lot of people who go through and understand and overcome that choice of self-destruction or other destructions, you're actually overcoming that lower frequency, making you think or feel or perceive in a certain way, where if you can move past that into pure love and gratitude, it blows anger and all that out of the water. But in our realm, anger, everyone can admit that anger is a powerful, you feel so powerful. Sure. But love, let go, gratitude is actually
gratifying feeling.
It's much more powerful, but you're made to think through bus rides and other rides that being that loving and forgiving person sometimes comes off as weak in our society. Right. And that is those lower frequency and demons, if you believe in that, making you believe that that's what it is, when really you can move past that. And it is so hard to move because you're like getting more spiritual. You're becoming open. But when you become open, you're letting those evils in first. And it is so hard to overcome that. And that goes back to like the incubus and what I was saying earlier. And I don't know where you were going with it. Hell of a fucking band.
Well, you're just talking about memories and that type of stuff. And I was talking about Alex Gray, who was the artist that did all of Tool's. Yeah. You know, Tool's
cover art.
They did all that crazy art, like the ones that All Seeing Eye and just different stuff. Well,
I love Alex Gray.
Yeah, he's an incredible artist. So I'm going to show y'all this picture first. I might hold it up to the camera too and let y'all see it also. But that's the picture.
Okay.
So that's his art. So that's his art. It's brand new. He posted this.
That didn't look like any of his other art.
It's 4 days ago.
It didn't really look
4
like
days ago I found this. So that's his art. Look here, Tyler. That's his art. I'm going to hold it up close to the camera so y'all can see it also. This is what I'm talking about. Focus. There's that. His caption under it says, "My first memories are of lying in my crib and seeing textures in my mind. I felt immersed in a pure, blissful, milky white light, an ecstatic, peaceful space. Then I remember a gnarly snaggle, branched, brownish black shadow moving into that space from the periphery of my perception, coming in clumps and then taking over. This ugly swarming texture would engulf and terrify me, obliterating all the light. Then little islands of bright purity would appear. These pools of milky luminescence would clear away the gnarly texture and I'd have a white light ocean again. Visions of a psychic texture were like yin-yang energies, a constant flux of the universal energies of clarity and chaos, peace and panic, light and darkness, hope and despair. My entire life has been conditioned by the oscillation of those opposing abstract perceptual fields.
Damn, dude.
So what we just talked about literally sort of ties into what he's... So I'm going to let y'all see the picture again after I read that. But his first memory is as an infant.
Is the world...
What is your earliest memory that you can truly think of in your brain? I will tell you mine just right off the bat because I knew it because I saw this and saved it and
Tell
knew
us.
it.
Tell us, I'm thinking, man.
So mine is involved in the church. We both went to at one point in time a lot. You went to also, Tyler, at one point in time. But my mom worked there back when it was early period at this church. And some of my earliest memories are in the, nursery, young enough to be getting my diaper changed.
Wow, dude.
But I think, around 4 years old, probably. Because I wore a diaper late because I was... I think I was probably 3.5, 4 years old. That's the earliest one. I remember the room I was in, where I was at, and I don't remember why, but remember having my diaper changed. That's one of the earliest memories I have. It's very strange.
It's crazy to remember having your diaper changed. It's a funny memory.
And I remember it being at church, in the room I was in, at the church local to us that is now an asset place. Yeah, but that's mine. It's very weird, and I don't know why. And, just to not go too far and not piss my wife off, I'm sort of a sexually driven person just in general. That innate, what Tyler was talking about, I don't want to sound like I'm a demon or something, but sexually driven. I mean, I just am in my relationships and just that type of, especially with my wife, that's physical love. That's where I feel most love. That's
your language.
100%.
Yeah.
So it's weird that my first memory is someone changing my diaper and wiping my ass. I don't know what that fucking means, but...
Holy shit, if you got a bidet, you ain't even got to wipe your ass, DJ.
You just got to do one little dab.
No, you just got to get the water off of you.
You just got to dabble through that.
I don't know. It's very strange that is my memory.
That is interesting.
I can't picture the face of whoever's changing my diaper, but I know the room in that church where I was and where I was getting my diaper changed. It's very strange. But thinking back, that's probably the oldest memory I can really think of in my brain.
Crazy,
I have some pretty vivid memories from our house over there on Red Fox Lane. I was only there until I was almost 6. But I have some vivid memories of being terrified of Darth Vader because I watched Star Wars way too young, just like my son. He was terrified of Kylo Ren for a little bit. And I remember going from my bedroom at Red Fox Lane to my parents' room and just terrified that Darth Vader was going to come through the front door as I went through the living room to my parents' room. So I sort of remember that, but I think it was closer to, I think it was after me remembering getting my diaper changed. Because I don't think I was in diapers with going to my parents' room terrified of Darth Vader memory. So
that's so weird, though.
I tried to dig, man, because I remember weird old shit. So I tried to dig in my own brain, and that was... The oldest memory I can remember is getting my diaper changed as a kid. It's very weird.
You have to let somebody hypnotize you and see if you can explore that a little bit.
Dude, it's strange.
I think hypnotizing...
I would be open to that.
Yeah.
I really would.
And you have to be open from what I've heard. They look at your eyes and there's a certain way that
would you do it? Would you be hypnotized?
I would 100% be hypnotized.
Just to see. I would go in there with an open mind. I'm just going to completely relax and let this guy do whatever.
Yeah.
Or female, whoever's doing it. I would let them do whatever they want to do. And just to see, because I would like to know if I could be hypnotized. I would just like to know.
That'd be cool.
Personally, I think I'm mentally strong enough to not be hypnotized.
If you wanted to not be, but if I want to be in this scenario.
If I was to go into that scenario, I would try to release that.
Yeah, let go.
I would try to.
100%.
100% would try to.
Well, you were even talking about anger. So much of meditation is about acknowledging that you can choose how to react to life situations, so that anger loses power and everything. What do you got?
Sorry. Chad said, it means you were wearing diapers way too long. That's exactly what my mom says, Chad. That's exactly. I potty trained my oldest son as quick as possible. He potty trained so fast, thank God. Because I knew from stories of my mom, I refused, nah. I just shit my pants. I ain't got to wipe my own ass. I wipe my own ass! Which was a quote from the movie we did earlier, but, yeah.
Big Daddy.
So, you're probably right, Chad. I was probably too old to be having my ass changed still, but
Dude,
that was really all I had. What was you? What's your earliest memory?
Well, the earliest one I can remember is, and the only reason why I know it's the earliest is the only memory I have from the duplex that we lived in Madison. My parents were super young. They were 16 and 19 when I was born, so we lived in
female 16 or
yeah, my mom was 16 and my dad was 19.
This is in the 80s though, so that was not too strange.
Yeah.
That
I was born in 83. And we lived in this duplex, and I remember being sick, and them really just taking care of me when I was super sick one time. And it's not like a vivid memory, but it's from that house and I can remember the layout of the duplex. And most of my memories are not from that duplex, so that's how I know it's my earliest memory.
I hear you. Okay.
So
My
not a
earliest-
crazy story.
My earliest
I hear you.
memory is definitely at a church. My grandfather is a pastor, and
Weird how that ties.
Hey,
man.
church
And I-
stuff gets y'all.
because I remember that was before I moved up here to White House. So it was before I was 5 years old for sure. I just remember running through the church, and I remember making paper mache for some reason. And that was probably my earliest memory. I was probably 4 or
That's
5
cool.
years old making paper mache. And I know I've talked about it here before. I wanted to do like a Preaching with Papaw podcast.
Preaching with
Cool.
Papaw.
I think you should start doing that sooner than later.
Yeah, and as
In
I
my
finish
opinion.
each book of the Bible, kind of go in there and
Oh,
talk
cool.
to him about it because he's a pastor.
How long
He
has
does
your granddad been a pastor?
50 years.
50 plus?
That'd be a lot of fun.
Probably. Yeah.
So it would be
Cool.
fun just to kind of because I've called him before, just asking him questions.
Tyler's a
about Genesis.
scientist. If y'all don't know this about Tyler, if you just listened the first time, you may not know this. If you have listened before, you probably know this. But Tyler is a scientist. Like, that's literally what he is.
Legit.
So the fact that his granddad is a 50-plus year pastor, I think it would be an awesome merging of the two
Hell yeah, it would be.
realms.
I mean, I've talked about just some Genesis things. Like one of the things we talked about the most was like the mark of Cain, which is conspirituality as well. It goes into people understanding that that's where sin kind of
truly started.
comes from or
Right.
truly starts from in an aspect or like I've even listened to podcasts on Sam Tripoli before. I can't think of his name right now, but he went into saying that Cain and Abel were actually twin brothers, fraternal twin brothers, and one was actually the snake or the demon or Lucifer's
Which would
son,
have probably been Cain.
Cain, and Abel's son was actually from God. Or from Adam. Sorry. So Cain is actually, so when the serpent says eat the apple, is actually a demon, which is what I just talked about. Incubuses having sex with Eve. And there was actually someone before Eve who was also made from dust, and I can't remember her name right now.
But you know, all this is interesting because most of this stuff doesn't come from the Bible. The Bible wouldn't
it's
tell
a
all this
collection.
story.
No, it wouldn't tell all these stories.
You would have to get some of this stuff, even the interpretations of, because if you read just the Bible, it's just a serpent. That connection to the serpent being Satan is not made until like later in Christian theology,
You're
which is
correct.
interesting.
Correct, but what is interesting to me, and this is just how I break down the Bible, I wear different hats, and I don't necessarily want to talk about it a bunch right now, but it's in this
Oh, we're talking
segment.
Yeah,
So
we're
it's
here.
great.
We're there.
We're here. So, like, when it says in the Bible, even your penalty to the serpent is to slither around, which means that it
Yeah.
wasn't a serpent to
Yeah.
begin with.
Yeah, maybe
It wasn't a
dinosaurs.
snake to begin with. It then got the penalty.
Yeah,
of
it's
no
bad that it was being
legs.
the dust.
Which
Or
how do we
this,
not
that,
know
and the
that that was just someone who is now crippled or can no longer walk or maybe had to crawl? 'Cause back then they obviously didn't have wheelchairs laying around.
Sure.
I don't think so. Who knows? You're right though. The interpretation of how you take it and I love your scientific side of it just because it helps me understand what they. Not necessarily like some people would think, well, he's coming from a scientific thing. He's trying to prove that the Bible's wrong.
Right.
False. Tyler does not take that stance. He takes it more of let me understand what they're really talking about here.
You're trying to figure out, yeah.
And I've talked about it before in here, like water, like cities are always in wells and memories are water. And I've talked about it before, like, you're passing on your geneticism, you're passing on your traits.
Mhm.
Are there memories? Are there intelligence attached to those genetics? Because I talked about the missing 411 on here, which is people missing, and a lot of those people are intelligent and German descent. So are these other beings? Because the Germans had a lot of technology. They were talking. I mean, we're going deep.
Tell us
We did
so
it
far
like
we
a
can
chat.
get real deep. Because I was
Yeah.
talking about Hitler because we'll get real deep.
I know I don't mean to talk about Hitler, but yes,
No,
and
that's right.
and
We'll
Project
get on.
Paperclip and all of that stuff
Yeah,
of
I
how the
know all of
Nazis
it, yeah.
became.
Little Eddie Bravo over here.
It's pretty Eddie
Well,
Bravo-ish for sure.
Have you
By the way, we're not ending, well, we may be close to the end of Tinfoil Hat, but we ended all by saying, we don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Are y'all going to get those tinfoil hats you talk about?
We've thought about it.
You got to do that.
Yeah,
Just
man.
put them on
Put 'em
from the
on.
beginning of this part.
That'd be great. Have you listened to Jordan Peterson?
I wanted to listen to his Bible series.
You should listen to that. And I think you'd find it interesting because Jordan takes the Bible, the first early steps, and he tries to talk about it from a psychological perspective. So not science or spirituality, but psychologically, what could this stuff be? It's really interesting. So I think you'd like
And
that.
and that's something I like to do is I like to take a lot of thoughts and I like to find the commonality between them. and I synthesize them
I
together.
love dots.
Like depression is thinking of past thoughts. Anxiety is thinking of future thoughts.
Right.
And ADHD is you're thinking of them presently. So I truly believe you can treat depression and anxiety with ADHD medicine. Because it no longer makes you run down
As far as, like,
rides of
Adderall
depression.
and
Adderall,
Ritalin.
I think it can actually cure depression and anxiety. And it goes back to what I've heard about.
100% agree with that.
Yeah, and I really believe that it's the same malfunction in the brain. One, you're thinking about a lot of thoughts in the past, depression. One, you're thinking about a lot of thoughts in the future, anxiety. One, you're thinking about a lot of thoughts in the present, which is ADHD. So if you treat that and you can focus on one thing, you no longer have depression, you no longer have anxiety, you no longer have ADHD. And I just believe drugs and medicine and all of that from tinfoil hat and what they say, it teaches your brain how to act. So your brain's chemistry is a certain way. So when you take that medicine, it changes that way. If you can consciously grasp that, you no longer need the medicine. You no longer need the Suboxone. This is how my brain now works when I'm correct. This is how I need to behave. This is how I need to think. And you can mind over matter. You took that medicine, it changed your pathway. You're supposed to take omega-3s when you're taking medicine like that because it helps your brain health. And you've changed your pathway and you're like, oh, this is how I'm supposed to think.
Yeah.
Or this is what's healthy for me. And you think that way. Trust me, I've used manic times in my life. I've been manic, depressed, ADHD, but I made good grades. I have used manic to study. I have used manic. I don't have to take an Adderall. I just can time it up and I'm manic and I'm up all night and I'm studying naturally. And I use that to my advantage. And you might
mixture of anxiety.
And it's lucky, and lucky for you is you were raised by people who taught you how to channel that. Teachers, of people who don't learn how to channel that and that are manic, do crazy ass shit. Like Britney Spears shaves her fucking head and acts like a maniac. Who did we talk about earlier? Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah.
Use it to start torturing men, or no, Dahmer was young women.
Young women, but he had men victims as well.
Gacy was the young men. Yeah. John Wayne Gacy.
So, but yeah, so
John Wayne.
you have your top on there, brother. So be careful spitting into that with your top on.
Anyways,
so that's tinfoil hat in a nutshell.
Hey, everything. I think it's fucking awesome. Like, me and Tyler have known each other, probably been hanging out, if I could think of it, probably since my sophomore year in high school,
incredible.
Which would have been Tyler's freshman year in high school,
man.
which is a long time, and it was really through our mutual friend Andrew is probably, I think, how we probably met each other, Tyler. But we've truly known each other and our mutual friend Jonathan since we were young kids.
That's cool,
because
man.
My grandmother, Tyler's mom, and Jonathan's mom all taught at the same middle school for about 15 years straight together.
That's sweet.
So we've known each other since a young age, but me and Tyler have been mutual friends probably since my sophomore and his freshman year of high school.
Nothing can beat that.
At his wedding, I even brought up he used to spin the ball on his fingertip whenever he shot free throws.
Yeah, so I was a basketball player until I realized I was not going to grow in the 7th grade, and I hated my basketball coaches. But I was good enough that I was sort of arrogant, and I wasn't good enough. I was better than I thought I was.
You spin that shit on your finger?
And I would do my basketball. I'd dribble it twice, and then I'd go thump, right up on my finger, and then I'd settle it and shoot my free throws. But I was arrogant, but I was fucking terrible. I wish we could post videos of me playing basketball here because it was bad.
That's great. But you can't beat friends you've been forever like that.
It's great.
It's great.
We know that there's times where our wives have been mad at me and him because we've come to each other with just things we've been dealing with our wives, and we've just tried to have that confidant, type. And we're so open with our wives also that we're like, I talked to Tyler. Why are you talking to him about this? Because I trust his opinion to come at me and tell me what I need to be told, not what I want to hear, but what I need to hear.
It's like an accountability
relationship to have. Incredible relationship to have. I feel like you and Chad probably have that same type of.
Too. Yeah, we all three have that. Yeah, because it's the thing. I think wives would expect us to be there, fuck that bitch. She don't know what she's doing. But the truth is, we're holding each other accountable too.
Always.
So we're telling each other hey man, maybe you're not being the best. We're doing that. We encourage.
And it's hard to do sometimes. I've had to say stuff to Tyler sometimes where it's dude, I know you don't want to hear this, but it's just what I got to tell you. And Tyler's a smart enough guy that's well, damn, you're fucking right. He's like, damn, I didn't want to hear that, but I needed to hear that.
If your friends ain't doing that,
not a real good friend you get.
I mean, maybe they're not comfortable. Maybe you've not set the stage to allow them to be honest like that. But
You're
I think
probably right.
Set that stage, man. Allow each other to be honest with each other. I think that's the best.
And it just really, it comes down to just like you even said, Kyle, it's like accountability and friends and things like that. But it's like I don't have any brothers. And it's like it's a unique dynamic seeing my kids because they have brothers and they all have different relationships with each other. Now you have 2 kids, you have 3. I was an only child technically growing up.
Yeah,
16. So hey, if you want a boy, $30,000.
And we're back,
baby, mail it in.
No, but in a real note, like all his kids call me like my nickname. I have this. It looks like a prison tat, but it's not a prison tat. I got this like right when I turned 18, but it says Tukey.
Tukey, baby,
which was my nickname because I was a what's it called? Colic when you throw up a lot.
Yeah, colic. Yeah,
very bad. Like people would. Oh, he's so cute. Can I hold him as soon as they pick him? Throw up on him. So my mom used to call me Pukey. So my granddad was fine. Like, gotta quit calling him that. Well, I learned to start talking young. So like Tyler talked about ADHD earlier, and it really affected my life, like truly, because I had an education. My grandmother was a teacher. She had grown up seeing kids on medication and that type of stuff. My mom probably wanted me to be medicated, and they didn't know I was ADHD until I went and took a class to be in. What was the class called you took in elementary school, Tyler?
Search. Rise.
They sent me. So when I was in first grade for English, and I started reading it like right at 4 years old. When I first turned 4, I was reading books.
So you're above your age.
Correct. I was going to second grade for my English and literature in the first grade. They would come and send a kid to come get me, and I'd go to my second grade class in English and literature.
But
you
get the search.
Well, I took the search test. You probably remember it. I know you took the same one. They bring you in with a guidance counselor and one other lady, and they give you puzzles and different stuff, and you would perform them. Well, my reading level was off the fucking charts, but my attention span was so fucking low.
Really?
They're like, he cannot hold the attention to be in this classroom. They told him at that age. But my grandmother was so hard set on that ADHD medicine would turn you into a zombie. Like, she refused to let my mom medicated.
Right.
Which was fine. Don't get me wrong. Like, I have no problem with the life I've lived. I'm a college dropout. I got out of high school easily because high school was easy once I realized it. I went to summer school twice in middle school because I didn't.
You could pass college so easy right now.
Now, as an adult, and I understand how to learn and how to, it just takes going to class and that type of stuff is perfect. It's great. So I was always above that, but ADHD truly affected me. I was medicated as an adult because I went to college and realized immediately I was like halfway through my first algebra class, which Tyler helped me pass that class actually.
I think I took the test at your mom's house.
The final test I had to pass, Tyler took it for me. Sorry, Ball State. Fuck you. Anyways.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Kyle was the sign-in.
Yeah, anyways. I finally realized, like, I'm halfway through my first algebra class ever in college, and it's like, God dang, I haven't heard a thing he said. I've been reading this girl in front of me shirt the whole time. She had like her high school shirt with all of her classmates' names on the back of it, and I'm like reading through the names, not realizing this guy's teaching me what I need to know in front of me. So I've tried different medications, just never really worked for me. But I am staying firm with Tyler that like Adderall and that type of stuff, like the stronger ones that they give to people, work how they're supposed to work, man. They really do get people down that line.
But you always could concentrate on like a video game if you wanted to play.
Video games, sports, like that type of stuff I was always perfectly fine. But something about sitting at a desk and having to listen to one person talking in the front of the room, I couldn't do it.
I've heard that's
never been good at it, man.
The best design for the way males learn. They're like a desk setting type thing. They need to be up and more active, males generally.
Yeah, they need to be. Like females, I've been saying this before because now I coach females instead of males. It's like females are much better at learning and pleasing and things like that, where guys are much more hands-on. Yeah, they are.
But that's true. You will say that Tyler will agree with me about like every job I've ever had, I've always excelled at because it's been like factory type work. And once I learn the process, I can be one of the better ones at it every time. I can be really, really fucking fast at it. But I've got to be moving. I can't be sitting at a desk. I sold for 2 years. You're in sales.
Right.
I won't get too deep into it, but you're in sales. I sold for 2 years, and I just couldn't. The part where I had to come back to the office and sit at the desk and do this, I could not handle it, man.
That's not easy.
Answer the phone every time someone calls. That's not me. I need to be either
movie, baby.
I need to see an end. I need to see an end product at the end of what I'm doing. Selling helped me sort of with that when I sold. But like when I didn't sell, it would always be like, God dang, you know, like it would bring me so far down on the scale. Like even the sale that I would make the next day that would be good.
Wouldn't bring me up enough.
It wouldn't bring me up enough from the sale I didn't make the day before. So it was hard to get in that. Your personality is made for it, first off. I feel like you can talk to Brett Favre over here in my fat head and sell him fucking something.
Come on, bro.
Probably a strap on from I heard the size of his penis from his dick pics he used to send.
Oh, Lordy.
Anyways, let's hit that next sound over there, partner.
I'll hit it a few times. Stop scrolling. So, who wants to go first?
I'll go first because it's right on the top of my mind. I watched it today, and I've seen it years prior. And I never really had a true...
So we're stop scrolling now where we pick something from the main streaming services because Kyle here with our buddy Tyler, who was in our chat last time, they were on the beach and they scrolled for an hour.
Over an hour. So there was 4 of us. Me, my wife, my buddy Tyler.
My wife.
And Tyler and his wife, and we were trying to pick a movie just off of any of the streaming services. We had Netflix to choose from, we had HBO, we had Hulu. We could not decide on a movie. So the next night, we all picked 2 movies we wanted to watch, threw it in the hat, picked it at dinner, and
that's a good way to do it. Yeah,
it worked out perfect. The movie sucked dick.
What'd y'all watch?
It was called 54, about Studio 54. Huh. The club in New York that used to be big. It's about that. It's Ryan Felipe and
I never saw it.
Mike Myers plays the owner of Studio 54.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
Ryan he's trying to get Ryan Felipe to let him suck his dick. So,
man,
you can take it for what it is. Not a very good movie, but.
So you're stop scrolling, man. What is it?
Yeah, so it keeps taking me back to this religious thing and how I was raised. I wasn't really allowed to watch it, but I was so interested in this show because they had a character named Kyle on it. And we're talking about South Park. A show that for its time was way out there. Trey Parker and Matt Stone were the creators of the show. They also did Basketball. If you don't know who they are, they're the main characters in Basketball. They did Orgasmo, which was like a 1990s soft porn. Is sort of like a superhero who... the movie's called Orgasmo. You can guess what it's about. Anyways, I have sort of 2. They put out a South Park pandemic special, which is absolutely hysterical. It's only 44 minutes long, and you should absolutely watch it. It is. I watched it at lunch. I have an hour lunch, so I watched the whole thing at lunch the other day. And I'm sure the people sitting beside me in my truck out there at lunch are wondering, like, what is it laughing at? What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
So I know Chad, if he's in here or not, I don't know if he's still here or not, but we always play the trailer of the.
Are you gonna play the pandemic special trailer?
Yeah, I got it.
That's cool.
I am very proud to announce a pandemic special.
They're gonna try and make us go back to school. You really want to go back to that slavery? Yo, get out of my house!
I was watching one where they make the Scott Pilgrim Must Die and all those classic episodes.
Yes, so here we go right here.
You guys don't seem totally stoked.
I got it decently loud, so try not to talk over right now.
South Park, the 1-hour pandemic special. New Wednesday, September 30th at 8.
You are a child!
On Comedy Central.
So that was just a 30-second little thing.
Which is perfect. You should watch it because what's great, and it's going to bring me to my next stop scrolling. Okay. But the pandemic special is great. But what is great about it is they always stay current. I don't know how much you've kept up with South Park over the years.
It's crazy, isn't it?
But they're always current with whatever's going on. And the reason being is because they make each episode after the current episode airs. There's a documentary. There's a documentary on HBO Go right now. I watched it years ago off Pirates Bay, which was like,
baby.
You could rip anything. You could rip, it's still there,
allegedly.
But this is what it's off of. And it's called 6 Days to Air. And it's a documentary about the guys creating episodes of South Park.
So they do it every episode 1 week.
So the episode airs, and they immediately start storyboarding and coming up with ideas right off the bat.
Can you imagine?
It is a 100% must-watch documentary, even if you like South Park or not. It's called 6 Days to Air. Pull it up. It should be on there. 6 Days to Air trailer. But it's on. They finally put it on HBO. I watched it. I had watched it before, but I watched it today. And man, those guys are unbelievable. Who plays the guy in Pineapple Express that's pissing the weed at the beginning? He was in Barry, the HBO show. Like Testament, he's like,
There's a show on this
when he's
Wednesday.
the one that let Testament join at the beginning of Pineapple Express.
I know you're
I don't know who that guy
I
is.
can't think of his freaking
Look
name.
it up on IMDb while this is playing.
But I didn't realize how much say-so he had in South Park. I'm gonna look it up right now. It'll show. If Comic Book Bob's still in here, he'll give it to us.
He might be gone.
Bill Hader. Bill Hader is the actor. Yeah, like he's part of the story and writing of South Park.
Let's go till 11:30, trying to come up with something completely new.
5 days to air, it says.
Is it called 5 Days to Air?
No, I'm just saying that it has like a countdown on this.
Oh, so the show's called 6 Days to Air. But,
Yeah, this is the trailer.
but they have to have it like submitted by midnight the day it comes out, the Sunday it comes on television.
So they're doing the animation, the
Everything.
drawing, everything.
That's incredible. You should watch it. If you don't have HBO Max, I won't give you my password, but TJ will give you mine if you don't have it. So you can watch it.
Yeah, fair enough.
You out there, I can't because I don't know how many they'll let me have, but I'll definitely give it to you because it's a must watch. If you know anything about South Park or it's been a big part of our culture, our age group that has grown up on video games, movies. You should, or you can just get on Pirate Bay. You don't have to make it.
What I remember most, I never watched South Park that much. I just didn't find it funny, I guess. And once again, I think it was that miss. I was too young.
If you watch it now, though, you would understand the humor.
Yeah.
I think so. But I do remember playing the game. I rented it one time from Movie Gallery.
The original N64 game.
Yeah, the South Park game. It had like the poop on there. I remember that. And you had like a gun.
All you remember is the poop. Mr. Hanky the Christmas poo.
Yeah.
Whatever his fucking name is. So we're still in Stop Scrolling.
Yeah, that's not Stop Scrolling. South Park, the pandemic special, 6 Days to Air. They're both South Park shows. This pandemic special is obviously a South Park episode. 6 Days to Air is a documentary about how they make them.
Okay.
I don't want to miss y'all's, but I've got to urinate again. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Y'all go ahead and go, though. Don't wait on me.
That's fine.
Don't wait on me. Tell yours.
Are you sure? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go back and listen.
We'll go ahead, man, because I ain't got nothing to talk about right now.
You got nothing to talk about?
Well, unless you want to go back to
Oh, you want a tinfoil hat on me then a little bit. Well, let me pull this out. I've got a couple of stop scrollings too.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do the Stop Scrollings, man, and I'll look them up and we can watch the trailer for them.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Hope you've had fun. Whiskey Bros Podcast. Y'all should follow them, man.
Yeah, Whiskey Bros Podcast. I'll pitch that a little bit right now.
Yeah.
So most things we're either Whiskey Bros Pod or Whiskey Bros Podcast. And we're on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. Where else are we? Nowhere else.
Nowhere else, but make sure you get it right though, because there's some Whiskey Brothers.
Or Whiskey Bros. And our thought process on that
Yeah,
was
let me hear that. 'Cause I wanna hear it. Is the Bros video game-esque from the
Super Mario Bros.
Okay.
We even included the period because Super Mario Bros. Had a period at the end in the original games. We even put that period in the beginning. We kind of lost it a lot since then, but the thought was that Super Mario Bros.
was more of like a video game, like Mario
A little
Bros. And on their podcast, they always have a whiskey. It's a new whiskey every time. The guest brings a bottle. We had to bring a bottle.
Yeah, we've not had that many guests. We've had both Dabbling Dads on there, and typically we drink a new bottle of whiskey we've never tasted before, and we'll talk about whatever's on our mind.
So, are you a whiskey drinker? Would you say you're a whiskey drinker?
I do drink whiskey, but I'll tell you what's different. So when I drink whiskey throughout the week, I typically will mix Coke Zero with my whiskey and ice. When I'm drinking on the show, we want to talk about the unique flavor profiles. When I'm drinking throughout the week, I care less about that than I do when I'm on the show, and I care more about getting drunk. And
That's fair. That's fair.
And so I drink it with Coke Zero.
I was going to say, have you thought about, because through my research, I'm a researcher, which people who listen to know.
Sure.
So like before I came on your show or whatever, a lot of the reviews, this and that, have you thought about bringing a dropper onto your show?
To drop like a drop of water in there to see that change.
Correct, because from what I read is that it can truly change the flavor profile immensely in some whiskeys.
I went to Jack Daniel's distillery and took a tour and did some tastings, and they were showing us that different. They would drop a drop in there and show you.
And it would change.
It really would. It was interesting like that. But I guess we should consider that.
That a bourbon thing or a Scotch thing?
Oh, just straight whiskey thing is it changes the profile from just what, because Because in a lot of the reviews that I read,
Any whiskey, it can. I mean, it can, but there's certain ones that it makes a bigger difference in
the
the
florals is what it sounded like to me when I was reading. Is that when you put that drop in there, it's kind of like why a lot of people like to drink the Canadian whiskey that makes the velvet things. Crown.
Oh,
Royal.
yeah, Crown.
They love to drink that flavored Crown on rocks because what happens is that water starts to melt in there and it brings out that easier drink taste.
Yeah.
A lot of people think it's watering it down. But it somehow affects the flavors or something in it. I don't know.
There's just subtle flavor. There's flavors you're going to get when you're straight on, when you're neat with your whiskey. There's flavors you're going to get.
Yes.
And then when you add that water to it, sure, it's going to cover up some of that harshness, but it's also going to reveal some flavors you're missing because of the harshness. I think that's the major thing to think about.
Okay. Which is probably what I need.
Yeah.
The harshness of it is what kills me. Like the burnt end of it is what kills me.
And so they love bourbon, which is like a charred barrel at the end, and that's what creates that harshness.
But I like to preferably when I'm on the show we're talking about neat. But when I'm at home, I'm either going to drink it with ice on the rocks. If I'm at a bar, I like to do it with if they have available the big ice. Because I don't want a stone. I don't want something that's not going to melt. I want something that's going to melt slowly.
Just one chunk of ice.
One chunk. One giant chunk of ice. That's
one boo of ice is what it's not necessarily a boo, but it's like what's the guy in Mario Kart? He's not a boo.
Yeah, the ghost is a boo.
The ghost is a boo, but there's another person.
A lot of them make like a cube. They make like a cube.
It's like
they put in there or a round. Yeah. They got some
Goomba.
A Goomba.
Yeah.
But Shy Guys.
So what brought us to the whiskey talk? I know I went and peed, but
no, I was letting him pitch whiskey bros while you were talking.
That's what we do. We drink whiskey in every episode.
Perfect.
And then it's very leisure.
Then you're probably not the guy, though, right?
No, I'm definitely not the guy.
It's definitely leisure talk from there.
Very similar to us. Add whiskey.
Yeah.
So I had to stop scrolling. The way I sort of interpreted this was I was supposed to bring one that was a movie and one that was more of a series.
That's sweet.
That's perfect.
So that's the way I did that.
That'll work.
Yeah. So my stop scrolling from a show perspective, I went YouTube instead of a typical streaming service.
Awesome.
Yeah.
YouTube TV.
There's this cartoon called Refined. And Refined has about 20-something episodes now. And what it is it's not going to be hugely popular, but it should be because it's really funny. If you've ever worked in the industrial world or on construction sites or anything like that, there's a way men talk to each other. Mm-hmm. There's certain phrases they use that you won't hear in other places.
That was the first job I ever had. Was me and my brother were the laborer for a masonry company.
Exactly right. Yeah. So there's a way that they talk to each other. And so these guys on this show work for a contract pipe fitting outfit that works at I guess like a refinery or something like that, and they're in their pipe fitting. But it's just the people that make this cartoon are clearly understand. They've clearly worked in these environments because there's something about the language and the way they talk that's just something really unique.
Say the name of it one more time.
Refined. So you take South.
I'm playing just like the intro because it doesn't have a trailer, but it does look like they work. So it's like an adult cartoon?
It's an adult cartoon for sure. So the red hat's right there, he's like a safety coordinator. And so they all hate him. So there's like little unique things that you work in that world. You understand. I think, I think if you're in the blue collar space, this is something you'll appreciate.
That's awesome.
Refined.
What's the movie? What's the movie you got?
So my movie that I've got, I may have talked about it on the Whiskey Bros. I can't remember because I'm bad memory. But there's this movie called The Platform. Have you ever heard of this?
You mentioned it when I was with you on your podcast, but you didn't really go into details, so please do.
Yeah, so The Platform is something my daughter actually recommended to me, my oldest daughter. And essentially, people go into this jail setting where they're in this tower. So there's floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, all the way down to they don't even know how far it goes.
So it's built down.
It's built down. So the top would be the priority. Every single day, a platform drops in the middle. It's open in the middle. So if you stepped out there, you would fall to your death.
So you can see other people.
Okay.
Netflix, by the way.
Yeah. So if you're at that top, there's these top level chefs creating an entire table of the best meals ever. It drops down to that first layer. People can eat whatever they want, but it only stays there for a finite amount of time, and it starts moving down to that next level. You're not allowed to keep anything and hold it. You can only eat while it's at your level. Then it drops that next
Is
level.
it all about eating or other things?
Well, this is what you see here. I don't want to give too many spoilers.
You're perfect.
It drops to that second level, and that second level person can eat whatever's left. Obviously, whatever the first person didn't eat, but it keeps going.
Yeah.
Every 30 days, you reset. You might be on level 40 the first day, but you might be on level 100 the next day.
Also, it's not a secure class.
I'm watching this tonight.
Yeah,
this sounds incredible.
Very interesting. So I would just say it's a fucking mind trip and watch that shit.
The platform. Let's watch
The
the trailer.
platform.
Los de abajo, los que caen.
Netflix has been killing it, by the
Killing
way.
it.
I don't know if they can hear us, but they got some good original
They
shit.
can.
El hoyo. ¿Y usted sabe en qué consiste?
Oh, really? So how many people are we talking about?
That's what you
Comer
learn in the show.
Oh, you learned in the show. Perfect.
lo que le sobra a los de arriba.
It's not in another language, so I don't know why this trailer's in another language.
It gave me the English option a second ago, so I should have picked
It must be a foreign movie that they dubbed.
Maybe. I didn't notice it though. I was watching
That's good. That's good for me. Sure.
Hay mucha más gente abajo.
Oh, this looks like something our buddy Tyler would see.
Dentro de poco habrá menos.
It's some fucked up shit, so you'll like it.
It looks like it.
Dude, that looks crazy.
So when it gets to the bottom of it, they just like
look it up on IMDb and see if there's-
like that type of shit. Oh, okay.
Look up on IMDb and see if there's any actors in there. That's another thing that we do.
I don't think there's any actors yet. I would
No.
that you would
Well, I'm
know.
gonna. You gave your synopsis. I'm gonna read the IMDb synopsis
Okay.
also for it.
Please.
Ready, Tyler?
Yeah, go
You
ahead.
good?
I got it
says,
all.
This is for The Platform on Netflix. Came out in 2019. A vertical prison with one cell per level. I don't want to say. Okay. Only one food platform and 2 minutes per day to feed. An endless nightmare trapped in the hole. Is what it says.
Oh.
So, sounds crazy. And this is written by someone else. It says, mysterious place, an indescribable prison, a deep hole, an unknown number of levels, a descending platform containing food for all of them, an inhuman fight for survival, but also an opportunity for solidarity.
Oh.
Sounds very interesting.
Dude, I'm gonna have to watch that shit. I think I've seen it before, but I just scrolled right through it. Now I'm gonna have to
dabble
on them
It's
breaks.
on the top 10 for sure, so I know you've seen it.
Yeah, for sure.
What's your stop scrolling, bro?
My Stop Scrolling is a documentary
Okay.
from Netflix, or it's actually considered a mini series, and it might go right into our niche. I've been watching it. I only have one episode left. There are 6 episodes. It is called High Score, and it actually yes.
I've started.
Okay, so you
I'll
started.
just say
So
that,
you're
yes.
probably trying to make it 1 years later of Stop Scrolling.
I
But,
wasn't, but no,
it goes
great.
through video games, like where they began, like, and it goes into the detail of, I don't want to spoil it too much, but it's a documentary, so it's kind of like it's already happened sort of deal. But it goes into, it talks about one black family in there, and he is actually the person who created cartridges, which, and I forget the
That
name
started
of the
episode
system.
2, I think.
I think so.
I've watched the first episode all the way through, and I'm about halfway through the second one. I fell asleep.
Yeah,
but
it has a lot of reading because it has Japanese people in the beginning or whatever. But it goes all the way through, and it talks about how they start like doing real video of people and like how they do NBA now, but they use Mortal Kombat for that. They talk about role-playing games, how that came about, the creators of all of these things, and like remember when Nintendo Power, before Nintendo, it talks about when Nintendo Power came out, but before Nintendo Power, there were people that you actually called on the phone. Game counselors is what they're fucking called.
Get through hard parts of games.
Yes, and you call them, and they fucking do it. So, High Score is my Stop Scrolling of the week.
That's a good one.
You definitely should watch it. We'll watch the trailer.
Well, you already got it pulled up?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. So
He's on it,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
But it goes through, like,
your
the
co-hosts, your 2 co-hosts would be all fucking love.
Yes.
I only watched the first episode, not another.
Yeah, it goes all the way back to like the creation of Pac-Man. It actually, I don't want to do too many spoilers, but it shows who Kirby is actually created from. It's a person.
Yeah.
It goes into.
Strangely enough, I think I'm the only one who has watched this whole series all the way through.
Oh, you've already watched it?
Yeah, I've watched this all the way
Oh,
So you agree that's
incredible.
great? Would you agree?
And I'm the one that's the least likely to watch.
That's unreal. Yeah, that's fucking awesome, honestly.
Something else that I thought was interesting in there was Madden 95, and I don't mean to spoil it, but it makes you want to go watch it. They could only make the skin color of the football players one color, and Madden 95 was the first time they had African American football players
On a football
on
game.
a football game because you could only make one skin tone. That's it for all the players.
It took till 95. Think of how far technology has come since 95.
Correct.
It's unreal.
And they needed a 16-bit system, so the Sega Genesis.
We're almost 20 years from 95.
Dude, that is crazy when you think about that.
Insane.
But so you've seen High Score. It is a great.
We're almost 30 years past.
Yeah, would you admit it's great to watch?
Incredible.
It shows how it all. I love the story of the cartridge, and those people get lost.
It shows the stories that are small that you might not have heard before, which is what's cool about it. Which is really neat. What was the first football video game you played?
Mine was definitely Tecmo Super Bowl.
Same.
So not Tecmo Bowl. That was the first
Bowl.
big one. Mine was Tecmo Super Bowl, which had it wasn't a true Cowboys player, but had like an actor wearing the Cowboys, like a big jacket. Sort of looked like Troy Aikman, but it wasn't Troy Aikman. He had like the black on the front of the box. That's the only reason. My dad still has the box.
But it was still overhead video game. Though.
Correct. It was the same game as Tecmo Bowl, but like an updated version. Yeah. Had Bo Jackson and Brett Favre. And
that documentary goes into the guy who created football video games and how it all happened and how he talked Madden into it. Madden was scared of flying in planes, so they rode a train.
He was on they did a train bus, but he finally bought his own bus, which is actually a scene from Little Giants.
Annexation of Puerto Rico, baby.
That's why you watch Dabbling Dads, baby. And he like broke through walls was like his gig, and so that's how they created it, using him, and he liked the game. So it was.
John Madden still alive? Let me ask that.
I think he is.
Wow, I wonder how old that goes. I'm looking it up.
The first,
y'all did this.
Let's guess. Let me guess. I'm going to guess John Madden is 71.
75.
I'm going to go 85.
Where's Emily?
Where's Emily at?
71, 75. My guess is 85. I know I'm way up, but John Madden age. 84 years old. I was 1 year old, boy.
Killing it.
I knew he was older than a motherfucker for sure.
So those are our stop scrolling.
My granddad just turned 80. I knew he wasn't much older than him.
High Score on Netflix for me.
I had two. I had Refined and The Platform.
Refined, The Platform for sure. I'll be watching.
And I had South Park, the pandemic special, and also 6 Days to Air, which is the documentary about the creators of South Park. And they made it right after those guys had done Book of Mormon, which is the Broadway show. I've never seen it or heard it. It's apparently hilarious, but go check that out.
So the last thing that I have, Kyle might have something else, you might have something else, is we always do Through the Years movie from our sponsor, Letterboxd.
I've got something else, but I want to do it last. So let's
all right, so Letterboxd, you didn't have to download it, but we're going to do your birth year, which you said earlier was 83.
83, baby.
So let's
pull it up. So I'll show you. I'll let you watch me pull the app up. It's actually cool. You're not a big movie guy, but like Steven, your co-host brother, dude would probably have so many movies on here. Dude. But it's called Letterboxd, and I can go in here and go to my profile. Just here, and I scroll down and go to films, which I've watched.
So you're marking what you've watched.
Correct.
Okay.
But you can scroll through them like in a gallery.
So I can go down here to that's 90s. 1980s and 1983. Done. And it pulls up the movies I saw in this year. So I'm not going to show you, but me and Tyler are going to go through our movies. Did you go all the way to 83, Tyler?
Yeah, dude, I don't have many.
Okay, I've got 4, 8, 11.
So we're going to be relying on you, brother.
How many you got?
Two, but I'm not going to scroll all the way through them.
All right, so what we usually do is I say mine because I've seen more movies, just in general. Tyler, says if I've seen it or seen something else. So the first movie on mine, which hopefully everyone in the world has seen if you're our age, Scarface.
Okay.
With,
number one on
Al
mine,
Pacino.
too, man. Al Pacino, Scarface, super classic. I would like to watch it again. Doesn't hold up to the count of time, though.
It's got to, though, dude.
It's a great movie. I think I've watched it. I just spilled beer. Anyways, I've watched it probably within the past 3 years. Very good.
Held up.
Still very good movie.
I remember that chainsaw scene being something that was really good no matter when you watched it. That's what I remember being.
Where Tony's about to die and he doesn't die. Yes.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Scarface by 2020, that's your own fault.
That's your own fault.
Blame
Next
yourself.
movie, A Christmas Story.
Oh,
classic Christmas movie. One of the best. One of my favorites.
Yeah.
I have Michael Jackson's Thriller on here that came out the same year you were born, actually. It's not a movie,
Really? I
but
didn't know that.
it is a short film, so I do have it. Michael Jackson's Thriller.
Oh, shit.
I then have Eddie Murphy Delirious, which came out the year you were
Stand-up,
born.
okay.
One of the best stand-ups of all time.
Is that the red suit? The red leather
The red
suit?
leather suit.
Yeah.
Right here.
Oh, yeah, that's him.
Cujo was my next one on the list,
yes.
which is Stephen King.
Stephen King.
Never seen it.
St. Bernard goes psycho type movie.
Not much happens in that movie.
No, it's people stuck in a vehicle and there's a psycho St. Bernard outside of the vehicle.
But I remember being scared as a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
So he's this crazy Saint Bernard. There's another movie where like Mel Gibson where he has a police dog later.
Turner and Hooch.
Turner and Hooch.
That's not no good.
That's a comedy.
That's Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks, right? We're so stupid.
Yeah.
I'm the worst though, as you know.
That's one of Tom Hanks' worst movies though, so I get it. But then I had the original Vacation with.
I've seen that.
Beverly D'Angelo shows her nice rack on that one. One of the first set of tots I ever saw in a movie was that movie right there. Vacation, Beverly.
Like the movie
D'Angelo,
Knocked
Chevy
Up, where they
Chase.
take out the boobies in the movies, where you could point them
Knocked
out.
Up, right? Yeah.
Then they have John Candy as the security guard when they make
He
the
is
Wally
the
World.
security guard. That's
classic.
correct. He makes him. He holds the gun on him and makes
Yes.
him ride the BB gun. Makes him ready. Actually, ends up shooting him with a BB gun.
That's amazing.
Spoiler alert. Anyways, my next movie, Trading Places.
I've seen that movie too. So
Eddie Murphy and
I don't know.
One of the writers of this movie. Come on.
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
Dan Aykroyd.
Dan Aykroyd.
Who also happens to be on the spectrum. He is actually
He's autistic.
autistic. Dan Aykroyd is. Believe it or not.
Shout out Ian.
War Games.
Oh, dude.
The old War Games.
War Games.
War Games is one of those that makes
Matthew
you want to
Broderick,
be.
the guy that played Ferris Bueller, plays like this smart kid who's staying home from school and ends up hacking into like the government's like database and makes him think that there's an attack coming from a war has started. And they end up coming to his house and finding out that he's the one that's hacked into this.
Really?
It's a great old movie. You should
It was
watch
one of the early computer hacker movies. So
War Games.
War Games.
Return of the Jedi, which I hope is your number 2 on your list.
It's my number 2.
All right. Return of the Jedi.
That came out 83?
1983.
I didn't even know that.
And then the movie The Outsiders, which I know you've seen
But
also.
real quick,
Also a great book.
Yeah.
When I go back and watch Return of the Jedi, it's amazing it was made in 83. That's almost 40 fucking years
George
ago.
Lucas had really turned the corner when he finally made Return of the Jedi. That's for sure.
Holy
right about that.
shit, 40 years ago. And
But
yet still, I can watch it and be like...
If you watched A New Hope today, start to finish, though, you would be bored as fuck about 45 minutes into it.
That's
the original Star Wars ever.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm a massive dude. I got the. You probably. I've never shown you this, but I
Oh,
showed
you about to show me a tattoo of Star Wars?
I've got the. God, I hate taking my shirt off.
He's taking his shirt off, baby.
Let me step out of camera.
Oh, Lord and
I had an Empire Strikes Back tattoo.
Let me see.
Decent size one.
Take it off.
Let me see this.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, so I'm like a legit Star Wars
Oh
fan.
shit!
Sure,
We have a little Vader and Luke having a little saber battle.
It's actually a mixture. It's a mixture of 2 scenes. So it's the battle where they fight in the carbonite chamber when Han Solo gets frozen in Empire Strikes Back. But the actual outline of my tattoo, which I've shown it on the Star Wars episode we did, it's the window that the Emperor sits in front of. So not the window they actually go out of in the movie.
Okay.
You know, the window busts out, and then he goes out, gets his hand cut off, and they fly out the window and go down that big tunnel and whatnot at the end of the movie. It's not that actual window. It's the most symmetrical window is the one that the Emperor sits in front of for most of the movie. So that's what I use. So it's a couple different scenes tied into one.
That's pretty
The guy who did it was a huge Star Wars fan too. The guy who did my tattoo. But yeah, so Return of the Jedi. You're right. For the time.
Chad said, y'all really going to talk about Star Wars without me? So I guess when Chad comes, we're going to talk a little
Well, so Chad, so I didn't really, I had seen like maybe the first Star Wars, but I wasn't really into things that were considered like nerdy. Like I watched football. I watched things like that. And, hey, we got garage door opening.
Dabbling Dads.
Dabbling Dads. We got kids.
Outside the garage.
We got kids coming home. Holy shamole.
What was the last thing she said before she left?
Don't open the garage. We are in a garage, in case anybody was wondering.
Well, what I was going to say is Chad introduced me to things like James Bond, Star Wars, Star Trek, those type things. So it was a lot of fun like that. What's up? We got kids coming in.
What's up? We got Can Man coming in. He knows a little bit about Star Wars.
Sound like his dad. He took his shirt off on his podcast.
Wave to the camera right there. Wave. Say hello.
We're talking Star Wars right now.
Go to bed.
Good night, bro.
Watch out, buddy.
I love you.
You good?
Bye-bye.
See you later.
See you, dude. Anyways, I was trying to pull up a picture of my tattoo. I was going to hold it up to the camera right there.
But I went with Chad's grandparents. What I was going to say, his grandparents took us to the all the re-releases.
Yeah, we went to the theater. Yeah, same.
And we weren't able to drive for some of those early ones, so his grandparents took us.
That's awesome.
He went and saw A New Hope, where the orchestra in Nashville actually plays.
I went and saw the Nashville Symphony Orchestra do A New Hope, and it was awesome. It did make me realize how boring that first movie is and how bad the special effects in it are. But at the same time, like, George Lucas created all those special effects.
Yeah,
they didn't exist before he did it. So it's cool as shit if you watch it like that. But as far as like just overall sit down and watch a movie, A New Hope,
got a little bit boring.
If I was going to start someone on Star Wars, I don't know that I would start them on
the
first movie ever made.
My thing with Star Wars now is I'm appreciating it in a new light because I have a son who likes to play the video games. And we get on Battlefront and play it together, and it's like it's reinvigorated my interest in Star Wars a little bit.
Which
so
is
it's kind of
awesome.
cool.
Yeah,
it's just so we can share it, play it together.
Mason, Tyler's oldest, has my Battlefront right now, and he loves playing it.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Yep.
It's a cool game. It really is. I can't find the picture I was looking for on my phone.
Keep going. The next one was Outsiders, you said.
The Outsiders was the last movie, which is all-star cast. Let me pull up IMDb real quick. If you haven't seen the movie Outsiders, I know our middle school, I think 7th grade, maybe 6th grade teacher I had, we read it in our 6th grade.
Required reading, yeah.
We were required to read it. You know, the Greasers and the Socias.
Stay golden, honey boy.
Stay golden, which was almost my first Star Wars tattoo. I almost got the C-3PO, which is the gold droid, obviously.
Ooh.
And I about got it like American traditional, which is like
and
the
stay
old
golden
school, and it was going to say "Stay Golden."
That's great.
But I didn't get it because someone else I saw online already had it, and it was like I would rather have something that's unique to myself.
Look, 1983.
Which, let me be honest, this tattoo on my calf, Tyler was talking about earlier, I got out of a book that probably 9 million people have out there, but who cares? What movie was I looking up?
You said Outsiders, and then whatever the next movie is after you look up the all-star
The Outsiders
cast.
is my last one I had on my cast, but I'll read on my list. But I'll read the cast: C. Thomas Howell, Matt Dillon, Ralph Macchio, the Karate Kid, if you weren't sure. Patrick Swayze, Rob Lowe, Emilio Estevez, Tom Cruise, Diane Lane, Leif Garrett.
Hold on.
That's about it.
Tom Cruise in a 1983 movie.
Yeah, he plays Steve Randall, which is also called Soda Pop in the book. You might remember. His teeth are so jacked up, it ain't even funny in that movie. Tom Cruise, if you look at his teeth now, is this incisor? This is incisor.
Incisor, like your canine.
Whatever this front tooth is, one of his front teeth is in the center of his head.
Buck. He got one of them bucks.
If you pull up a picture of Tom Cruise,
really?
One of his front two teeth is literally centered with his nose. And I never would have known it, but my buddy Andrew's wife is a dental hygienist. And she pointed it out to me. She's like, I can't watch Tom Cruise because of his teeth. And I'm like, what do you mean his teeth?
Dang.
And now I can't watch Tom Cruise without noticing that his teeth are jacked up. But before he had his teeth fixed, he was in the movie The Outsiders, and you should look at his teeth in that because they are every which way but straight. Every which way but straight. So
that's wild.
That's 1983.
83. We normally been doing 90s.
So I wish we had the Whiskey Bro soundtrack that clicks up and says, "Oh, fuck that! I'm not doing that.
You gotta be
fuck that
food challenge
because I've got a food challenge for us."
Really?
In the stream of Whiskey Bros, I had to bring something for us to try and eat.
Let's do it.
Of course.
Is it gonna put us out of commission?
It probably is. That's why I wanted to finish.
Is there anything else that you have that you want to share?
I think I had one other thing. Let me see.
Real quick, before he shares that, just dabbling. I've been texted by Chance. He called it tonight, which is a lot better than his NFL picks if he's listened to that. He said the Heat were going to win tonight. They'd have won tonight.
The Heat won tonight.
The Heat have won tonight.
Nice call, Elk. 3-2 series.
3-2 series. Nice call, Elk. Maybe
there's only been one team ever to lose in a 3-1 lead in the NBA playoffs ever. one team ever to lose when they had a 3-1 lead in a 7-game series.
The Golden State Warriors.
The Golden State Warriors lost to LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
That's right.
I don't know if Dragic played or not. We were dabbling instead of watching. But as long as it carries on, I'm sure it'll be a talking point next week.
I bet if I would have worn my Lakers jersey on here live tonight, they probably would have won.
LeBron would have won.
You would have affected
y'all ready? Oh, insert Chad's voice from the Whiskey Bros.
Yes.
Oh, fuck that. I'm not eating that.
It's right here beside us the whole song.
Let's do it.
We good? Let's do it.
Oh, was there something else you had?
No, let's do it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I've got 2 options, guys.
Oh,
the first option is very shitty. I will be honest. I meant to tell you to bring your dye, which you didn't, and I have some dye inside if we need to roll for it.
Let's just do it.
But if not, we can try it. If not, the other option, I think we can all try. But I'm going to pull this bad boy out first, guys. And y'all may have seen this before.
I don't know what this is. It looks bad. It's got skull on it.
So this is called the Packy. I hope it's Packy. I looked it up and
I thought it said Packy, not Pocky. I think it's Packy, actually.
Packy.
This guy ate the hottest gummy bear you've ever eaten when I was on y'all's podcast.
When Tyler was on the Whiskey Bros, he ate the hottest gummy bear ever. So what I went and bought today, actually, was the Packy 2020. This is the brand new chip they have, so it's the hottest one they've ever put out, apparently. 1 chip challenge.
Potato chip?
There's only 1 chip in here. And it's supposedly the hottest thing you've ever tasted. So I'm going to read the back of the box. And I have another option because, this one is 1 chip. And the true thing is you're supposed to eat it and wait. I forgot how long. 3 minutes before you drink anything to get the true effect.
Yeah.
So on the back it says, warning, do not eat if you are sensitive to spicy foods, allergic to peppers, nightshades, or capsaicin, or are pregnant or have any medical conditions.
God,
Keep out of reach of children after touching the chip. Wash your hands with soap and do not touch your eyes or other sensitive areas. Seek medical assistance if you experience difficulty breathing, fainting, or extended nausea. The Reaper shows no mercy. So
holy shit, don't put it on his feet.
Carolina Reaper and Sichuan plus Sichuan heat.
Szechuan.
I wanted to bring it on here for 2 reasons. I brought something else that I think we'll probably do instead of this, but I truly feel on during our cornhole competition, the losing team should have to split this in half and eat it if we don't eat it tonight. Let me show you the other option.
TJ will eat that shit if you leave it out.
Trust me, that's why I haven't opened it yet, because I know he'd take it, just put it in his mouth and eat it anyway.
Well, I had to disrupt the dispute that night. So
that was true. So we may not.
We don't have any hot dog.
But if I'm going to show the other option. We might make a decision to break this in thirds and eat it, or we might eat what I brought, which is also made by Packy. So
I like the loser eating that shit.
That's kind of fun. Yeah.
So I introduced this tonight, guys. So we may not eat it until the cornhole challenge, which is coming very soon this month.
And that'd be awesome. So y'all eat that too.
So 1 chip challenge, Pocky.
Yeah.
So Pocky also makes regular chips that you can just buy off the shelf, guys.
Oh shit!
This kind here is called Haunted Ghost Pepper.
That's Doritos, baby.
Real peppers, real heat. And when I walked up to the counter today at the local gas station, the newest gas station in our town that has 10 gas stations, and I bought both of these at the same time. Not only did the guy leaving the store tell me, "Hey, I wouldn't do that," but the lady at the counter said, "Hey, I've had these chips, and I bought them a week ago, and I've only eaten 3 of them."
Damn!
So these are probably going to be hot too. I think this would be better for us to end with. So we can actually talk at the end. But these are Haunted Ghost Pepper. On their scale on the back, they have a scale. It goes from not hot to kind of hot to super hot to freaking hot. And this one is on the freaking hot scale.
Yeah.
So the hot scale. This is, we are bringing the heat and it hurts so good. Just the differences in what's in these things. The hottest chip on the planet, they say, right here, has blue corn, sunflower, and or safflower oil, Carolina Reaper, which you've had a Carolina before, correct?
Yeah, a little bite of it.
It's the hottest pepper you can eat.
Just a bite?
Yeah, I just had a bite.
It has the highest Scoville unit you can find as far as pepper goes. So it's got Carolina Reaper, Scorpion Chili Pepper, which is second on the list.
Scorpion. That's a hot-ass Dorito.
Activated charcoal powder, which the activated charcoal powder is actually what ignites the heat in your mouth.
No!
Chipotle pepper powder, Sichuan pepper, and Sichuan pepper extract. So we're going to save this. I think we're going to save this.
Yes,
I would like to, but I already bought it just so y'all know. The loser of our cornhole game is going to eat this bad boy, so please tune in to see that. We'll put that down.
I'll be practicing tomorrow. Levi will be drinking water during our. No, I'm just kidding.
Anyways, this one here
Let's try
has
it.
ground corn, expeller pressed canola and or sunflower oil, salt. This has ghost pepper. So ghost pepper is like 3 or 4 on the list of hottest peppers. So it's probably going to be hot. Let's do it. Opener. I'm going to pass and let everyone take a sniff first. I don't know if we should, but I'm going to.
Tell us in the chat if you would eat this bad boy.
Doesn't smell too overly hot to me as far as like first smell and as far as like how it hits my nostrils.
I've had my gallbladder surgery, so we're hoping this doesn't result in me in the hospital.
I text our other buddy Tyler that I talk about all the time, and I text him tonight and said, "Hey, I bought food tonight. Tyler might be in the hospital.
No.
Take your chip out.
Take your chip
out." I hate to tell y'all, but y'all don't think that smells hot?
Yeah, it's hot. I know it is already.
That smells like a fucking pepper.
Are you at least going to take a bite out of the chip?
I'm with the whole fucking.
All right.
Oh!
So what I thought is we should all eat a whole chip.
Yeah, let's do it.
Don't eat it yet.
Oh, love it.
Just get in there, boy.
You know what it smells like? The purple bag Doritos that are actually incredible.
Sweet spicy chili. One of the best.
That one's got a lot of shit on it.
This is Packy. Yeah, I got a big one.
Oh,
Haunted Ghost Pepper. Here we go. That's fucking hot already. I don't know about y'all.
It's got this dry heat to it that's burning my mouth.
Yeah, burning my tongue pretty good. Does not taste good. Pretty damn hot.
Hey, the other one you said not drink for 30 minutes, so whoever loses has to not drink for 30 minutes.
I've already drank. You mean at the cornhole? I can't eat another one. Would y'all eat another one?
Yeah, I'll eat another one.
Lick your fingers.
You're gonna have another one?
I'm in.
I'm not licking my fingers. I'm not having another one.
It is very hot.
I'm pretty hot.
It's not bad though.
This man ate the world's hottest
9 million Scoville gummy bear a week ago. Was that last week?
2 weeks.
2 weeks ago.
I ain't eating that.
It's not bad, dude.
It's got me.
Let's have one more. Here,
That's
one more.
good. That's good, dude.
You think so?
I think it's okay. I mean,
It's the hottest chip I've ever.
I'm not gonna sit around eating it like while I'm watching TV, but like, it's not bad. It's hot as hell.
I'm not eating another one of these motherfuckers.
Hey,
Get out of your mind.
it makes me afraid of the one that they only put one chip in.
I'm very scared of that. I'm terrified of that. We gotta practice.
This is hot enough to where it makes me afraid of that one. Put it that way.
It's like a heat that has just got my mouth just dry as a motherfucker.
Yeah.
So I watched one video.
I ate some Thai food today.
There's a guy from our town also whose son, unfortunately, is fighting leukemia for the second time. Is at home finally and doing his stuff at home. Hopefully he makes it. Poor kid. I'm to the point now where I think it's the cancer. It's like, man, I've lived 33 years. Give me give it to me.
Yeah.
Quit
Let
making
the
them
kids
kids
do
up.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rather than kids have a life. Regardless, he ate the same gummy bear you ate on YouTube. So there's a video of him eating it also. He was a cop in a local town, the one that pulls over more people than most.
Okay.
I'll say that. I don't want to give away the guy, but we know what we're talking about. And he ate it, and he seemed like it was pretty hot. Well, after I bought this today, I went and started watching Packy One Chip Challenge videos. And I realized immediately that I was glad I bought those. Because if one of us ate these, it's going to be bad. Like, when we eat them, it's not going to be good.
Was it fucking people up worse than that gummy bear?
Really bad.
Damn.
It looked pretty bad. It did not look good. Are you hurting that bad already? It's pretty hot.
I ate a third one, and that third one hit me harder than the other one.
All right, let's do it then.
The other one's hit me way harder. I mean, this one hit me way harder.
We're idiots.
I'm nervous about that one chip, though.
Yeah, I need to win. We need to win cornhole. Tyler,
and y'all aren't going to, though, because Levi's so good, and I'm
That's what I hear.
That's what I hear. And I'm serviceable.
That's what I hear.
Y'all are in. Y'all are in fucking trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, you think so, bro?
Yeah. I do.
Yeah, that last one, and once your taste buds are already burnt off of your tongue,
it's worse.
really hit
It's
them
worse, isn't it?
It's like I don't even want to swallow.
My butthole's gonna burn real bad.
Oh man. Hey, no, I'm not bragging, but that bidet is a nice smoothie touch.
That cold hitter.
That cold water
Get
hitter,
you one of them
baby.
cold water hitters real quick.
Dude.
Man, I'm out of shit. I think we're done dabbling. Are you good?
Yeah. Well, I did want to tell y'all one thing I thought you would find interesting.
Yeah,
y'all remember the Rams quarterback Mark Bulger?
Dude.
Okay.
Before Kurt Warner.
Yeah. So one of my customers, and I work in the industrial structural steel environment. Y'all are struggling on these chips.
My mouth is hot.
So one of my customers sold their building and moved to a different building.
Okay.
They sold their building to Mark Bulger.
Okay.
He paid a pretty penny for this building, and what's not been released, because I pulled up the releases, and it says, yeah, he bought a building, and we don't know what he's going to do with it. But what they told me behind the scenes is Mark Bulger is creating a curling alley in Nashville.
Let me tell you where this place is located.
You know?
Across from the sound company I told you where I worked at, that my wife's uncle.
You know all about it already.
He bought the steel building.
Nashville Fab, yeah.
Across from Brantley Sound Associates,
Exactly
where
right.
I worked.
Exactly.
It's Mark Bulger. Keith Bullock is also
You know
on that
too.
deal. That's awesome. You know it because Bobby, the owner of the company, we went at the pool a couple weeks ago. Erica's uncle, my wife.
My wife.
He was telling me about that. He didn't tell me Mark Bulger was involved, but that's pretty freaking cool.
So they're going to have a Canadian curling on the ice. They're going to have a place where you can drink beer and do curling.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Well, I'm in on that. After the cornhole, we're curling, baby.
Well, there's apparently a group of ex-NFL players. I think it involves Kyle Vanden Bosch, Keith Bullock,
Yes.
a pro. Well, I think he's probably helping fund it. Because I know he's not part of the team. Because I think the other two are people who were
Titans.
No, not Titans. I think it was 2 Titans and then 2 actual curlers.
Okay.
And they're going to use that space also as an Olympic training facility because they're going to try and make the next Winter Olympics apparently. So
that's incredible.
It'll be cool to see that come out of Nashville. I mean, it'd be
I know.
really freaking
I would like to go. I haven't done the
axe
axe throwing yet.
I haven't either.
Have you done the axe throwing?
No, I'm not.
Well, COVID shut everything down, and axe throwing got real big right before COVID. Right, all those places started.
We need to take our usual 6 couple traveling date and get TJ to bring a date, or their 6, Levi, Chad, and all them, and do like a 12-person.
Derek, Tiffany, us,
TJ and a girl.
Tyler, they don't know Derek, but they know Tyler for sure. So
we could easily do an 8 or 10 people.
Yeah, it'd be so fun.
Fun thing because we've done the escape game multiple times, and it's a lot of fun.
And we've been close to the record every time we've done it. Of the ones we've done,
I'm fucking dying.
No brag, but we're smart as hell.
That motherfucker's got me sweating, boys.
Dude, that was good.
That was a layout. I want to bring that up.
Yeah. Come on ahead, boys. See it? I mean, you can touch it if you want to.
Got a little sheen to it, baby.
I hope I don't have to eat the 1-chip challenge.
We appreciate everybody being here.
Yep.
At Dabbling Dads on Twitter. You want to pitch Whiskey Bros?
Come on, just look up Whiskey Bros Pod or Whiskey Bros Podcast on all your social media platforms.
And you're looking for this
logo
emblem right here on the shirt back here by the fridge. That's what you're looking for. There is a Whiskey Brothers. These aren't the Whiskey Brothers because they're not brothers. They're bros.
We talked about that on there
Bros.
because he comes from the video game. So
Mario
Bros.
Bros. Yeah, they're bros. So check them out. Thank you for being here, brother.
4 hours.
We did 4 hours? That was the easy 4.
We're at 4 hours.
11:30 right now. We started around 7:30.
Incredible.
Crazy 4.
Love y'all.
Peace.
See y'all later.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hold on, I don't know what happened.
You ain't stopped it yet?
I don't know how to stop it from here. Normally it says end streaming.
Oh, we're still live. Our next.